Hi. I had such a hard time getting on here. Hello, hello, hello. I tried to come on and I wrote out all these directions. Like, I wrote out this huge thing and I was like, go live. And it was like spinny, 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 spinny. And then it was like kicked off. And it was like, do you want to try again? Spinny, 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 kicked off. It was like, what the fuck? So the rules are there, but they're not like they were. Like, I had better rules available. How am I feeling? I'm tired right now. My sister went to, like, she was like, can you go with me to get my car? So I was like, sure. And we were supposed to be there at like 12 o'clock. We didn't leave there till after 6. I had to prove that, like, I'm a corporation. I had to prove that and she's the one buying the car, but like I had to prove all this craziness. So yeah, it's been crazy. So I'm gonna kind of like just try to keep this like normal, like with the rules are in the description box. Basically, I'm gonna be accepting payments for now, and then I'm gonna do the questions that came in order. So I'm gonna try to keep track of them as they come in, and then yeah, that's basically it. But I'm only taking questions for the first 30 minutes because after that, I'm just gonna focus on doing the readings, because otherwise it just gets too much and I end up on here for like 8 hours and I never get a break. So, you love those boots? Thank you. Those were a gift from my sister for Christmas, and I was like, I should probably wear them. But I'm not a person that, like, I used to wear boots all the time. I used to wear fancy stuff all the time. I used to like care. I haven't gotten my hair done in like a wicked long time. Like, there's wicked big roots, and my nails need to be filled. I'm like, meh. COVID has made me worse than I think I would normally be. Hello, hello. All right, let me keep track of the payments here so that I know. So Nikki is first. Boop. Clarence. Feeling. I figured this way it would be easier than me trying to be like everywhere at once. Is like, I'll just take some questions and then I'll do the answers, and then if people come in late, they can just listen to the answers that are coming through for other people, because usually they resonate across the board. Clarence feelings for Nikki. And then we have Brianna. Thank you, Brianna. How is Josh feeling towards you? See what I mean? Like, even the people who come in and question, they have like the same question. Like, the first one was like, how does Clarence feel about me? And then Brianna's like, how does Josh feel about me? So a lot of times you can just ride the energy and get messages that will make sense for you too. All right, Josh is feeling towards Brianna, and will we ever be together? All right, and there's a lot of money already, so I'm seeing lots of payments. Hello, Heather. Why does my mom want me isolated, alone? Heather. With no significant other and kids. Why does Mom want alone? No kids. How can I save and heal my entire family from this ancestral trauma? How can I heal and save my family? Ancestral stuff. All right. And do I have any tips for healing energetic fatigue? I've been fatigued myself really badly. But I burnt myself out because I just do too much. But I know for me, like, what works is just sleeping, like taking like a good amount of time and just sleeping as much as possible for as many days as you can. That's how I get myself back together. In showers or baths, like the water, it's like you can infuse the water before you get into it. Like put your hands over the, like if you're gonna take a shower, put your hands over the shower head and just imagine like infusing energy into that, to that water, and say like, I'm going to recharge myself, I'm going to replenish myself, set that intention before you go to bed at night. You know, set the idea in your mind that like, I'm going to wake up tomorrow, I'm going to feel good, it's going to be a good day, I'm going to have energy, I'm going to feel great. Because sometimes we get stuck in a rut where we expect to feel like shit. So we create like a reality where we just continue to feel like shit, and we are tired and we're drained and we're like, I'm only going to get 6 hours. Another thing I used to do was, if I only had like 3 hours before I needed to get up, I would ask that spirit would download like 8 hours of sleep into that 3 hours, like to give me as much from that sleep as possible. And that used to help a lot too. So there's different, it's just your intention usually, because when we expect to feel bad, we do. All right, so Angie Perez, I'm gonna keep an eye out for your question, but I need to know what the question is when the payments come, but I see that you did 20, so I'm gonna try to keep an eye on and see if I find you again. Sabrina is, what is coming with my connection with Jay? What is coming with connection with Jay? I noticed a lot of spiritual healers have it. Yeah. I've been feeling like shit. Hi. Hello. Hi, Melissa. I would love general whatever spirit has to say. Melissa F wants general love. I'm gonna write down that you paid 20. Well, we are like batteries, so that makes sense. I've been burning myself out with paid readings and Etsy stuff. The crystal I bought from you has really worked. I wear it every single day. Oh, good. Yeah, Etsy is so hard. It's like, I never thought that like Etsy would be so insane, but I do so much work around Etsy that it's like it's always there. It's like I wake up in the morning, there's messages. I check it later. Like I always know that there's gonna, like I'm like, there's a message. So I go and I look at it's a message, and it's like the same question 100 freaking times, which is not the person's fault. It's like, I get it, but it's like, it's redundant. I'm like, I don't want to answer this anymore. Like it's the same answer over and over. And then sending stuff out, like we send physical items from here, and then we have items that we ship directly from the company that makes the decks that I make. And then the crystals, like I just kind of screwed myself with the crystals, because I'm like, yeah, I'll write you this and I'll write you that and I'll do this and I'll do that, and I'm like, why did I say I would do all this? Like, I'm not charging insane amount of money. It's like a $2 crystal, and here's like a book of information and a reading and all this craziness. So I've changed that, and I haven't posted any new crystals in over a week now, just because I needed to like take a little bit of a break. But it's a lot. Etsy is a lot, but it's good income for sure. Thank you for the tips. I'm definitely, yeah. That, I mean, they've helped me over time. Like the shower thing always helps me. Like salt, also, like if I take a salt bath, like salt scrub, even if it's like I can make one or I can buy one. I actually get a body wash now that has rose quartz in it. And then I just need to sleep sometimes. Like I've been sleeping the past few days. Today I planned to sleep. I was like, all right, I'm gonna go with my sister at 12, get her car, and then come home and take a nap, and then do this at 10. I didn't get here until like 8 p.m. and then I had to eat dinner and then come on here. So it didn't work out very well. But she got her car. She just took forever to get it. Hello. Okay, Mary Elizabeth is a 1999. And how is Josh? Any advice from Spirit about my upcoming marriage? Any advice about marriage? I'm assuming it's not to Josh. That's how I feel too. It's pretty draining. Always running to the, yeah. I'm luckily I send my sister to the post office, and now we have like a thermal printer, so we print the labels here and we put them on, and she just drops them off at the post office, which helps. And we got the thermal printer for free, so that was a big bonus. But it's a lot. We were doing Tuesdays as our shipping day, and now we're doing Tuesdays and Fridays as our shipping days. But on the weeks where there's not a wicked lot of like candles coming in or a lot of crystals coming in, I try to do it just one day a week, that I just slam it all out, and I have her come and help me, and that makes a big difference. I've been feeling drained too. I'll definitely have to try setting the intention for better rest. I appreciate the tip. Good, Sabrina. Yeah, sometimes it's just the intention that makes a big difference. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. All right, Angie paid me, but I didn't get a question from her. But I did put her on the list. Now Lolita has paid, but I don't have anything from her either. So if you guys have questions who've paid me $20, let me know them. I'm going to keep an eye, but if not, I'll just do like general, I guess, when I get to your guys' turn. And then Anis, I feel as almost he knows about the twin flame thing, because I feel like he's been manifesting me. I want to know how he currently feels towards me. I haven't spoken to him since April 2019. All right, so you feel he knows about twin flame and that he's been manifesting you. I want to know how he currently feels. How does he feel? And it's been April of 2019. All right, Gwen, cleansing baths help like with everything. Yes, they do. I need to like clean my bath. Like, my bath's not dirty, gross or anything, but like I just want to clean it before I get in there and lay down and like relax in it. And for whatever reason, like after I get done with a bath, I want to shower. Like, I'm like, all right, I want to shower all this off now. Like I just feel weird sitting in my own like stuff. I don't know why. You and I seem very similar, girl. We're in the same boat. Yeah. I can't believe like how crazy it is on there. But I can only imagine for any, like, if you're doing it by yourself, like I used to do it by myself when it was just decks, and that alone was crazy, because I'd get the order and then I would have to put the order into the company and like do all that stuff. And I get multiple orders a day and doing multiple orders into the company and sending them out to people. And it's like, that alone was a lot. So I started paying my sister $20 an hour to do that. And then the candles took off. Like, we have 3 bestseller items on Etsy right now. So everybody's like, I want one. And I'm like, take a break. Hi, Heather. Lovely to back on. I figured, I'm like, I gotta schedule something or I'm never gonna go back on that channel again. So Angie Perez has entered $5. So I don't see a question there, but I will do like a little something or other when I get there. Good evening, Bridget. Hello. Am I supposed to ask my questions here? Lolita, yes. Usually when you make the payment on the payment part, like there's a spot for you to question, but I saw your payment, so if you just comment what your questions are, I will try to see them and make sure that you get it. I make all the labels myself. Yeah, that sucks. I'm happy now that we do this. The night before we do orders, I write down on cards what the order is, because then we gotta like put into piles everybody's stuff and then put everybody's stuff into bags, and then we print the label out now, so that saves us a lot of time. We actually cut down like 2 hours of our time on the days that we prep and ship. And then Anais has another question. I want to know what's going on with his karmic relationship of almost 8 years. His name's Enrique. Enrique, 8-year karmic relationship. Oh, that's why. I'm like, why am I hearing the phone ring? My fan's on. I've been having hallucinations for about 2 weeks now. And it's because of my fan. Like, if I turn the fan on, it's like white noise. I usually always have it on. Your brain starts to reprogram and tries to fill in the sound as like music or like phone ringing, or I hear like Jerry from like the Jerry Springer show. And I was really concerned for a while. I was like, I'm gonna have to go to the hospital and check myself in, and they're gonna like put me in the psych ward, and this is gonna be bad. And like, I was afraid. And then I like read that, and I always have that on 24/7, never turn it off because of the dogs, because they bark if they hear stuff. So I was like, I turned it off and it stopped immediately. But like, now if I leave it on for too long, I start hearing the phone ring, and I'm like, where's that phone? So yeah, it's been interesting. All right, I said super karmic instead of 8-year karmic relationship for some reason. My first time doing this. Questions didn't go through. What is twin flame feeling? Sem T1. I don't see your payment. I don't know if your payment didn't go through. Let me go back up. Oh, there it is, $20. Okay, you were under Heather. All right, let me go back here. This is why I wanted to do it this way without taking questions and like trying to do everything at once, because it just gets too crazy. So, Gray, I'm gonna fill you in where you paid. Gray CMT1, you did a $20. And then we're gonna go back down and we're gonna see where you are now. Thank you, Jesse. There it is. My first question is what is twin flame feeling? See, everybody's asking the same thing. Twin flame feeling. And should I keep trying with him? And should I try with him? Boop. All right, we'll do that. And then again, guys, when you're doing this, like a lot of times, like, because it's so many people come to the room, it's like there's 37 of you, so there's not that many people. When you're in here and other people have asked the same question as you, listen to the messages that come through and take what resonates, because a lot of times the same exact cards come out, the same exact messages come out for whoever's in my room. It's weird. It happens almost every single time. And there's sometimes there's going to be messages that you don't get, that don't resonate, but it's kind of like when you watch a pick a card or a general reading. All right. So, Angie Perez. Angie, there you are. What is Angel feeling and where is this going? All right. Feeling, going, and we'll just do like a half and one on you. All right. Hi. Hello. Sorry, couldn't figure out. That's okay. I tried to make rules like beforehand. I was like, just to make it easier on me, because I always end up getting like on here for 8 hours and then like I don't find questions and I have people complain and I'm like, I don't know how to do this. Is Super Chat the only way to pay? Birthday March 4th, so need love prediction. Right now, right on here is the only way I have set up is the Super Chat. I have PayPal, that I can like invoice through, but I don't have like, actually I do have a paypal.me. I don't know what the link is for that, how I can like, I wonder if I can give you guys that. I was doing it this way because it's like, it just pops up. Your birthday is March 4th. How about I just do like a little happy birthday message, artsy, and then so love prediction, artsy's love prediction, blah, blah, blah. What's wrong with my brain? This is why I wanted to sleep. Okay, artsy's love prediction birthday, and if you want to afterwards, you can go to any of the videos on my Divine Essential on this channel, and there's a link for donations if you feel inclined. You don't have to, because this is your birthday present, but that's a way that people could pay too, is just to go to another video and submit a donation. But I would prefer if you like do it this way, because then I can keep track of it. But if somebody needs to pay through PayPal, let me know, and then you're gonna have to like go to another video of mine real quick and just scan to the place where it says donate, boop, donate the right amount, and put your questions in, and I can see my emails. It will tell me right away if I get a payment or not. Damn, I gotta start brainstorming ideas to get on Etsy. No freaking clue what to sell. Been too focused on just doing readings and growing my audience. I swear to God, Etsy, I saw, like, I opened my 1099s from 2020, and I only had Etsy after March is when I got it, and it was like a lot of money, like 6 figures, and that's insane. And that's just with my decks for the most part, because I didn't even add my sprays, I didn't add my candles, I didn't add my crystals until like recently. So for the first 6 months it was just my decks, but it was insane. But I also have a following. Like when I did my thing on they have like an app you can use that will like scan your store to find out how well your store is performing. My store performs like 98% better than most stores do, and that's because I have a following. That's because I have people that I'm directing there. Like if you look at like where the people are coming from, some of it's because I do the SEO stuff, like the search engine optimization, and then some of it is off of Pinterest, which I'm like, holy shit, because I barely use Pinterest at all. And then I have some that comes directly from Instagram, which is the majority of it is me sending people to Etsy because they see my deck and they're like, ooh, I want that. And then they see my candles, ooh, I want that. And then Etsy has their own stuff going on inside there. So Etsy is like, the place to be. But ideally you want to get people onto your public, like your personal stuff off of there eventually, so that you're not underneath their umbrella or paying all of their fees and things like that. But I have no problem with their fees, and I don't even see the fees. I'm like, I don't even know what fees you're talking about. I'm like, keep them up, because I'm fine. Like, this is okay. Lolita's question is, what does Spirit want me to know about my connection? All right, what does Spirit know about connection? And I enjoy your page. Looking forward to hearing your interpretation. Thank you very much, Lolita. And then I want some candles, Jolene. I have candles available on my Etsy, which is the Divine Essential store on Etsy, or you can go to my website, divineessential.com, which is it's Divine Essential. Like there's one E between the Divine Essential part, and there's no S, and then .com. And then I have a store there, or you can go to Etsy through my website to Etsy directly. And I have tons of candles. I have tea lights, I have 2 ounces, I have 4 ounces, I have 6 ounces, I have 9 ounces. We got rid of the 16 ounce because we ran out of the big jars, but there's all different sizes. Like people, if you want to get a sample of a candle, you just order the sample size. Like we have like little ones that are $7, but then we have some that are like $1.99. You get like 3 tea lights, and you figure out, all right, I like that scent, or I like this scent. I'm going to get this scent with that intention. I have a divine masculine one that helps you to get your good divine masculine energy into your life. I have one for twin flames that helps to bring twin flame union. I have, like, recently I had someone send me a message and they're like, is it okay if I get another twin flame candle? The one I ordered, every time I light it, he calls me or contacts me. And so I was like, do you mind if I share that? And I shared it on my Instagram, and it was like 200 people ordered that week alone candles. Like, it was insanity. Like, I ran out of wax, I ran out of jars, I ran out of everything because it works. But it's you're the creator of your reality. You setting that intention, you knowing what you're doing with that candle is what is the big thing. Like, I made a candle for myself one night, and spirit guided me and was like, put this and this in it, blah blah blah. The candle was not even hard, and the person that I was like thinking of was contacting me, and they never contacted me for like anything. I was the chaser crazy person. I was always like, hey, want to hang out? And they were like, hey, what's up? You want a foot rub? And I was like, oh my god, it works. So I started making them for other people. But then I have other sets, like protection, abundance. One girl got my abundance candle. She lit it. She went to the casino that night and she won like $10,000. She only got $6,000 of it after taxes, but she won $10,000 that night. All she did was light the candle and vision dollar bills coming her way, and they came. I had another girl that was worked on Wall Street. She got one of the candles and she was like, she told me she felt that the candle helped her to get a $100,000 bonus that year. And then just other people getting like $100 gift cards the next day, like just crazy little things like that happen with the candles. Not every single person who gets a candle, I can guarantee, is gonna be like successful with it. It's dependent upon your energy. Like, if you get weird and are like, work, 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 you're gonna block it. But if you allow it to work, it will work. All right, bath hack: pour original Blue Dawn and leave overnight. Use clean bubbles broom. And so easy. Oh yeah, I could try that. I like Mr. Clean erasers, the magic erasers. I'm like a weirdo with those. Like, I hoard them. Like, I don't even use them. I'm like, I just gotta have more of them. Angie, you paid twice? Because I couldn't figure it out. Okay. I think we got you now. Oh, so you added an extra 5? Let me go back and see. Did I? Oh yeah, you paid 20 up here and then 5 down here. So I'll give you a little extra boost. So feeling, what is your twin flame feeling? And then what's going to happen? I believe that was the thing, so I can get rid of this. All right. Wow, $244 is crazy. Artsy Girl, is Super Chat? Okay, we already talked about that. Then we talked about that. My question, what? Okay, got that. I got that. I hate absolute silence. It drives me crazy. I can't, like, I'm like, I'll listen to the phone ring now that I know what it is. Thank you, Anais. So, Brianna Campos. All right, Brianna. I think, yeah, we already got you, but you got a new one. All right, I told Josh about the twin flame concept. Is he still dealing with a karmic partner? We are in daily communication now. You guys talk daily, but you don't know if he's still dealing with his karmic partner? Okay. All right, so you told Josh about twin flame, and is he dealing with karmic? Boop. And we are daily communication. We are in daily, sorry, I didn't need to do the thumb thing. Daily communication. And then Genevieve. Hi, Bridget. What message Spirit have for me regarding love? Okay, so Genevieve is $14.99. So, message regarding love. And then Keisha. All right, and we just hit 30 minutes, so that's it for questions, guys. I'm just going to write down the rest of them, and then I'm going to start answering them. So if new people come in and they're like, hey, blah, 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 just let them know that it already hit 30 minutes and that I won't be able to take it, so that don't submit it, because then it won't count, and I'm not going to take them, because I can't. If I do, it will just never end, and I'll never get out of here. Thank you, Keisha. I never know how to say anybody's name, so I'm sorry if I'm like messing them up. Thank you for your donation. I will do like a little general thing there. And then Anis has another question. She says, last question. I want to know what action E will take towards me, what he has planned. Planned actions from Enrique. Still taking questions. I probably got you. I don't know. I'm still scrolling through to catch up on them. But we just hit 30 minutes, so if anybody hasn't submitted it yet, make sure you submit it now, and then that's it. I'm not taking no more. Alright, I didn't ask a what he feeling question. My question was just family related, not twin flame connected, haha. But I guess maybe it's connected if he's meant to be my family. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean like every single person in the room will have messages across the board, but most of the time I find that they do. And yeah, you were more so like, why does your mom want you to be alone with no kids? But I'm sure when we ask like how they're feeling, there might be, you know, some stuff that comes up that could be connected to him for you. Have you ever tried protecting your crown chakra with hats, scarves, hoodies? A while ago I did it, and now I'm hooked. It preserves the energy when you're around draining people or doing readings. You know what? I have my hat right here because I was like, I'm probably going to need my hat. I never really think of it consciously like that, but like when I go out, like today I went out, I wore my hat. Like anytime I go on and record for Divine Essentials, like the Alcyon Light Healing stuff, I wear a hat. And I usually wear a hat when I'm live too, but I didn't put one on yet. Like I had it on all day, so I'm kind of have a headache right now, but I'll probably end up putting it on. But that does make sense, like to protect yourself with it. But I wear hats all the time, so it's probably one of the reasons why. You're welcome, artsy girl. Or if you have Venmo, send people to Venmo. Yeah, I do have a Venmo, but I don't know exactly what the name of it is. I need to start doing these like on this phone so that I can access everything on that phone, because everything is on that phone. So I'd have to like put you guys on hold. I don't know. Thank you for coming on. Thank you. You paid 20 and then 5. Yes, we got that established now. Angie, I saw that at this point now, so that's good. And now let's get the rest of these questions on my paper, and then we'll start doing them. So Quinzel is my cap in a third party? Cappy, third party, boop, with another woman. All right. B hubby. Oh, I gotta write down. That was $4.99. B hubby is $4.99. May I have an energy check-in? Energy check-in with twin. All right. I love our oracles. I've bet a few. Thank you. I'm like, like our oracles? You mean your oracles? Thank you very much. I was like, I don't know what that means, but thanks. All right, she is a paying person now. She cannot touch poor people. What? I already did a couple free. I'm doing this way because every time I come on and do the free readings, I end up on here for like 8 hours, and I just go like crazy. But I will do free again. But yeah. So yeah, Pinterest does actually drive a lot of traffic. It's huge for bloggers. For a while now, I felt like maybe I should create a deck. Maybe it's time to actually sit down and do it. Yeah, do it. I mean, I created my first deck a year ago, and I now have 27 of them or something crazy like that, and they bring in a good amount of income for me. I have other stuff that I do too. Like I have I have 4 main streams of income, and I just realized that I surpassed 6 figures for 2020. So I was like, yay! And it looks like I'll be doubling that this year. So just the way things have started off, I feel like this is going to be a much bigger year than last year. But that's why I'm so busy, and that's why I'm always doing something. Brianna, we live at a oh, okay. So you don't get to see what he's up to. Maya has a $20 question. All right, 1. How is my person feeling about me? Feeling, boop. And then there is another girl who's trying to interfere on this connection, I believe with a love spell. I need some clarity on this messy love triangle. All right, another woman interfering with love spell clarity. All right, now let me get the rest of you guys. He's in LA and I'm in DC, but we're both from DC. Okay, that makes sense. It was like, if you're talking to somebody every day, I was like, he doesn't ever mention, you know what I mean? Sometimes we assume people have something going on when they don't, or we like start projecting that because we like don't know. So try not to do that, because you can create things you don't want happening. Thank you, Heather. No more questions. Thank you, everybody. Look at that. So it looks like we're good. Everybody put down that time stop for me. So anything after that is basically, I'll take the cat. Cat is the last one, and then I'm going to start answering. Hi, how does this feel about connection? Cat, 20. How does it feel? All right, and that's it. How does he feel about connection? And that was a $9.99. I'm writing down the prices just so that I like have something to go off of. I'm gonna plug in the phone so that I don't die on you guys. All right. Holy moly, $274. That was a lot. I was like, I'm just gonna do 30 minutes, get like, $50 on there and be done with it. It's like $300 later. So, thank you guys very much for your donations, and we'll do this as best as I can. All right. Alrighty, what deck? Oh, let me grab my other deck because I wanted to use that one. All right, Nikki was first. She's asking about Clarence's feelings. It's 11 p.m. where I am. We got 22 likes on the table here. I feel like a person, like a, what do you call it? One of those people at the casino. Like, we got $22 on the board. All right. Clarence. All right, so the first card that I saw was the Six of Swords. So I feel like how he's feeling about you right now, like he may have had some emotional, like, just no. It started doing the spinny thing. Let me pull you guys closer. And pull this closer. I don't want you guys to get lost. All right, so I also have the moon. And the moon is like when we have like that secretive, like I don't know really energy. Can be like, just like the unknown or the unseen. Like if you think about when the sun is out, everything's bright and clear. Everything you can see is available. I feel like he may have some times where he was like unsure or uncertain how he felt. But I feel like he's starting to cross over that emotional like turbulence, or coming into a time where he may be having more clarity. We also have the Tower here. So I feel like he could have had like an epiphany moment or a big moment of like, oh, that's how I feel. you know, because sometimes we don't know how we feel about things, or we don't know how we feel about a certain situation that we're going through, or we just don't think about it consciously as much as we should be, or as much as like somebody may want us to be thinking about it. But I feel like that this is kind of indicating that if he was uncertain, he may have had a moment of clarity where he's now starting to like come out of that. I am seeing the Three of Cups. So the Three of Cups can be two things for me. It can be that somebody is like wanting to reconcile and celebrate and have a good time with you, and it can also indicate that there's a third party involved. So if he has a third party involved, that may have been adding to the like confusion, or that could have been added to the like things not being seen clearly. Like you may not have known that there was a third party person, but now you may know that, you know, there's something like, you know what I mean? Like you may not have known that there was a third party going on, but you may have like found out that there was someone else he was talking to. Like that can be what this is indicating as well. But I feel like more so, even if there was another person that he was thinking about, I still feel like he's had some sort of moment of clarity, and that he's coming out of that like energy of like being uncertain. And with you, he feels like you're this Queen of Wands, which is the sexy, magnetic, charismatic, you know, beautiful, seductress queen. So I feel like he's very attracted to you. I feel like he's definitely drawn to you, but I think that he's had some hard time, you know, navigating through that, which seems to be the case with a lot of people on these journeys, is that there's a dude that likes them but doesn't like them enough to like, you know, it's not that they don't like them enough, it's that they don't know enough within themselves to like step forward and be like, I like you, let's date, or let's take this to the next level. They kind of pussyfoot around and mess up things and just come and go. But yeah, we got the Six of Cups, and we got the Justice card. So I feel like if, you know, you guys aren't seeing each other right now, he would like to reconcile and communicate with you closely. And also with the Justice card, I feel like any type of karma that there has been, any type of injustice, imbalance, anything that's been icky or gross, I feel like things are going to get better between you guys. And like, I do feel like his feelings towards you are more so like, I miss her, she's sexy, like she's magnetic, I would like to see her. So that makes sense, backing up that Three of Cups of like wanting to reconcile, wanting to celebrate, wanting to have a good time with you. And it could have just been that he didn't really know that before, but now he could be starting to have clarity surrounding that. I picked up the deck, and this stayed behind. It's the Seven of Cups. And the Seven of Cups is like when we get a little bit like just like stuck in illusions, or we're not seeing things clearly. So I feel like he may have some issues with that, like where he just doesn't see things clearly. He gets stuck in illusions, kind of like, you know, just doesn't know exactly what he wants or what he's doing sometimes. But now I've got the Nine of Pentacles, so he sees you as like that single, sexy, confident, independent, magnetic person that's out there doing her own thing. You're getting stuff done. So I feel like he's definitely attracted to you, and this is the energy that women want to be in to attract the ultimate fulfillment. This is what we want to embody to get to the 10. So the 10 of Pentacles is our ultimate fulfillment. It's our dream life. It's a dream destination, or the dream guy that you've always wanted, and you know, that house that you've always wanted, and the destination you've always wanted. It's everything we've ever wanted. But in order for us to get that, we've got to be able to embody the 9. And the 9 is being good on our own and like building our foundation to create that for ourselves. The only thing that's missing from that creation is the person, you know, that isn't there. So when you're in this energy, you're not attached to like, it has to be this dude, I need it to be this dude by this day, and if it's not this day, and blah, 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 like we get weird and crazy and start getting like upset and blocking ourselves with. This is more so like, I'm confident, I know what I bring to the table, and I know what I want to join me at my table, and I'm going to attract it in by being the best version of myself. So I feel like you're in that energy, and that's helping him to step into his King of Wands energy, which is somebody that overcomes the difficulties of the past and brings forward a better future. Like they get motivated to pursue something. And he's also the one that belongs beside the Queen of Wands. So I feel like energetically you guys are matching up right now. I feel like he's definitely missing you, thinking about you. I think he's had some sort of clarity surrounding you. And I do think that you know, he may want to come in with an offer or some sort. and that he's seeing you in a good light. Like, he's not seeing you as, like, you know, some crazy obsessed girl, like, that's being weird, or you know, in a negative light or anything like that. And then we have the Wheel of Fortune and the Ten of Swords. So I feel like you guys probably had a painful ending, or things didn't always, you know, end off like, yay, this is a great way to end it. But I feel like he's feeling the pain of the separation. You know what I mean? Like, he's not enjoying the time away from you. And with the wheel, I feel like whatever's been manifesting, whatever's been happening right now between you guys is going to start to spin in a better direction. It's like it's going to take you guys into a whole new ball game, like a whole new like, if things haven't been moving, it's going to start moving. If things have been kind of moving in a direction you weren't happy with, it starts to move in the other direction. So, you know, things are probably going to start going into a much more beneficial flow for you in this situation, especially if you're embodying that Nine of Pentacles. I'm good on my own, you know, I don't need him. I would like him, but I don't need him. You know, keep that type of vibration about you. And with the Sun, again, I feel like he's going to keep having more clarity surrounding the situation with you, how he feels about you, what to do with the situation with you, like what action he wants to take towards you. So use your High Priestess energy to trust your gut, trust your inner knowing, trust what Spirit guides you to do for yourself in your own life, and let him be the Divine Masculine, and, you know, follow the Divine Masculine role of pursuing and protecting and providing and, you know, coming towards you and doing things that the masculine is supposed to do, so that you can have a new beginning of passion and romance, and he can see from the new perspective that he needs to see from, so that he can come rushing in to deliver his truth to you at the moment that he's ready to do so, and transform this connection with the Magician there, you know, collecting all the tools that are required so that you can come to your Four of Wands, Twin Flame 11-11 union. So it looks very positive. I do feel like he's keeping an eye on you too. Like, he's got his eyes on maybe your social media, or he's got his eyes on you. If you guys have mutual friends, or, you know, there's some way he can see what's going on in your life, I feel like he's definitely been doing that. And he may need to overcome his ego. He may need to, like, you know, like, be like, all right, like, I've got to bite my tongue here, or I've got to, like, suck it up and say something, because if I don't, like, nothing's gonna happen. So just give him some time and let him deal with his pride and his ego, and focus on self-love, focus on, you know, doing the best you can do for you. And I feel like if you've been feeling left out in the cold, things will come better together. Okay, so Brianna, Josh is feeling towards you, and will we be together? So Brianna wanted to know about Josh's feelings towards you, and will you be together? All right, so we got the Three of Swords. So I feel like right now his feelings may not be, like, the best. Like not that he like he thinks badly of you or anything like that. You're welcome, Nikki. I feel like he's got this like pain, basically. Like, Three of Swords is like heartache, pain, like, ouch, this hurts, I don't like this. So I feel like his feelings right now are hurt. Like, he's not enjoying whatever's happening between the two of you. Like, if there's separation, he's like, it's hurting him. And with the Two of Cups, he feels like this is a soul partnership. Like, he may not know the term twin flame, but this is like my, you know, indicator of a significant connection. Like, this may be your twin flame, especially because you have the Emperor here. And the Emperor is the Divine Masculine that belongs with the Empress, which is the Divine Feminine. So I feel like on some level, he knows that you guys are soul connected, you know, like, you guys have something significant, that there's something powerful that the two of you share. But I feel like if it's not working out right now, that's really making him feel badly. Like, he may not be verbalizing it, he may not know how to verbalize it, he may not know exactly what to say to you, but basically I feel like he's kind of like, you know, hurting. Like, he's not enjoying the fact that you guys may not have the best of circumstances going for you right now. And we got the Hierophant. So again, I feel like you guys will be together at some point, you know, like, because we've got the Two of Cups, which tells me that this is, you know, like a soul connection. We've got the Emperor, which is telling me this is your Divine Masculine. And then we've got the Hierophant, which is, this is a high-level commitment. This is like something that Spirit has brought to you. This is something that even if you were like, I don't want it anymore, even if he was to say, like, screw this, I'm done, I can't do this anymore, it would end up coming together. Like, it would come to fruition that something would manifest, or something has to manifest between the two of you. There's some sort of contract that I feel like is not fulfilled yet. And I feel like you both may have some pain surrounding that, because when we don't fulfill our soul contract, when we don't have our fulfillment with our soul partner, when we don't have our divine masculine or our divine feminine, we feel sad. We feel like, like something's missing, or there's a piece of us that's like still out there somewhere that we haven't found yet. And I also have the Page of Cups, which tells me that he may have an apology for you, or he may have like, what do you call it, like a vulnerable offer. Like, he may have something that he wants to be vulnerable with you about and tell you, like, listen, like, I don't like this. I don't like the fact that things aren't working out between us, or I don't like this energy that we have happening, as 11:11 is on my clock. And we get the Nine of Swords here too, so I feel like he's anxious about that. Like, he wants to tell you how he feels. He wants to tell you that he's not enjoying, not being able to be like, I love you, let's be together, like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like he wants that, but he can't verbalize that. And so there's a lot of anxiety that keeps him from being vulnerable, keeps him from, opening up and expressing to you what's going on with him. And with the Page of Swords, he's also keeping an eye on you. So he's like looking at you from afar, but he's not, he's probably not saying much. The Page of Swords is a messenger, but if they message, it's usually like on Facebook, or it's like a text message or something that is insignificant. It's not like, like, here's a whole bunch of my feelings poured out into a beautiful letter. Like, it's like, hi, what's up? So I feel like he has a lot to say with the King of Swords. Like, it's all there, but he doesn't know how to verbalize it. He doesn't know how to put it out there to you. And with the Six of Wands, he may be somebody that has some ego issues as well. I feel like a majority of people who are dealing with these twin flame dynamics, they have divine masculines that have big ego issues, where it's not that they're walking around like, I'm the best thing ever, but they're walking around with like an ego issue of like, I can't be vulnerable. I can't like tell my feelings. Like, I can't let myself be like this. I can't, it's like they block themselves from being how they would like to be. But I feel like they want to walk away from this. This person wants to walk away from these feelings, of like inadequacy or inability to express how they feel, and go towards their Ten of Cups. So when we walk away from the Eight of Cups, we head to the Nine of Cups, which is our happiness, and our Nine of Cups leads us to our Ten of Cups, which is a happy ever after. You asked, will we be together? I feel like this is indicating, yes, we will be together. But he needs to walk away completely from that ego part of himself that is blocking him from, expressing what he truly feels, and truly embody the divine masculine vibration that he has, but he has not yet, stepped into fully yet. And with the World, I do feel like the cycle that you're in right now will close. Like, whatever's been happening, things will close up like in this cycle, and the next cycle will probably be a little bit easier, or something different will manifest. He's got to stop self-sabotaging. We got the Seven of Swords, so whatever's already transpired, anything that's been not so great, bad behaviors, like manipulating or lying or just like anything like that, if he has done any of those things, like he said something and he didn't follow through, or if he like, even just him knowing how he feels inside and then not speaking up to you to verbalize it, is self-sabotaging behavior. It's manipulative behavior. It's like, I feel this way about you, but I'm not going to tell you about it, and I'm going to make you think you're crazy because you can feel it from me, but I'm not going to verbalize it or, give you any confirmation of it. So I feel like because he does that, he also self-sabotages because of that, because he knows he's not being authentic. He knows he's not being truthful. He knows he's not telling you what's going on. So he's learning a lesson. And as he learns that lesson, he'll be able to open up and heal and grow. And I think things will get a little bit easier for you as that happens. Yeah, so he just needs strength, just like the last man. Strength to overcome that ego that like blocks us, that voice in the back of our head that tells us we're not good enough, or that we can't have what we want, or we're crazy for thinking that, and things like that. So I feel like just give him a little time to heal, give things a little bit of time to shift out of this energy, and then you guys will be moving into the next direction of your journey in a better way. Okay, so Heather, Why does my mom want me alone with no kids? What did I write? Oh, that's the other person. Why does my mom want me alone with no kids, and how can I heal and save my family from my ancestors? All right. See what comes through. Ah! This is a new deck, but I like it. It's Chero Marchetti, I believe. One of his something special. It's like a doorway on it or something. I think he always has doors on his stuff. All right, page and 3 and ooh, all right. So the first two cards that came out were 10 of Wands and 5 of Cups. So my initial thing with this is like you're asking like, why does my mom want me alone with no kids? Like to, you know, just be like stagnant and to be basically unhappy, because obviously those things are what's going to make you happy. I feel like it's her own suffering, like her own misery that she, like, it's like the saying, like, misery loves company. Like, she doesn't want you to go off and have your own stuff because then she'll feel even less connected to you. I feel like she's, like, grasping to have a connection to you, but at the same time, she's miserable. Like, she's not happy. She's got a lot of resentment, a lot of bitterness. She has a lot of that, like, it's like narcissistic behavior, basically, and I recognize it because my mother was one, and my mother, I love my mother, I do anything for her, but my mother was definitely a difficult woman to have as a mom, not like a motherly figure, and I feel like that's kind of what's happening here, is that your mom's suffering, which was the same instance with my mom, is her suffering is what led to my, like, the way that she would treat me or my sister. I feel like with you, it's the same type of thing. Like her internal suffering, her misery, her stuff that's like just residual from like losing your dad, from growing up the way that she grew up, like whatever type of dynamic she had with her situation. It's like a karmic loop in a so to speak. Like she can only give to you what she knows, right? So you can't expect too much from people as parents, because you would want them to be like, oh, like recognize that the behavior that I had, you know, from my parents was shitty, and I would like it if my if I give my kids better than that. And most people set out to do that, but a lot of times they don't, you know, succeed at it. And I feel like that's kind of like a combination of things. I feel like there's a little bit of her internal suffering from different times in her life that she's like taking out on you. And there's a part of her that doesn't want to see you happy, because if she sees you happy, it's going to make her feel worse about herself and her life. So she likes, you know, this like misery loves company type of vibration. In narcissistic people, I don't like to throw that term around just like willy-nilly, because I don't believe that everybody out there who's an asshole is a narcissist. But I feel like when you deal with a true narcissistic person, there's a lot of stuff that we as empaths can never understand. We will never get it. You could beat yourself over the head till you're blue. You're never going to be able to put the pieces together and be like, I get why my mom's like that to me, because it doesn't make sense on any level. They don't have empathy. They don't have like that thing inside of them that's like I feel bad for that mistake that I made. Let me make it better. They just don't care. And they go off the handle over crazy things. They like control. They like you to be secluded. That's what narcissists do, is they take you away from your friends and your family usually. But if it's in your family, they seclude you from having a life outside of them, because that's their way of controlling you, and that's their way of like they feed off of your misery. So she feeds off of your misery and your sadness, and that's why she freaks out, and that's why she screams, and that's why she does what she does, is to get a reaction so that she can take from you more of your sadness and your upsetness and all of that. So there's a karmic thing happening here that's very toxic, and I feel like unfortunately in these situations, like in my situation, I didn't just like up and be like, all right, mom, I hate you, I'm never talking to you again. But I did have to like separate myself from her, like staying too close to her for like long periods of time is only going to be detrimental to you and your mental health and how you feel about yourself, and how like your motivation to get things done is going to get dwindled away, because they beat you down and beat you down and beat you down, and they make you start to believe what they say. They make you think that what they believe is true about you, and it's not. And they make you feel like you're stuck in that situation and that there's no way out of it. So you have to find your power inside of yourself to create healthy boundaries, like the Queen of Swords, and be like, nope, I'm out of here. Like, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not letting this person into my mind. I just want to like free myself of it. And your situation right now is difficult because you're close to her. Like, you're in the same like space. So as soon as possible, I would get out of that space and into your own space somewhere, wherever you choose that to be, and work on healing those wounds that have been there since childhood that you're now aware of. And just acknowledge the fact that my mom's probably never going to change, because my mom on her deathbed was the same way she was the whole time she was alive. It was very controlling. It was toxic, the way that she was, and the things that she made me do, and the things that she said was traumatic. even her dying was traumatic. I was like, oh my god, like this is not normal. So try to not take it on as personal as well as you can. I know it's very hard because it's your mom and you're gonna love her no matter what, and you're gonna like want to fix it. It's usually not able to be fixed. If somebody has that their whole life, like, you can try to fix them, you can want to fix them, you can have all the best intentions, but the best thing to do is focus on fixing what she has done to you. Maybe get counseling for it, because it's not something that like, I'm all for self-healing. I'm all for, being advocates for ourselves, and doing internal work. Shadow work would be a big thing for you to do. But I also feel like having somebody that's a professional who deals with this type of stuff that you've been through would make a big difference too, because she's like, it's not healthy what they do. And then you can educate yourself so much better by getting that advice and that support from somebody that knows everything about it. And then you can turn around and help other people. You can be an advocate for other people who have been through narcissistic abuse. Because people who grew up with narcissists as a parent, we usually attract them as romantic partners, or we attract them into our lives in other ways that are going to feed off of us at later times. So you being secluded right now is probably saving you from having all of these crazy assholes like sucking you dry. But like, I've seen it actually happen with you. You've had like people, just random people that you don't know, cling on to you and suck from you. You usually get them gone. But like with your mom, she's the big one. Like, she's the big one that you need to get off. And then I would turn that suffering into like, how can I help other people to overcome this? So getting creative with what you've been given is how you're going to kind of like overthrow this stuff, and then not pass it down. And don't let it be a self-fulfilling prophecy of, my mother wants me to be alone, so I'm going to be alone. Don't let that be the case. Don't believe it. Don't accept it. Don't go there. And, open yourself up so that the romance that you want, that you've been waiting for to show up, can come without her beliefs in the back of your head, or without her influence inside of your energy, playing a part of it. Just try as much as you can to make the judgment call that she's not going to be the final, piece of the puzzle, and you're going to be the empress. You're going to create your own empire. You're going to create your own thing that you feed down to your children and to whoever you connect with in your life, and just try to get as much support as you can. Like, there's narcissistic support groups, there's narcissistic channels, like entire channels like set up for that, so that you can like understand some parts of it. Like, when they do the things that they do, you can recognize it right immediately, and then disarm it, and just don't feed into it. It's the worst thing you can do, is like give your power to them by being like, oh, blah blah blah, like, you know what I mean? Like, like feeding into their craziness or fighting with them or getting upset by what they say. Like, don't even let it in. And it's really hard not to, but you just gotta like block it out and do your best to heal what's happened. But that's the best I've got for you on like, you know, overcoming it. Overcoming it is what's going to break the karmic cycle of it happening. All right, so I'm going on to Strangent, who is asking about their twin flame's feelings. Should I try with him? So how does the twin flame feel, and should you try with them? All right, so we've got the Queen of Cups and the King of Cups, which is very awesome sauce. So I feel like there's a definite emotional connection between you and your twin flame. This is Stray CMT1. She was after Heather and before Angie. So basically here, I feel like there's an emotional connection between you and your twin flame, and they can feel it. Like, they can feel that love for you, but the King of Cups is kind of an ass because he doesn't express it. He doesn't tell you, like, hey, I love you. Hey, you make me feel all these amazing ways, blah, blah, blah. They hold it in, and they, like, keep it under the surface, and they don't show it, and they don't express it, and they make you feel crazy for loving them. So I feel like he does feel, you know, emotions towards you. And in regards to, like, keeping it going with him, like, should you keep going? We've got the 10 of Wands here, which is like that's up to you. Like, coming and asking somebody else, like, should I keep doing this? That's a question that, like, even asking that question, you want to ask yourself, like, why am I even asking? Like, is that something I should be asking in regards to feelings? Because he may love you. He may have all these feelings for you. He may, you know, feel all of this, like, you know, amazing stuff, these chemistry and emotions and things like that. But if he's not, like, expressing them, and he's not helping you get anywhere with this situation, you may need to embody the Queen of Cups energy, which is self-love, and saying, like, I'm not going to keep pursuing something with somebody that's not pursuing me. If somebody's not coming after me openly and willingly and, like, you know, letting me know how they feel, I'm not going to just sit here and do nothing because I'm, you know, going to wait. We want to, you know, drop the burden, basically. So I feel like dropping the burden and dropping them entirely are two different things. Like, I feel like what you should do is focus on you and focus on self-love, and then open yourself up to love coming to you however it wants to come to you, whether it comes from a puppy, whether it comes from a child, whether it comes from him. But just be open and receptive to love coming to you without the burden of, is it going to come? Does he care? Like, just let that go and stop pursuing him. And if he doesn't do anything, if he doesn't come to you, if he doesn't try to fix this or manifest anything with you, then that's your answer to let it go. Because no matter how much we want something, no matter how much we wait, no matter how much we do, if somebody's not going to take action on their feelings, we can't do anything about it. We can't make them do that. And putting your life on hold is only going to hurt you and hinder you and cause these burdens that just get heavier and heavier and heavier to carry. So at some point, we got to be like, it's time to love myself, and it's time to see what manifests as a result of that love of myself. And it doesn't mean you hate them. It doesn't mean that you won't be with them ever. It doesn't mean that you gave up. It just means that you're no longer actively pursuing somebody that's not pursuing you, and you give the space that's needed for that person to come fill up that space. You show the value that you have on yourself, because right now, you're this person that's, like, all burdened, and you're, like, you know, like, I feel like they don't want you to give up, but they want you to let go of the burden. They want you to let go of the, like, this is heavy, this is difficult, this is, like, you know, like, I'm just going to keep giving to this person that's not giving to me. Even if you're not giving to them verbally or physically, you're still giving them energetically by thinking about them, wanting them, desiring them, and, like, placing them on a pedestal, which then places them out of reach, so you can't get to them because they're up there and you're down here. So instead of looking at them like that, love yourself up to the same level, see them at eye to eye, and realize that they're not magical creatures. There's nothing about them that, like, can't be found somewhere else. And with the Queen of, you know, Pentacles, this is like finding your value and worth and the respect for yourself to not be like putting yourself into that position where it's like, I'm giving all and I'm getting nothing, and I'm, you know, projecting this beautiful person, like this amazing thing out there into the world, but in reality it's not really that beautiful, because if it was, he'd be reciprocating, he'd be doing what he should be doing as somebody that has these emotions. But when we show the value and our worth on ourselves, that we're like, all right, if you're not going to pursue me or show any value on me that you have about me, then like I'm not going to continuously be part of this. It pushes people who actually care to show you that they care, or it gets rid of them altogether. But that's the difficult thing, is like we've got to come to terms with that. Like they're either going to step up or they're going to step off. And if they step off, it sucks because you felt all that way and you wasted all that time. But then you're not wasting more time going further down the road of what's going to happen. Does he like me? Doesn't he like me? Is he going to come back? Is he going to go here? Is he going to go there? But I do have the King of Pentacles now too. So I feel like you definitely have a strong connection with this person. I feel like you guys have like an energetic thing. Like he knows your value. He knows that you're good. He knows that you're worthy of his love. He has the emotional connection for you. He feels these feelings for you. I feel like the trick here is you need to take the next level step to yourself, to evolve, to see your own value, to see the love that you have for yourself, to embody that. And that's where you're going to get your union from, is when you truly feel amazing about who you are and what you bring to the table, and you know that like what you deserve, and you don't settle for less than that, you know. Like if he does contact you and he only gives you a little bit of in energy, or he doesn't like follow through with communication, and he like kind of dips around and is in and out and back and forth and hanging around, and he's not doing anything, you got to show him a different perspective, and realizing that he can lose you altogether if he doesn't get his shit together and step up. You're going to step off. You're going to walk away. And by doing that, he should meet you at that new level that you're at, and be the lover that you're looking for. But you've got to get rid of that energetic conflict. You've got to get rid of that chaos. You got to get rid of, look at this, 555. You got all the fives. You've got to change what's happening here. You've got to get rid of that feeling of feeling defeated. You got to get rid of that feeling of feeling left out in the cold. And you got to get rid of that feeling of chaos and conflict within this situation, so that you guys can choose to be with each other, and choose and also make the difficult choice of walking away from him if he's not going to do that. So it's basically yes and no. Like should you keep giving? Like should you give up? No. Don't entirely give up. But should you continuously like do what you've been doing? Probably not. You probably want to shift what you've been doing a little bit, and see how that manifests as you go forward. All right. So Angie, all right, 20 is the feelings of the twin flame and what's going to happen. You get the Lovers out the gate. All right. So, Angie, the feelings, I feel like the person that you're connected to, like their feelings for you, they do have romantic feelings towards you. Like they feel like that soul connection. Like this is somebody that I have a soul connection with. Like this is somebody that feels good. This is somebody that I'm attracted to, that like there's an intensity there. There's something that's like magnetic, charismatic, something that like you can't deny. Even if you wanted to deny it, you can't deny it. Like if you guys were out and about somewhere and you ran into each other, it's not the type of person that you can just be like, oh, like I'm just gonna pretend you don't exist. It's like, like pulls you right in. And like I feel like they like looking into your eyes, or there's something about your eyes that they really like. But with the Ace of Cups, I do feel like there will be a new start here. We have the Ace of Cups, so it's like a new beginning in love. But I feel like there's already been like a painful ending. There's already been some difficulties. There's already been some imbalance. Like, you may have given more than you received, or he may have felt like he gave more than he received, but I feel like it's most likely that you probably gave more than you got. And I feel like things need to twist. Things need to spin into a new direction here. Which I feel like they will. I do feel like there's going to be a new start between you. And I feel like it's something that you guys aren't going to be able to deny. You know what I mean? Like, this is something that fate has, like, in store for you, is that stuff's going to change. Things are going to spin into a whole new direction. There will be a new start between you guys, a fresh beginning, and that magnetic, charismatic thing is going to pull you together. But I feel like there has to be an end of the imbalance. So if you are continuing to, like all of the things that I just said in the last reading, where it was like, if you're constantly thinking about this person, and you're constantly sending energy in their direction, and you check in on them, like through readings, or you check on their social media, or you just think about them a lot, that is imbalance. Like, we need to put an end to the constantly giving our energy to this person, because what that's doing, whether they're conscious of it or not, is pushing them away. Because men, if it's a man in his masculine energy, he should want to pursue, protect, provide. Like, that's a natural, innate drive inside of men, is they want to chase. They want to chase you. They want to pursue you. They want to try to get you in bed. They want to try and, show you their fancy car. They want to try and impress you to get you to do, things with them. But when you're like, here I am, I'll sleep with you right now, you don't have to show me anything, it takes away their natural instincts and drive to pursue you. And every time you think of them, every time you check a reading, every time you look at their social media, you're sending more of that energy in their direction that continues to push them away from you. Whether they know why or not, it happens. But when you start to, like, rail that in and pull that all off of them, you put an end to that imbalance in the energy. When you stop watching all the readings all the time, and you stop looking at the social media all the time, when you stop thinking of them 24/7, it, like, reverts that energy back, and it gets rid of this imbalance that's happening, puts an end to that situation, and it reestablishes that magnetic, charismatic thing that's there, and it's going to pull him in towards you. And I know it works, because I've had it happen many times. Whenever I want to manifest something with a particular person, it works. Like, it does not fail. It, like, always happens, even when I don't want to. Most when I don't want things to happen, I have, like, a swarm of men that are like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, I don't want men right now. But that's how women and men are kind of meant to be set up. Not every situation is like that, because sometimes you get a man that's kind of feminine, or you get a woman that's really masculine. Like, I go into my masculine energy a lot, so I tend to push men away. But when I want a man, I can get one. And it's all just about leaning back and being feminine and being receptive, and not, giving away too much too soon. Even just, like, communicating, when you speak to somebody, you don't want to tell them everything immediately, because then they don't have anything that they wonder about you. Like, you want to have an air of mystery. You want to have a little bit of that, like, like, there's magical there. There's something that's drawing them to you. They want to get to know you. They want to feel that, like, that pull. Like, what's going on behind those eyes? What's going on behind that smile? So I feel like transmutation is needed in this situation. But I do think that things will, manifest in a better direction for you guys if you can do that. Like, just pull your energy off and take baby steps. You don't have to do it overnight. Like, I used to be addicted to watching readings, and I was addicted to, like, checking that person's social media, and I was addicted to, like, thinking about them 24/7, and I slowly weaned myself off. I stopped watching readings. I stopped looking at their social accounts. I stopped using certain social accounts altogether that they are on. And I noticed that, like, now I very rarely think about that person unless they come up when I'm doing, like, a reading or something like this. Like, I'm not constantly like, what do they think? What do they feel? What are they doing? Like, I was crazy. You get 2 on the floor, too. So, you got the wheel and the strength, which is how I've ended all the other girls' readings, most of them. Angie, yeah, I'm doing yours now. So you can, reverse for yours. But basically, I feel like the strength is needed on both parts. I feel like he's going to need strength to overcome his ego, and you're going to need strength to overcome what's been playing out right now, and that your destiny is set to turn in a new direction. Things will manifest in a better way. You will be that magnetic, charismatic, sexual seductress that you need to be to pull him in. But you got to change your perspective up a little bit and like shift your energy a little bit. All right. Hi, Floor. We're already done. I took payments for the first 30 minutes, and now I'm on an hour 20, and I'm finishing up all the people who paid. But I'll do this again next month at the same time. The third, what is it? The fourth Wednesday? I think I'm doing the fourth Wednesday of every month. I'm going to go live and do this for you guys. And I might do one on my Instagram too, like just randomly, sporadically. So if you follow me on Instagram, it's Divine Essential. And then if you become a Divine Darling, I upload readings almost as often as I can for the Divine Darlings on this channel. And I do live readings for them, which are free, on the second Wednesday of the month. So second Wednesdays and fourth Wednesdays, I do live readings at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. First 30 minutes is when I take the questions on this one. And then my Divine Darlings, I kind of just keep it open for a few hours and I hang out with them and I do free readings with them. All right, so Melissa wants general love messages. You get the King of Cups again. See, it's like everybody gets the same cards. And now you get the Knight of Wands and the Ace of Swords. And there's the Queen of Cups, the best friend, and the Sun. Alright, so basically with general love here, ooh, you got the Ace of Cups. You got two aces, and the Two of Cups, and the Strength card that everybody else got tonight. And the Queen of Pentacles. Alright, so let's see what's going on here. I feel like general in love, I feel like there is probably somebody out there that has some love feelings for you. Or there's going to be somebody coming in with some love feelings for you, because the king is the emotional king. He's the one that belongs beside her. I feel like the answer to this situation, like for you to, I really feel like there's kind of like two readings here, because you got two aces on the board, and you got the Two of Cups, and with the Knight of Wands, I feel like there may have possibly already been somebody involved in your life that has come and gone, okay? So I feel like there's a possibility that the dude that comes and goes, or the person that's been there and then left and then came and then left, they may have some feelings for you that they may want to rekindle or re-spark or bring some new communication or a new beginning in the romantic department between the two of you, and that there may be a higher level commitment there or some soul contract there that you guys need to work out. Because I got the King and Queen here that belong together, and they're the romantic ones, and I just, I feel like there's something significant that may already exist in your romantic life that needs to be worked out. Like there's clarity that's needed, and I feel like it's surrounding your value and worth, which seems to be like a thing in this situation, like these situations. People who come to my channel, people who resonate with my stuff, it's like self-value, self-worth. Like we need it. We suffer with that problem. We don't look in the mirror and be like, oh my god, she's gorgeous and amazing and I love her so much and she deserves the best in the whole wide world and I'm going to make sure she gets that. We're kind of like, I'm going to settle for shit and I'm going to settle for assholes and I kind of don't really deserve this. And we do it with the things that we eat, we do it with the things that we feel, we do it with the things that we say to ourselves, we do it with everything. And society has set us up to fail miserably with that too, because it's like, oh, look at this magazine of this photoshopped person that's already got like tons of like body work done to themselves and is not anywhere near being realistic or real, but this is what you're going to look at and compare yourself to. And then with the food that we have available to us, is like all of it's like processed and gross and just like makes you sick. So it's like, we might want to like feed our emotions sometimes with stuff that's not going to help us.
And then we have dudes out there who have emotions for us but like to play games and come and go and ghost and do crazy shit. So that doesn't help the whole this case of being like, I'm amazing, I must be, because I'm just treated so well by men. So I feel like that's kind of like the thing here for a lot of people is like we've got to overcome the ass behaviors that we deal with, like, and not let it dictate how we feel about ourselves. We also have to find the strength to not let our egos destroy us and be like, I don't deserve this, or I'm going to treat myself this way, or I'm going to think this about myself, or I'm going to say that because, you know, whatever reasoning behind it, whatever we've seen growing up, whatever we've dealt with our families, our friends, with our significant others. There's a lot to overcome. So I feel like that's your main thing, is to find some clarity surrounding your value and worth. And when you do, the type of shit like this won't happen anymore. And the strength will be there to not listen to that voice in the back of the head that tells you you're not good enough, you're not smart enough, you can't do what you want to do. You can do whatever you want to do, and you can be whatever you want to be. But you got to change up the thoughts that you're thinking in regards to that. Like, you got to, you know, think it, speak it, exist within it, and feel it and vibrate it out and attract it in. But I do feel like also there's a possibility that you might be attracting in new love as well. Like, you may have somebody that's been around for a while that has some feelings for you and all of that. But I feel like as you're doing this, as you're figuring out your value and your worth, and you're healing and you're growing and you're, you know, ascending, taking that next level commitment to yourself to like rise up and not let society and dudes be the demise of yourself, I feel like you're attracting in a new beginning in love, possibly with the dude that you've already connected with in the past, but also somebody else that wants to show up and have, you know, actual mature relationship with you. And it may show you what you deserve, so that when you end up dealing with this person again, you don't settle for less. Like, there may be somebody out there that's like, hey, we're going to send this person in to show you what you deserve, to show you what you should have, to show you what you want, you know, like to even give you an idea of what you should want. Because a lot of us are like, I really want this guy that treats me like shit. I love him so much. Like, he doesn't call, he doesn't talk to me, he doesn't come near me, but he's the one. Like, he's the best one ever. Which is great, crazy, but we do. And a lot of times it's like we want what we can't have too. Sometimes I think there's a little bit of that in there, but I feel like there's gonna be like somebody that shows up to kind of teach you like what you truly do deserve, and then through learning that and like embodying that fully and knowing what you deserve and emanating that out there and not settling for less and not dealing with the in and out, back and forth, I don't know what I feel bullshit behavior. When you do end up dealing with people like that in the future, they're going to have to step up or put out, you know, like get away. Like, they either going to give to you what they should be giving to you, or they're going to get out of there, because you're not going to put up with it anymore, because you're going to know what you deserve and you're going to know what you can receive. You're going to be able to understand what a vulnerable, authentic offer is. You're going to be able to know, like, oh, like, that's what, like, a date feels like, and that's what that feels like, and that's what, like, it's nice when somebody brings me flowers and, like, communicates that they like me. Wow. That's how we figure out what our ultimate fulfillment is, and that's how we become the star of the show. We rise up and we make our wishes and dreams come true, is by learning it and then working with somebody to build it. And I feel like the other dude that's been around may have the potential to do it, but I feel like it's going to take them a while to get there. So you may have somebody show up that you end up dealing with as like a fill-in, you know, like a soul contract. And we have that happen a lot. Like, I've known a person that I dealt with for 20-something years, and it was like, met them, left for 10, came back, left for another 10, came back. Like, and in those times away, there was other people that I had to deal with. There was other contracts that I had to be, you know, connected to and learn those lessons and go through the bullshit I went through, so that I could learn things that I didn't want and, like, you know, start to correct things that needed to be corrected and figure things out. So there may be somebody out there that you still have like a little bit of an unfinished thing with. Doesn't mean that you're going to be with them for 100 years. You may go on one date with them and learn everything you need to learn from them. But I feel like there's somebody out there that may show up that's going to help you to rise into your star energy, to have your wishes come true. Like, they're going to be a catalyst in some way to teach you what you deserve. All right. So, Mary E. I need a sip of my drink. All right. Mary E., how is Josh? I don't know. How is he? Any advice about marriage? All right. So you're asking about Josh. And then you're asking about your upcoming marriage. So I'm assuming Josh and marriage are two separate things because you probably would know how your future husband is, unless it's like an arranged marriage and you don't know him yet. But we'll see what happens. Oh gosh. So we've got the Devil, we've got the Ten of Swords, and we've got the Six of Pentacles, which this is like imbalanced, not good energy, like somebody's getting more than they should be type of vibration. And then this is a painful ending. This is like, ouch, like this hurts, like I'm not enjoying this. And then this is Devil, toxic, karmic energy. So I feel like Josh may not be doing so good right now. Like he may be going through a painful ending in a situation that's been very imbalanced in his life. And I feel like that may be leading to his transformation, like overcoming some stuff. But I feel like basically this Devil energy, like I'm kind of picking up, like I don't know why this is coming through, but like he may be dealing with a person, like he may have had a romantic person or something that was a toxic relationship that was like not good, like not healthy for him, like it was something that was imbalanced, that wasn't good. And that doesn't have to be romantic. It could have been a friend, could have been a friend, could have been a family member, could have been, you know, somebody they worked with. It could be anybody. But I feel like there's been something very imbalanced around him, something very toxic and karmic. It could even be like he had an addiction, or he had a belief system that was like, you know, causing him to be very imbalanced in the way that he thought, the way that he spoke, the way that he is. But I do feel like he's coming to an end of that, but I feel like it's painful. Like he's not, it's even, and most of them are. Like, say you're in a toxic relationship with somebody, like, I see it all the time. Like, my sister's in a toxic relationship, and it's like, she would like to end it, but it's not easy. It's not like you just get up and walk out. And I know because I've been there. And I feel like that's the type of thing that he's going through. So, like, it could be like him trying to break an addiction to a situation that's not healthy for him, or break an addiction to something like a substance. But there's something around him that's like been draining him and sucking away his life force energy, but he's like used to it. He's like addicted to it. And when we're in toxic karmic relationships, we get like that. We're like, ooh, like, let me get another hit of that, like, adrenaline rush from fighting and, like, screaming and, like, having a toxic relationship. Woo! It's like you just get sucked into it. So I feel like there's been something like that around him, but I feel like it's coming to an end, and he's going to be transmuting that type of energy, collecting all the tools that he needs to move forward from it in a much better direction, with a new perspective. I feel like it's something that you may have been waiting for. Like, you may have even known that he was, like, dealing with something that's not so good for him, and you may be like, is he going to get out of there? Is he going to, like, get, you know, his shit together? Is he going to come out the other side of this? And I feel like he is. Like, the King of Wands is somebody that overcomes the stuff that they've been in. They turn it into motivation for their future. So whatever's been happening in his life that's been kind of shitty, imbalanced, not good, toxic, or karmic, I do think, you know, he's going to outgrow that and get out of there. Now, for you, I feel like with your future marriage, I think that you're going to be good as a wife. Like, you've got the Empress coming here, so this is like the divine feminine embodiment. This is the nurturer. This is the lover. This is the mother. She's like the one that, like, loves everybody, like, takes care of everybody, but she takes care of herself first and foremost. Like, she's not like, let me give to you all and just suck myself dry and then, you know, have nothing left to give. She makes sure that she replenishes herself and takes care of what she needs, and then she takes care of others. But I feel like your future situation is going to be good. Like, you're going to feel empowered there. I feel like you're going to be like the nurturer, the mother, the divine feminine. It's probably going to put you more into a place of being in touch with your inner divine feminine. Like, how to be, you know, more so like nurturer, know how to be like the mother, the lover. the high priestess type. Like, just tap into your different archetypes. Like, women have the ability to tap into multiple forces within ourselves. Like, we can be like the maiden, we can be like the princess, we can be like the empress, we can be the high priestess, we can be like we can be the seductress, we can be all of these things. And I feel like by this new situation you're going into, it's going to teach you how to like kind of tap into different versions of yourself and be more in touch with like that sexual inner part of you, and feel more confident with being a feminine woman and just like owning that power and just being a stronger version of you. And then we have the Five of Swords and the Fool. So I feel like if you've been feeling defeated in any area at all, like if things haven't been working in your favor, or like, you know, something hasn't been right, because the Five of Swords is like conflict, defeat, like not good. I feel like that's not, like, I feel like anything that hasn't been good or has, like, just left you feeling defeated or upset in any way, I feel like it's going to come to an end, and it's going to be like a new, like, this new beginning is, like, your leap of faith into something new. It's into, like, a new beginning where it's, like, things are going to be better. I feel like you might have a tendency to protect yourself or hold back, and that may be because of, you know, coming out of stuff that was not good for you, or coming out of situations that were, you know, left you feeling like, I gotta protect myself, I gotta, like, hoard my money, I gotta keep my stuff safe, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. Try not to do that, because when we do that, when we're like, mine, protect, go into defense mode, we block ourselves from abundance and blessings and things from the universe that want to come to us. So try to just embrace this new beginning as a passionate new start, where, like, good things can happen, stuff can manifest into your life. Try not to feel like lack or separate from what, I feel like there's a part of you that wants something that you can't have. And try not to do that. Like, try not to focus on that. Try to focus on gratitude, because the more you focus on what you have and what you are grateful for, the more blessings and opportunities Spirit will give to you. And that's when things start taking action in your life. That's when things start manifesting better. And, like, the right partnership shows up in regards to your, you know, everything. Like, your love, your finance, your, you know, emotions with yourself, the way that you show up in the world. And you can overcome any conflict, chaos, or competition vibration that there is. And, you know, be with your emperor. So there's, you know, the emperor and the empress will end up together. If you feel like the person that you're getting married to is not the emperor, I feel like you will eventually end up with that person anyways. But I feel like you are destined to be with your emperor. So if you feel like the person that you're going to be connecting with is your emperor, I think, you know, just focus on that. Like, focus on, like, you know, balance, focus on the good, focus on the positive, and don't let anything you've been through in the past deter you from creating something beautiful right now. So also focus on your grounded, stable, like, type of energy, like being grounded, stable, connected to yourself, knowing your value and your worth, and looking at this as an opportunity for new beginning of emotional support in your life. Okay. Lolita. Hold on one second. I just need to use the ladies' room. It's already midnight. I've been on for almost 2 hours.
babies.
All my wieners are like, she's up, she's up. And then they're like, she's not up. All right, Lolita. I got Lolita, then I got Ines, then I got Ines, and then I've got Artie, and then I got Brianna, Jenna, Keisha, Ines, and then I have like 2 people on the other page. What is it? 2 or 3 people, I can't remember. There was Quinn, B Hubby, Maya, and then Cat. All right. So, let's go. Lolita, what does Spirit want you to know about your connection? Let's find out. 1, 2, 3. Me. Thank you, Anais. All right, so what Spirit... I just got a weird message. Sorry. I had to change my phone thing because I literally do not get, like, any of my messages anymore. So I went into the settings and, like, even my Facebook, like, the little, you know, the little thing that pops up when you get a Facebook message? My phone doesn't do that. Like, it doesn't pop up to tell me I've got a Facebook message. It doesn't pop up to tell me I've got text message. It doesn't ever tell me anything. So I changed settings today, and now I get these little bubble pop-ups for everything. It's like, I don't want that. So I just got some weird pop-up that was like, let's go to a function, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what it is. But yes, Lolita, what Spirit wants you to know about your connection. You've got the 4 of Swords right out the gate. And then you got the Hierophant. So I feel like Spirit's letting you know that there's like a higher level connection there. Like there's a spiritual, like, you know, twin flame, divine counterpart, something, you know, divine. If you also got the Lovers here. So with the Lovers, this is again like signifying to me that there's like a significant love connection. Like this is your soul person. This is the person that, you know, there's something there that you're supposed to deal with on a higher level. The Hierophant to me is like a higher level spiritual commitment. There's something, you know, significant. There's something that, you know, is beyond the 2 of you that you can't like, you know, wiggle yourself out of. And then the 4 of Swords is healing. So I feel like most twin flame journeys, it's about healing. And a lot of times people want the fast track to union without healing. They're like, I want my union now, and I'm going to get it. But we need to, like, you know, get, we need to be able to, like, get there a little bit differently. Like, we need to be like, okay, like, I want to do, like, the process to get there in the most beneficial way for myself. So I do feel like things are going to, you know, spin in a new direction for you guys. Like whatever you've been doing up until this point that hasn't maybe necessarily been the best. Because I look at the Wheel of Fortune as like it's a destined turn of events that's going to start putting things into a much better position. Like it's going to be more beneficial. It's going to be happy. It's going to be good. It's going to be like, yay, I'm happy that I just had that happen. It may show up as an illusion. It may show up as like, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. But it might heal you. It might push you to grow. It might help you to overcome something that you needed to overcome, or to learn something you needed to learn, or to do something you needed to do, so that you would walk away from a certain particular, you know, behavior, or a certain particular thought, or a certain particular circumstance between you and another person. And then when you get, you know, through that, when you walk away from whatever it is that's been keeping you sad or keeping you down or keeping you from the manifestation of what you're really wanting in your life, you'll start to see through the illusion of like, oh, that's not what that was. That was like when we go through something in the moment, we're like, this is the worst thing ever, and I can't believe this happened, and oh my God, everything sucks, and I'm dead, like worst ever. And then like 6 weeks later, we're like, that was the best thing that could have possibly happened, because if that didn't happen, then this wouldn't happen, and now I'm much happier. So I feel like there's going to be something like that kind of transpires for you, that it may appear at first that like this is really bad and I don't like this, like something like this person may do something or say something, or you see something. Don't necessarily look at it at face value. Like, look deeper into the meaning of stuff, look deeper with your intuition, and like from a place of self-love, and just trying to like figure out like what could be the lesson here, rather than taking on things as a victim. So many people want to be a victim of everything that happens, like I'm a victim, and if you keep putting that out there, you stay there. That's all you create, is you get to be a victim of something bad, or you can be the person that overcomes something bad and makes yourself, into a better version of yourself that sees beyond the illusion of the bullshit of the 3D and into the 5D, where like everything's connected and everything makes sense and everything has its purpose. And that's when you get into that higher level connection, and you get into that spiritual healing, and you start spinning the events into your favor, because now you're creating from a better place, from a better position, and you attract better outcomes for yourself. So I feel like good things are going to manifest for you, but they may not appear that way right out the gate. You might be like, what the hell is that? Like, why would this happen to me? But yeah, I feel like it's not going to be necessarily what it seems at first. So don't assume the worst. Yeah, because then I got the Queen of Swords here and the Two of Cups. So if you assume the worst, if you like start going to those negative places that a lot of us tend to go to when it comes to what we want or what we are dealing with or what we see, you're going to block your Two of Cups, which is your partnership, your divine counterpart, the manifestation of the union that most people are trying to get to. But a lot of times we block it by believing that we're a victim of a circumstance, or by thinking that we need to do certain things a certain way, and just completely disregarding like anything outside of us. It's cognitive dissonance that a lot of us get, where we're like, this is what I believe and this is what I'm gonna believe, and I don't care what anybody else believes because it's whatever. So try to not do that to yourself. Try to be open to like possibilities. Try to be open to different interpretations of what's going on around you, and just like whatever's happening in your life, just allow things to flow, so that you don't get blocked from the manifestation of the partnership that you would like to have, in regards to anything. This could be like the partner for your career, this could be the partner for your whatever. Like, it could be like the perfect partnership of something that you would like to have, obviously. But if you are looking at circumstances in a negative way, you might block that opportunity. So make sure you're in this mode of like, I'm planting positive seeds, I'm growing good things into my life, see from multiple perspectives. I always try to do that. I always try to like look at things from like all views. Like, I try to look from another person's perspective, my perspective, other people's perspective, family members' perspective, people I don't know's perspective, because that's the only way you really get like a true understanding of things. Or like, it helps you to like get out of like that one set mind that usually blocks us from the things that we want. But it looks like you're going to be headed towards victory in your life. Good things can be manifesting for you. There may be somebody that has a vulnerable, authentic offer to give to you, or a possible apology, depending on what the circumstances have been. I got the Seven of Swords here. So if someone has lied to you, stole from you, cheated on you, did anything that was negative, I feel like there may be a possible apology that will come from them that can, put an end to a situation that was not so good. And then you can, have love between you and that person again. Or it may just be the end of a time of a chapter where there's been self-sabotage, and you can get the vulnerable, authentic love that's going to be successful and take you forward in life in a good way. But don't let your anxiety sabotage you or block you from that. Yeah, you got the Devil here too now. So whatever's been karmic, whatever's been like a recurring thing in your life, whatever keeps happening over and over and over, you got to get rid of that. You got to like see what it is. Like, look at it from a different perspective. Like, why does this keep happening to me? You might not even recognize the pattern. You may not even see that, like, like when I was growing up, this happened with me and my dad, and then every guy that I've dated since then, I've had this dynamic where it's like the same thing happens, but it's a little bit different. Most of our stuff can be tied back to childhood, which can be tied back to our past lives. So doing inner child work and past life work is key when you want to heal anything to do with what's going on with you right now, for the most part, unless you were traumatized, abused, or like physically hurt later in life. then you have a very clear, like, oh, I was molested, so let me heal that. But if something happened in childhood, we got to figure out where it started and how it's repeating so we can get rid of it. And then, move forward in a better direction. But I do think that you'll be going into cooler, calmer, like, days ahead. Things are going to spin in a new way for you. Okay, Lolita. So, Anais, you feel he knows about the connection? In that he's been manifesting you. How does he feel about you? You haven't talked since April 2019. Honey, I'm busy. Hold on. Come here. What's the matter? What's the matter? I know. You're going to chair. Go in the chair. Go in the chair. Oh, go in the chair. Good boy. Stay in the chair. You going to stay? You going to stay with Mama? Okay? Okay? Don't be upset. That's my husband. He's a little upset. It's been 2 hours. He likes attention. A lot of it. We were playing before we started, and he's got mad because I stopped playing. Huh. How much you mean? You good boy? You good boy? You my handsome husband? Alright, so, Anais wants to know how he feels. What? I love you very much, but you're getting a little too much. A little too much. A little too much love. Alright, so how he feels about you. We have the 8 of Pentacles with the 2 of Pentacles that came out first. So I feel like he may be learning some lessons right now. Or like learning about you, or just like learning in general. Like there's something he's learning. But with the 2 of Pentacles, that can indicate like juggling too much. So I feel like he might have a lot on his plate and he's like trying to figure things out. That's kind of like the vibe I was getting, because those 2 cards came out together. So it's like he's got a lot that he's like got on his mind, or he's got a lot that he's dealing with in his life. But he's busy trying to like understand it. Like he's like, I want to know what this is. Like I want to figure this out. But then you see he's walking on a tightrope here, and it's difficult to, navigate. So I do think that, like, in regards to how he feels about you, that may be a situation, too, where he's still trying to, like, understand it. Like, he may be, like, confused, or just, like, why do I feel this way? Like, why is this so intense? Because most people who are dealing with twin flames, or those types of situations where it's, like, an intense soul connection, they start to feel, like, that way of like, why is it like this? Like, why do I have this intense feeling for this person? Why is there so much, intensity here? Why can't I forget this situation? Like, I've been doing this and that and the other thing, and anybody else in my life I've been able to like shake it off, but this person, I can't figure it out. And then if he's in a situation with another person, then obviously he would be juggling, having other stuff around that's going to cause some issues. And then we have the Queen of Cups with the 3 of Swords. So I feel like he kind of knows that he hurt you, or he may be picking up intuitively, like he may be connected to you energetically and feel your pain. Is what I was kind of feeling from that, because the 3 of Swords is like, I've got a heartache, I got my pain, my like heart is broken, and I feel like he's got pain too. But because the Queen of Cups came out, I feel like it's more so like, it's showing that like when he thinks about you or how he feels towards you, is that he knows that he hurt you, or he knows that you're hurting. Like there's a part of him that knows that, and I feel like he's trying to figure out how he feels about that, and like what to do about that, or how he could even handle that, because he's got other things in his life, so he can't give to you a balanced situation right now that like is equal and fair and just, to him, to you, to her, to anybody. It's like he may just really be confused and trying to figure out what should I do with this situation? And then, hi, we have the Wheel of Fortune. So again, with the, like a lot of people tonight got this card. Again, the same thing that I get from this is that at some point something's going to change here. There's going to be some destined thing that manifests or plays out that's going to spin stuff into a new direction. You may happen when you least suspect it. It may happen 20,000 years from now. Like, not that obviously that long, but it may just be like when we don't expect it, when we're not looking for it, like when we finally like let it go sometimes is when things like that happen, where it's like, we're like, you know what? I give up. I call whatever. I'm just going to let it go and I'm going to move on with my life. You go out that night to meet somebody and then boom, there he is. And it's like, oh, let's change this entire dynamic now because I released it, so now it can come. So a lot of that is in this, I find, for people too, is like they're so attached to like that person or a certain outcome that they want, but they're not even clear on the outcome that they want, because like in your circumstance, he's with another person. You don't really know how he feels. You haven't talked in a long time. So like I'm sure like there's an idea of like what you want to happen, or like what you would like for to be the circumstance that is existing between the two of you, but like seeing exactly how that's gonna play out is hard to do. It's hard to be like, okay, like he's gonna break up with her right now and say this and say that, and then tomorrow he's gonna call me and this and this and that. Like those, that's not like a normal thought process that we have like all the time. Like we're like, you know, seeing it exactly how it's gonna play out. But we still have that thing of like that uncertainty of like, I would like to be with this person somehow, some way. And so we don't really set it up into the universe for the universe to know how to deliver it. And then we don't really know like how we want it or how we're going to like handle it if it does show up. You know, like sometimes we want it so badly, but like when it does come and present it, if it were to come and present ourselves to us, we wouldn't even really know exactly how to like cope with it either. It'd be like, oh my god, ugh. And then you might mess it up because you didn't plan or prepare in any way for the desired outcome that you want. So I feel like right now would be a good time for you to also be like planning, you know, and like putting out to the universe what it is that you want from the situation, and like how you can see that manifesting in a good balanced way where like we're not like just hurting people just to hurt people, because I know a lot of people are like the karmic, she's toxic and blah. And I get that. Some people are dealing with horrible, toxic, karmic people. But there's still people and there's still karma that's involved for, like, us being like, let me wish ill upon you because you have the person that I want to be with. And also we have to remember that people have free will. So if he's with her, he's choosing his free will to be there and, you know, manifest something there. Because if he didn't, you know, if he was ready to leave, he would leave. But I feel like he's walking that tightrope, like, doesn't know what he wants, doesn't know what to do. He can feel your pain. He doesn't know how he feels about that. And then things are just imbalanced on both sides of the spectrum here, on your side and his side. But I do feel like at some point, you may get an apology, or you may get a vulnerable, authentic offer from him, and a passionate new beginning. Sorry, am I boring you? And a passionate new beginning from him that can like go somewhere good. But I feel like in order for this to manifest, like this like new turn of events, I feel like you need to have some clarity about like all of the details surrounding it, and like how you feel and how you would want that to play out, and like in a good way, you know, like how can we manifest that happening in a good way where people aren't getting hurt for no reason at all, and we're not like just coming from our own ego or our own wants and desires. Like we're coming from the best for him, the best for her, the best for you, like putting that into the mix. Because when we come from a good place, we usually create good things. But when we come from a place of like self-serving or just like uncertainty, nothing manifests, or shit manifests that we really don't want to happen. So try to get clear on that stuff, I think would be helpful. And yeah, I feel like he does have feelings for you that he's a little confused about, and that he's definitely walking that tightrope of I don't know what to do, and can feel your pain and has his own pain and his own bullshit to handle as well. So we're going to go down to the next one, which is another Anais question. And that one is what's going on with his 8-year karmic relationship. So you guys stand up a minute, buddy. There you go. Thank you. You good boy. You good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. You sliding? Are you sliding on the table? Are you sliding on the table? The tablecloth is sliding underneath his paws. I give you my hand in 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh boy. Oh boy. Good boy. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. You're so nice. You're such a nice boy. You're such a good boy. I love you so much. I love you so much. Gentle kissing. Gentle boy. Gentle boy. Gentle boy. You're a good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. You gonna bite me? You gonna bite you? You gonna bite you back? You gonna bite you back? You gonna bite you back? Aww. You tired? Are you tired, Mina? I don't like that. You bite me? I bite you back. Hold on, I just gotta shuffle. I gotta shuffle. All right, we got enough. We got enough. Here you go. All right. Okay, so for this karmic relationship that he's been in for 8 years, we again have the Two of Pentacles that came out for the first card. So I feel like this is something like kind of giving us clarity on the last thing where I was like, I feel like he's juggling stuff and he doesn't know what to do right now. And he's like kind of back and forth and like, you know, whatever. He's just kind of having a hard time with stuff. With the Two of Pentacles, I feel like this is basically like kind of indicating like that relationship is one of those areas that he's having a hard time with. Like he doesn't know what to do with it. He doesn't know what he should be doing. He doesn't know what he wants. And I feel like there's a part of you in the mix of that, you know, like him feeling you, him having that soul connection to you. There's like that's causing a little bit of this like I don't know what to do. I don't know where I should go with myself. I don't know what I should say. Oh boy. This one's serious. And then with the King of Pentacles, I feel like there's a part of him that's very committed and stable and loyal. Like he's actually like a good guy. Like a lot of guys nowadays are like, screw it, like I'm not happy here. Instead of like, you know, walking this tightrope, they're like, I'm just gonna bang bitches on the side and I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that and I'm just gonna leave because I don't like you anymore. I'm not gonna think about it. I'm not gonna worry about it. But I feel like he's more so like the type that's like, I committed to this person. I'm gonna stay with this person because that's the right thing to do. Like I feel like there's a part of him that feels that way. Like he's kind of like, he's a good guy. Like he doesn't want to hurt her unnecessarily. He doesn't want to hurt you. He hurts because you're hurt. He hurts if she hurts. Like he actually gives a shit, which is a good thing. I know we probably don't want that to be like, you know, like we don't want him to care about her as much as he does, but he does. He's been with her that long. He's gonna have that emotional bond with her. He's gonna feel badly about it. It doesn't mean that he's happy there. It just means that he's a nice guy that has a good heart. And I feel like he's very romantic and very like he believes in like keeping his word or keeping, you know, something there. For some reason, that's the type of vibe I'm getting from this. I could be wrong, but I do kind of get that vibe that there's something there that he feels almost like obligated, like he's supposed to be there, and that it's very unbalanced at this point. Like he's not getting what he wants, he's not getting what he needs, he's not getting, you know, the like happiness and the love that like he would probably prefer to have. And I do feel like it will eventually end. Like it's not going to last forever. It's going to be painful, and that's what he's trying to like avoid. He's trying to avoid a painful ending, but you can't. It's going to end and it's going to be painful, no matter what, like if you're unhappy and you're not, you're walking that tightrope and you're thinking like these things and you're feeling these feelings, eventually it's going to end. But a lot of times we stay way too long. We stay past the expiration date and we think that we owe it to this person or that this person needs us in some way. And she may be very good at making him feel that way. She may be a manipulator that's like, oh, but I need you. I can't live without you. What will I do? Blah, blah, blah. Don't ever leave me. I'll die. Like, if you leave me, I'll kill myself. Like, there's people out there that are like that. And good people with good hearts stay because they don't want to be responsible for the person that, kills themselves. So I do feel like there is a higher level commitment in all of this, even like with her. You don't stay with someone for 8 years just because. Like, I feel like there is a spiritual aspect to it, not necessarily that she's like the twin flame or that they're divine counterparts or anything like that. I just feel like there's something there that's like spirit. There's a lesson he needs to learn. There's a lesson she needs to learn, and there's probably a lesson you need to learn in all of that, so that things can kind of have a benefit in the end. It may not feel very beneficial in the moment. It may not feel like, yay, that's great. But I think inevitably in the end, when the painful ending happens and the imbalance that's happening ends, and this person can kind of like take that loyal, loving, romantic heart to where they would like to bring it, then it's going to make sense and things will be much better. And you'll be grateful at that point that you have a guy that isn't going to just up and leave you randomly. That's not like, it's going to take him it's going to take a lot for him to go. Like, it's going to take, time and years and thoughts and just like, tearing himself up inside to make that decision. But it is a decision I feel like he will make, and that there will be a death of that situation, and that there'll be like a rebirth, like a new beginning, something where he, starts over and comes out of that energy and has like a passionate new beginning in his life. He doesn't have to be in that situation anymore. He has the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Wands. So definitely a new beginning, most likely that comes towards you when he walks away from her. So as of right now, I feel like it's basically like he's not sure what to do, but I do think he will make the decision in the end to have the Four of Wands, Twin Flame 11-11 union with you, and that this third-party situation will end and become a celebration of reconciliation between the two of you, and he just needs to be the fool and take that leap of faith into that direction with you. All right? What's your matter, serious monster? This is serious monster. All right, Artsy Love, we're going to do a little love prediction for her birthday, just to say happy birthday. So whoever was like, because of money or whatever, this is my free one. And I will do free ones again, but I need to figure out how to do a free one without getting stuck on here for 8 hours, because that kills me. I mean, it's already 2 hours and I only did 30 minutes of taking questions, so that shows you, like, when it's free, it just doesn't end. And people are like, can I ask? Can I ask? Can I ask? Can I ask? Like, no. Go away. I need to sleep. Hi, Sirius. It's okay. It's okay. Yes, it's okay. It's okay. You good boy. You good boy. You good boy. Yes. What's the matter? What's the matter? Oh, I know. It's a good boy. Okay. 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 You got the 10 of Pentacles. And a kiss. And a 2 of Cups. A 2 of Cups and a 10 of Pentacles right out the gate. Oh my goodness. That's a great cards. The 10 of Pentacles is ultimate fulfillment. It's our dream life, our dream destination, our dream partner. He's got to turn around for that. And I feel like, with the 2 of Cups coming out with that, that's like, this is the spiritual partner that everybody wants. Like, this is the person you're meant to be with. They're going to mirror you. They're going to show you things about yourself. They're going to teach you lessons. They're going to be great. So I feel like prediction coming forward or moving forward for you, Artsy Love, this is your birthday reading. is that good things are going to be manifesting between you and whoever you would consider to be like your soulmate, your twin flame, your divine counterpart. If you don't know who that is yet, I feel like they're probably not too far away from you. If you do know who they are, I feel like things can, manifest in a good way between the two of you. If there's been an ending between you guys, I feel like there'll be a passionate new start. And if there's somebody that, like, if this is new love, like you've never met this person yet, you don't really have anybody in mind, then like a passionate new beginning will manifest with somebody pretty soon. We do have the Eight of Cups here, so could it be that like this person had walked away from you in the past, and there's going to be like a resurrection of that situation, like them coming back to you? Or this could be that you're walking away from a part of yourself, like a feeling that hasn't been fulfilling you, that's been making you feel sad or alone or whatever. Because if we sit around feeling sad and we're like, I'm miserable and I'm unhappy and I don't have the love that I want and blah, 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 and we focus on that and we feel that and we ripple that out, that's what we continue to attract. So I feel like if you, walk away from any feelings like that, you may be able to get like that passionate new start that's going to lead to your ultimate fulfillment with somebody that's going to be really good for you. And anything that's been imbalanced in regards to love, I feel like is going to be coming to an end too. Like if you've constantly find yourself in situations where you're giving all the attention, you're giving all the time, you're the one that's messaging these people and, doing things and taking action, I feel like that's something that's going to come to an end, because the Six of Pentacles is in reverse here. So it's like, this is usually like, things aren't balanced, things aren't good, somebody's getting more than the other. I feel like if that's been the case, that's going to no longer be the case. And then we have the Sun. So with the Sun, I feel like there's going to be some clarity, illumination. Possibly this could be also the divine masculine energy, like whoever your divine masculine is, that's your Two of Cups, whoever, you're so, like, you may have the clarity of finding out who they are, or you may already clearly know who they are and clarity will happen surrounding them, but you might need to trust your intuition surrounding that situation of like going within and like trusting your gut. Because a lot of us, what we do is, instead of trusting our gut or our intuition, is we go to fear and anxiety and we're like, that's my intuition, and it's usually not the intuition that we're listening to. It's like the fear in our gut that's like, call him. It's like, that's not intuition. Your intuition would be like, chill out and relax and like, do something with your time other than be super focused on this. And our, anxiety's like, like crazy person that's like telling us to do things that we probably know deep down we shouldn't. So I feel like as long as you listen to your intuition while you're navigating love, you'll have clarity, you'll have illumination, you'll find the divine masculine that you're supposed to be connected with for your Ten of Cups, your happy ending, your happy ever after. So, definitely looks like a positive thing for you moving forward. I feel like you're going to get the person that you've wanted, the destination you've wanted to live in, the Two of Cups, the Ten of Cups. I mean, I can't really give you much better cards than that. And you get the King of Wands, so if there's been somebody that's been kind of like not showing up, or somebody that's been like, unsure of stuff, like self-sabotaging, they kind of like just don't do what they should do, or there was a painful situation between you and somebody, they may find the motivation to overcome that part of themselves and like step up in a new way and give you a whole new version of themselves, a whole new version of reality that's much better moving forward for this year, for your birthday. So happy birthday. All right, Brianna, she said, you told Josh about being, you told him about the twin flame concept, and you're asking if he is dealing with a karmic, and that you are in daily communication, but he's in one place, you're in another place, you're both from the same place, but you're not sure if he's got a karmic or not. You kind of just like talk, but like don't talk about that. So we'll see what comes through. I need my hand, buddy. Can I have my hand? Can you stand up? Can you stand right there? Good boy. Just a minute. Just a minute. Okay. They have such a hard time with it because the blanket moves, or the tablecloth moves when they're like, they just keep going. Alright. I've got 5 of these dogs in my room with me. And the boys, the 2 boys are the clean ones. The girls are good. They're very independent. Alright, so with Josh, the first card that I had come out was the Lovers, which is kind of hard, like, for this question, because you're like, is he dealing with a karmic? And I'm going to put this out there like this, too. Like, sometimes when we think things, like we go to a reading and we're, like, thinking in the back of our head, like, there might be a karmic. I think he might be talking to someone. Like, maybe he's talking to somebody else, and that's why this and that, and that's why he did this that day, and that's why he says this, and that's why he doesn't say that, and blah, 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 blah. Like, we can create stuff in our mind from nothing, like or little insignificant things that we turn into big things. And I feel like when we do that and we go to a reading, sometimes we can influence like what shows up in the reading from our fear. And the reason why I'm saying that is because you got the 8 of Swords here, which is fear. So if you are fearful of him having a third party, like if that's like you don't want to know, so you haven't asked, you know what I mean? You're like, I'm not going to ask that because I don't want to know. But I feel like he might. And he doesn't. You might create that happening by thinking those things or feeling those things and rippling that out there constantly. Like, you know, that's my worst fear, is to, like, find out that he's got a girlfriend, or to, like, all of a sudden he's, like, telling me about getting married or blah, blah, blah. Like, we can really create these things that are non-existent. And I find that a lot of people who come to the Twin Flame readings, even if they're dealing with somebody that's like dead single, like the dude has like not dated in 10 years, like he has no interest in dating, he's like, you know, whatever, they go to a general reading where like the reader's like, oh, you know, they may be single or they may be married, and they're like, what if he's married? Like, they just like go to that fear, they go to that place of like, I know he's not, but maybe he is. Maybe he has a secret marriage. Maybe he has like this crazy thing going on. And we can create stuff that's not real. Or we can have fear surrounding like those things that we don't have any like supporting evidence of. We don't have any reason to think it. So if you have those fears, try to overcome those, because you will manifest things happening that you don't want to manifest by doing that. You know, by thinking those thoughts and feeling those feelings and creating that reality and pushing that energy. It's just like when you're with somebody and they constantly accuse you of cheating on them. Like, it pushes you to the point where eventually you're like, you know what, I'm just gonna fucking cheat, because like you think it, and you just keep telling me that I'm cheating on you. Like, you get to that point where you're like, fine, I'm just gonna cheat on you because you're stupid and like I can't do this anymore. But it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy that we create sometimes. So it's kind of like the same concept there. Try not to do that. But with the Lovers is about choosing in love. So I feel like if there is another person that he's talking to, I don't think he's chosen anybody. You know what I mean? I don't think he's been like, I want this person to be my wife forever, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's like the feeling I'm getting. And then when I got these other cards, I got the 9 of Pentacles, the Hierophant, and the Star. I feel like with you, I feel like he sees you as like the single, sexy, confident, independent 9 of Pentacles, which is a very good place to be. That's almost like he has you on a pedestal. So he may be doing to you what you're doing to him. Like, you guys could both be like, let me put this up out of reach. Let me put this person on a pedestal and assume things that I don't know and assume the worst, and then create things that I don't want, like, in my mind, and keep myself from manifesting anything going anywhere with this person because I'm afraid of rejection, or I'm afraid of things ending badly. I'd rather keep us close as friends than nothing at all. There's always tons of reasons behind why people do things they do. Especially men, I find lately, like nowadays, men are really like, they're weird. They're so like afraid of having a relationship or like giving their heart to somebody. but I feel like there is a higher level commitment between you and this person, and I feel like he does see you as like a star. Like he sees you as like beautiful. He's not going to talk to you every day if he's not interested in you. He's not going to talk to you every day if he thinks that there's something wrong with you. He's not going to talk to you every day if he has a girlfriend. Like that's not cool in girlfriend world. Like if you got a girlfriend's going to be like, you can't talk to her every day. So I don't think that he has a girlfriend. I think that this is showing up here to show that he has the choice, like an option of getting a girlfriend or choosing you to be his girlfriend, but he needs to overcome his fear and actually like speak up and take you down from the pedestal he's got you on and realize that you're just a human being just like him and that you also have him on a pedestal. So if you guys just like came down to like, hey, we're both on the same level here, we like each other and we talk every day and we are, you know, connecting and vibing, I feel like a lot of this could be like remedied. Like it wouldn't have to be that difficult. But we also have this card come out with isolation, and it's like nobody cares. So I feel like he might tend to isolate, like, or just like isolate his feelings. Like he doesn't let them come out. He doesn't express them that much. So like even if he had a girlfriend, like he's not like the type to express like his emotional side. But that just may be like his defense mechanism because he has emotions for you, and he sees you as that star on top of the pedestal where he's like, ooh, out of reach. She's amazing. She's that 9 of Pentacles, sexy, single, confident, independent woman I want, but I'm not going to tell her because I'm afraid of rejection. And we have desperate, I can't do this anymore, and then I can't keep it together with irresponsible. Says, I can't keep it together. I know I already screwed up. So I feel like in some ways, he's like already like scarred and messed up. Like it says, love scared me because it scarred me. So I feel like he may have already been through a relationship that was not good, or he could have be in one that's really bad, because if you're in one that's really bad, that would put you into a dynamic of like talking to other people daily. But I don't really feel that. I feel like he's probably not with anybody, and I think that he's already been hurt before. He doesn't have a lot of confidence on himself. He feels like he's already messed up. Like he probably feels like his window to get in there with you is gone. Like now he's in the friend zone. You know, he could be coming up with all of these crazy things like to self-sabotage and make it so that you're out of reach, or that it's, you know, a crazy thought for him to think this. And it has no found, you know, ground beneath it. He's just kind of like creating it. And I think it's a lot of fear. And you guys may be projecting this back and forth to each other and creating from fear and, you know, doubt, which is isolating you away from each other and, you know, causing this like desperation energy too, where it's like, I need to know, but I don't want to know, and I don't know where to go, and I don't know what to think. And we also have him just really busy working. So if like at times he's busy, like you don't get the messages that you wanted to get, or you don't hear from him for a day or something, I feel like this is basically like he may be at work, or he may be, you know, busy with something, or he may be busy working on himself. But I don't get the vibe that he's like off with another person. We do have, I've been deceiving myself and you, but I feel like it's him self-sabotaging. Things aren't as they appear. So in your eyes, you're like, maybe he has a girlfriend. I feel like it's more so he's acting the way he's acting because he doesn't have confidence in himself. So it looks like he's like lying about having a girlfriend, but really what it is that he can't get his shit together. I can't seem to do what's right. Like I can't make that decision to be like, I'm not as strong as you think I am. Like I can't just be like, hey, I like you, let's talk. And then with the empathy, he's feeling the pain you're feeling. So you like him, he likes you. Neither one of you are doing anything about it because you're both kind of like uncertain about it. And most of the time men are supposed to like, not, I hate saying that, but it's really how it's been set up in society. Men are usually the ones that are supposed to like pursue and say something and like, you know, flirt and do something. But if we leave it up to the men always, we're never going to get anywhere, because men don't always do that. Men sometimes will isolate, or they will be too afraid or too anxiety ridden or too whatever to do it, under a lot of pressure, under a lot of stress. So you may just need to like flirt with him, open up the lines of communication, and show that like you don't need to be the friend zone girl and that you are interested, so that he doesn't think that he's going to get rejected, because he might feel like you would just reject him, or that you just think of him as a friend, or that you think of him as like immature or whatever. He's definitely self-sabotaging. So you need to like boost his confidence up and make him feel like a man, make him feel like he can get some from you. And the distance might be a problem too, because sometimes when we're at a distance from people, we feel like they're not going to want to like deal with me because I'm so far away. Like, how is that going to work? And blah, blah, blah. So I think if anything, the distance might be like the issue, one of the issues. I don't necessarily feel that he has like a girlfriend though. All right, Jenna V. She wants a message regarding love. And I'm going to use my Ocean of Emotion. My message thing's turned off. All right, there you are. Where is this? I know. We get stereotyped. We get all types of craziness. It sucks because then we don't know how to act. We're like, should I or shouldn't I? I'm not supposed to. Should I? I don't know. All right, Genevieve, regarding love. All right, so we've got the first card out was like, I'm just miserable and really tired of pretending I'm not. So if you have a particular person in mind in regards to love, they may be feeling sad and like putting on a front, like, I'm fine, I'm great, but in reality they're not. And it may be because they feel distance with you, like there may be distance between you and another person, but also, I was kind of getting the vibe that, like, this may be somewhat what you feel, too. Like, you made me sad about, like, your current circumstances surrounding love. Like, things aren't necessarily like, hey, like, everything's great. Like, I'm with the person that I want to be with, and we're just headed towards the marriage path, and everything's great. So you may have a tendency to, like, put a mask on and be like, I'm fine, when in reality you may not always be fine. So if that's the case, either way, whether you have somebody or don't have somebody, I would try to make sure that you aren't putting a mask on. Don't walk around like, ah! But try to make sure that you own yourself, like own how you feel, process it, release it, and then try to like focus on creating something better from that so that you don't, like keep creating more of that same thing happening where you feel sad and nothing happens and you feel sad and nothing happens. When we do that, like, we get into this perpetual creation of nothing happening and we just keep feeling sad. If we can break ourselves out of the pattern of feeling sad by acknowledging, I'm sad about this situation, I need to change it, I'm going to start thinking different thoughts, I'm going to start speaking different words, I'm going to start owning a different reality surrounding my circumstances, then we start to create a better reality for ourselves. And you might be surprised by what shows up. You might be surprised that, like, somebody that is also feeling sad at the distance that's created between you and them decides to show up and surprise you in some way. Or you may be surprised with new love, where somebody that you never even like thought of would show up and close up the distance that's been created between you and receiving love. But we also have please forgive me with an apology here, so I feel like there could be somebody out there that wants to come in and make you happy. Look at that. So we have the sad and happy card. So somebody wants to make you happy. Now, I feel like, again, that could be there because there's somebody that made you unhappy or somebody that did something that there's distance now that you're not happy about. They may want to return and make you happy. Or there could be somebody out there in this world that really wants to make you happy, but you got to open yourself up to allow for them to manifest into the reality so that they can. And we also have, I can't keep it together, and I know I've already screwed things up, so I definitely feel like there is somebody out there who screwed up with you and feels that way, that they are like, I don't know how to fix this, I broke it, and I don't know what to do, I'm sorry, I've made a fool of myself, oh no, and I don't know if I'm as strong as you think I am. Like, I definitely get the vibe that there's somebody out there that can't get their mind off of you, that thinks of you a lot in those ways. It may be somebody that you care about, may not be, but there's distance there, and they don't like it. So I'm definitely getting that there's somebody out there like that, but I'm also getting the vibe too that there could be new love out there for you that, like, could help you to feel good again too. So take it as it fits, or even just take both, because I feel like if you can shift your vibration a little bit, new love can manifest, or the old love can come in and apologize and do what they need to do to fix what's been done. All right, and then we get the Sun. And I feel like there will be clarity and illumination. So if, like, you're unsure of, like, who this might be, or you're unsure of, like, what I should do, or you're unsure of where you're going to go, you're going to figure it out. You're going to learn the lessons. You're going to understand things that, like, you might not understand right now. And this is also divine masculine energy, so I feel like there will be divine masculine showing up for you who loves you and cares about you. They may already have a lot of love and care for you right now that they hide or hold back or don't show on the surface, but I feel like there is love that exists for you, and there's also somebody that can overcome things that have been difficult in the past, turn it into motivation for the future, to pursue and bring forward something better going forward. And then we get the Chariot, which is about victory and overcoming our, like, adversaries and, like, you know, winning the competition. So I feel like whatever, you know, has been difficult is going to be coming into a time where it's better. Like, better emotional, like, feeling, better happiness, better days with either somebody that's going to apologize or somebody that's going to come bring you a vulnerable, authentic love offer. I definitely feel like you're going to get an apology from somebody that broke your heart. You may want it, you may not want it, but there's going to be somebody that shows up to apologize, and they could have the potential to be your emperor, to be the divine masculine that actually gives to you something that you would like to have, if you accept and allow for them to come back into your life on that level. And we got the Judgment here. You're welcome, Jenna. And the Judgment here, I feel like this has already been spoken. Like, Spirit's already spoken that, like, this is going to happen. Like, so, like, you may feel left out in the cold. They may feel left out in the cold. Something's not right here. But at the perfect time, they're going to rush in to deliver their truth. And I feel like they're going to want to be grounded, stable, committed, and loyal. And that may be something that you've been waiting for to happen. You know, like, waiting for that moment for them to show up and say what they need to say and do what they need to do to make things right so you can reconcile. With the Six of Cups there, and, you know, right now is a time of focusing on loving yourself unconditionally, and just like trusting your intuition from within. And, you know, if there's been a painful ending, there's been difficulty, focus on forgiving without even getting the apology. You know, like, if you've got resentment or anything like that, just focus on forgiving, because if we hold on to resentment or anger or sadness or pain, we block ourselves from manifesting good things from happening. So just work on forgiving and healing and loving, and I think you'll get the good stuff from the romantic partner that you're wanting. That's going to be your Two of Cups. Okay. Sending positive energy. Please help me. I've been on for 2.5 hours, and I still have a couple of people here. Person, Divine Child Tarot. But somebody did do a donation. Keisha did a donation, and that's what I was going to do right now, is, like, the donation one where it's basically, I'm going to give a reading to my people out there. So if it fits, it fits. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But this, oh shit, it's going to be for all of you. I'm like, it started spinning. We got the Empress. So that's good. Oh god, we got the Empress and the Devil. So I feel like a majority of my viewers here, my listeners here, are most likely going to be my divine feminines, my empresses. This is what the end game is for you. You guys want to be the divine feminine. You want to be this person. And with this, I feel like there's been karma. There's been darkness. There's been, you know, duality. There's been toxicity. There's been a lot of shit that's kept us from being able to, not necessarily, like, on our own be like the Empress. Like, we can embody this energy anytime we want. We can heal and grow and become the divine feminine. But if we're dealing with somebody that's stuck, or we're dealing with somebody that's in a karmic relationship, or we're dealing with somebody that doesn't want to step into their role as the divine masculine, or is, you know, doing whatever they're doing in their life that's keeping them here, you know, it's difficult. So I think that may be what a lot of you guys are dealing with, is that you are ready to be divine feminine. You're ready to be the Empress. You're ready to nurture. You're ready to love. You're ready to heal. You're ready to grow. And you got this blocking you. You got this keeping you from that manifestation that you would like to have happen. And then we get the Seven of Wands. So it's like, even your divine masculine at times is fighting against you, because they're not owning up to what they feel inside. They're not ready to step up. They're not ready to deal with the demon inside. They're not ready to, like, sometimes they're not ready to look at the person they're with and say, like, this isn't the right one. Sometimes they're not ready to look in the mirror and say, this is how I feel. Sometimes they're not ready to do anything at all, except for maybe call up for a booty call, or except for maybe call up, you know, once in a while and just kind of, like, make sure you're still existing there, but don't do anything about it beyond that. And I feel like that's one of the things that is something that the divine feminine needs to, like, overcome. Monica. That's usually what happens, and that's sometimes what needs to happen is like we want what we can't have. In a lot of cases, people want what they can't have. So when you stop being so readily available to your divine masculine, they may want what you got all of a sudden and realize like, oh, now I have a vulnerable, authentic offer to give to you in the material world. Now I want to give you my time and my energy. Now I want a passionate new beginning. Now I want to do this, because they're going to see the transformation in you. They're going to see when you no longer are up their ass, they're going to miss you being up their ass. It doesn't matter how they feel in this moment. Like if you've been up their ass and you've been like, hey, pay attention to me, talk to me. Hey, like, I just want to say this. I just want to say that. Like, I just thinking about you. They feel good every time you do that. Even if they don't reciprocate, even if they don't even act like they saw, like, whatever, it boosts their ego. They like it. They're like, haha, I'm the man. I made this bitch love me. And they think that's the great thing. But when you stop doing that, they realize it and they're like, oh, I'm not so great anymore. What happened? Like, now this person's not feeling this way, and now their attention's somewhere else. Where's their attention? Now they start to get like, what the hell? And that's when they can maybe start making decisions that are a little bit different from the ones that they've been making. It doesn't happen overnight. Like, it's not going to be like, okay, I'm going to take my attention off of him tomorrow, and then the next day he's going to be there. That's not what happens. It takes time. It's going to be like, like they're slow. Like, they're going to need time to realize that you haven't texted them in 6 months. Like, they're going to be like, oh, where'd that girl go? And then they start to, figure it out. Depending on the circumstance. Because some of you guys are dealing with somebody that's up your ass right now, but just isn't showing you that they're up your ass right now. They're in love with you. They want to be with you. They think about you all the time, too. But they don't know how to do that. They don't know how to verbalize it. They don't know... They weren't taught or something how to love. And in some instances, it's our fault by blocking it, by being too open, by being in our, like, pursuant masculine energies, by constantly doing things and constantly poking and poking and poking when we should not be poking. If you poke and you don't get a poke back, you don't keep poking. You let that be. And when they want to come poke you, have boundaries surrounding it. Don't just let them poke willy-nilly. Like, be like, well, if you want to poke me, I gotta be able to poke you when I want to poke you too. Like, it's gotta work both ways. So, like, having boundaries, respect on yourself, things like that is gonna be something that's really good to end, this, like, cycle that a lot of people get into where it's like, I'm here, no I'm not, here I am, no I'm not, I'm with her and I'm gonna stay with her, but I'm gonna be with you occasionally, or I'm gonna lead you on sometimes. Like, none of that's getting you guys where you want to be. But it doesn't mean that they don't have feelings for you, or it doesn't mean that they're gonna, be okay with the fact that you stopped pursuing them. So stop pursuing them and start pursuing yourself. Start pursuing your own life. Start looking at what you can do for you. Start opening yourself up to other options and see what else is out there. Like, there may be a karmic relationship you need to go through before you can be with them. There may be somebody else out there that is better for you. They may be a catalyst. There's no definitive, like, this is 100% my twin flame that I'm supposed to be with 100, like we can think that, we can believe that, but our belief is our belief. We can change our belief just like that if we would like to, and we can change our reality as a result of it. But the more you give that power to, this is the one that I need to be with, and there's no other way that I can live unless it's with this person. I can't let anybody else come near me. And the more you affirm that, the more you're going to create that, the more you're going to believe that, the harder it's going to be for you to break free and get away from this toxic cycle, which a lot of people have gotten sucked into under the guise of being a twin flame. Which is why one of the reasons why I kind of pulled away from doing readings too is because I feel like I'm helping people to stay stuck, and I don't want to do that. I want people to break out of staying stuck. I don't want to keep giving you this fairy tale ending that might not happen, because people get old and people die and people leave, like, do things that don't always happen to be what we want them to be. So we need to transform first. If anything's going to happen, we've got to step up in our own lives. If we want this 10 of Cups, we got to stop letting these people juggle us. We got to stop juggling our own value and worth. We got to stop putting our happiness on the line of, like, I can't be happy unless it's with him. Like, find happiness elsewhere. If you're sitting around feeling like this, something's wrong. Because that's not what your twin flame should make you feel like. That's not what your divine counterpart should be like. That's not what your love should do for you. Like, love should uplift you and make you feel good and happy and supported and, you know, like, be there. Like, it shouldn't be so far away or so hard. And if it continuously being hard, and you make the necessary changes to better yourself and show up to that relationship in a better, healthier way, and they still don't show up for you, then that's when we say, okay, like, this obviously isn't working. I need to let this go and see what else is out there for me, because otherwise I'm going to end up alone and miserable forever. Or I can heal and grow from this and learn from this and become a better version of myself, which some people will do. Or some people will stay stuck in this false belief of this is the person and it's always going to be the person and some miracle is going to happen and blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to continue to do the same thing I do now forever. And I'm going to keep poking that bear and I'm going to keep doing these things that just push them further away from me and cause more resistance and cause more crap and karma. And then in 20 years or 30 years, I might be like, damn, I wish I didn't do that. But we gotta just like get stronger and be like, okay, this is how I'm gonna take the action now, and I'm gonna do what I gotta do to work together here to build something that I would like to have in my life, and find that passion in our lives outside of them too. Like, don't give all of your dreams, desires, and passion to them, because you're just setting yourself up to fail. What if you get together with this person for your union and they leave? They decide that they don't like you. Maybe they get over the hump of like not showing up now. They show up and then they decide that like this isn't it, and you've invested all of that thing into them and it ends anyways. We've got to find stuff outside of them that fills us up so that we can have something better. You know, like we gotta have a better life for us. And like with that, he tweets about Animal Crossing constantly. He's not tweeting about how he can't find anyone. He talks about politics on Twitter. So like with him, he doesn't have anything that's inspiring him. He has nothing in his life that's like good. Like he's just existing. And like, not to be mean, but it's like, what the hell is the big thing with him? Like he try to look at him as he is and be like, take away the magic of who he was, you know, like he was this guy, you know, 20 years ago that was all this magic, and then he came back and things were heated and passionate. Like, take away that magic and just look at him as he is, and try to take away like that wall of like, he's on the other side of that wall and I'm over here, and I want to be over there with him because over there with him is better than where it is here. But when you really look at over there with him, he's like, he's not got that much going on. So focus more so on making your side of the wall amazing and great and doing what you want to do and creating amazing, awesome world for you. And then see what he does on his side. If he stays stuck and does nothing and just continuously like is existing and miserable and projecting out this bullshit reality that he lives in, then like maybe over time you'll start to like get less and less like, I really want that. Because you'll be so filled with like awesome stuff, you'll be like, I don't want that. Like that's not appealing to me. Why he came back after 20 years for it to end like this. And it doesn't have to end like this, but I feel like basically they come, like I got the same thing. Mine came back 10 years and then came back again another 10 years and like still pokes around, and it's like, what? Like, what do you want? I don't know. But I know that, like, me constantly thinking about it and, like, feeling sad about it and wanting it and not getting it was not doing anything good for me. And as soon as I kind of, like, diverted myself a little bit, a lot of things opened up for me, like, in regards to, like, other stuff in my life. And it's like, things are just getting better and better in regards to other areas. And I keep getting offers from men that I'm like, like I want the offers to get better. And when a good enough offer shows up, I'll accept it. But until then, I'm focused on me and my value and worth and realizing what I deserve. And I feel like us growing up with narcissistic parents or, you know, unhealthy circumstances in any way, form, like if you had a bad relationship, you had bad parents, you had bad this, you had bad that, you had trauma, Like, it sets us up to be people pleasers. It sets us up to be the type of people that, like, want to prove ourselves to people who don't want us, or like are like not giving us attention. We're like, love me, like, oh, how can I make you like me? Let me do everything I can possibly do to make you like me. And that does the opposite of what we want it to do. That pushes people further away. So we gotta learn to reel that part of us in and stop caring so much. It's like the women who are douchebags that don't give a shit, that are like, screw you, you're an asshole. Like, they get all the men because they don't care. It's like they release that attachment to outcome. They release that attachment to it having to, like, manifest. Like, it happens a lot where I find that, like, the women that, like, don't really give that much investment to things, they're not cooking for them, they're not cleaning for them, they're not doing anything for them. Like, they just are a douchebag that takes their money and, like, spends it and does whatever they want with their friends all the time. It's like those women are the ones that guys are like, oh, let me do everything for you. And we end up like the empaths, the ones that are sensitive or have been through trauma or want to people please. We end up in relationships with narcissists or people who don't give us any love or don't give us any support or don't give us anything, and we constantly give to people. And if we can't give to a relationship, we give to people, like in this format where you stay on, doing live readings for X amount of hours, or you are doing readings for people when you're suffering yourself. And it's the wounded healer. It's what we do. But we gotta, like, learn to heal the wounded part and heal, and then see what the result of that is. And if it's supposed to be that those guys are gonna be the guys that we end up with, then yay. But if not, there was a purpose. They served a purpose, and we gotta, like, accept. Maybe we won't ever know exactly what that purpose was, or maybe it was to make us stronger, or to show us what we don't want, or to show us what we don't, like, need. We don't need that, because if we're still thriving and surviving without it, then we obviously don't need it. Or if we, got treated a certain way, we know now we don't want to be treated that way again. So the next time we go into something, we know the red flags, and we know now how not to act. We know how to not go in there and go full force, like, let's throw out a bunch of red flags immediately and be crazy about you when we just, rekindled, or we just reconnected, or we just met, or whatever. There's billions of reasons why things happen and don't happen, but we could kill ourselves, trying to figure it all out in one moment. But hopefully that made some sense for somebody. So Anais has one more question, was planned actions from Enrique. So we'll see if Enrique has any planned actions, and then we're almost done. I have like 4 people on the other side. All right, so you got the devil, you got the Wheel of Fortune. You guys, like, you get the same cards every time. All right, I feel like, I'm just gonna be honest, like, I don't think he necessarily has, like, a plan. Like, that I'm gonna do this and this and this. Like, I don't think I think he's in the planning stage. Like, what do I need to do to make my situation better? I feel like he wants to walk away from the karmic situation that he's in because he's not happy there. And I feel like he doesn't want to hurt that person. So he's trying to figure out, how can I leave her without hurting her? Like, maybe if I'm just a dick, she'll cheat on me. Like, maybe if I just keep acting badly, she'll get sick of me and leave on her own. Like, he feels like that type of dude. I don't know if that's, like, if he gives that vibe at all, but he feels like almost like a puppy dog. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to be bad. Like, I want to be good. I don't want anybody to be sad. And I feel like it's a good thing, but it's a bad thing, because he's not really, like, he's not doing what he wants to do for himself. He's not stepping into the emperor role, but I do think he will, because you've also got the Wheel of Fortune in the sun here. So the sun is the divine masculine, the emperor is the divine masculine, the Wheel of Fortune is a turn of events. This is the destiny. This is something that was fated to happen. I feel like at some point something's going to happen that pushes him to become the emperor, that pushes him to step into this place of clarity, illumination, understand, like, I know what I know, like, I know what I need to do, like, I'm going to do it. And I feel like that would be walk away from karma. And that doesn't, like, for those that are just listening, that doesn't always have to be that it's a karmic person. It could be a karmic belief. It could be a karmic way of life. It could be, being addicted to something, whether it's a video game or freaking heroin. It's like, this shows up in so many ways, and it hurts. them, and it hurts you, and it hurts everybody involved, and it's something that they need to choose to walk away from in order to embody this energy. Just because, like, we might want to be ready for them to be there right now doesn't necessarily mean they are, but I feel like your person isn't necessarily planning this, but I feel like this is where they're headed. You know what I mean? Like, they're trying to figure it out. They haven't figured it out yet, because we saw all of the other cards where they're like thinking, and they're struggling, and they're juggling, and they don't know what to do. So I feel like they're at some point something is gonna snap and click and be like, oh, if I leave, I'll be happier. So when he figures that out, and like, I think he kind of knows that, but when he figures out, like, I gotta do it, and I'm sorry that it hurts, when he gets the balls to do that, I feel like that's when he'll do it, and that's when things will shift. But for some reason, he's got a lot of, like, anxiety. He's got a lot of fear surrounding this. I feel like he's just kind of just not ready to do it. He's very burdened. He's not ready to give up on the karmic crap load. And again, people who get into toxic karmic relationships, whether it's really toxic or just a little bit toxic, get addicted to them, and they stay stuck in them. I know, because I've been in them. There's been plenty of times where I didn't want to be there, but I had, like, it depends on who you are in the victim, like, mindset. Like, if you are the person being abused, or the person that's, like, abusing, like, the abuser gets addicted to the abusing, and even the one that's being abused, like, trauma bonds, and then, like, stays and just, like, makes excuses for why they can't leave. Oh, I'll do it when this happens, or I gotta wait till this time, or I'm gonna do this then. But it never happens. So I feel like there's a little bit of that dynamic there too. It's like they may not be like the toxic, most horrible relationship ever manifested on this planet, but there's something that's not right there. And I think that he is very, like, anxious about facing that part of himself, or facing that reality and leaving it. But when he uncovers that secret of realizing that this isn't going anywhere, it's not getting any better, it's not going to do anything for me, that's when he'll cross the emotional turmoil and come out the other side. And he'll probably be wounded, because he feels sensitive, like, he feels like he's got a good heart. And I feel like it's going to mess him up a little bit, but he'll come out and be able to have, like, a passionate new beginning on the other side of that. And again, still be that loyal, committed, stable guy that we all want. So we can't fault him for this, like, for being committed to somebody that he's committed to, for being, like, willing to stick it through and give it a little bit of a try, even though he's in a situation he may not necessarily want to be in. And also, we can't think of him as being, a dick, because he doesn't want to hurt her, and he doesn't want to go through the pain, so it's a difficult decision for him. So it's actually a good thing, I feel, because you're getting a good guy in the end. But now sucks, because he's just taken his sweet ass time to realize that, like, this isn't getting any better, and, somebody's gonna have to get hurt here, and something's gonna have to change, and he's gonna have to overcome his anxiety and his fear, 8 of Swords, 9 of Swords, and do it. And when he does, he'll be able to change. But right now, he's afraid of that, like, defeat too. I feel like he's afraid of, like admitting fault or something, or like people seeing that it failed. Like, sometimes guys get like that, where they're like, I don't want people to know we broke up, or that, like, my girlfriend left, or, like, things didn't work out. Like, their pride gets involved in there, so they stay juggling, and they stay doing that tightrope dance for no frickin' reason when they're not happy, until the clarity hits, and they're like, you know what? I don't want to spend the rest of my life unhappy. I think I would like to just face this now and do something about it. So I think he will eventually do something about it. But again, I would not sit around waiting for this to happen. I would live your best life, and do what you feel guided to do for you, to have a good experience in your world, and, take the advice that's been given for better value and worth on yourself, and setting up a dynamic where you don't have to wonder and worry and feel all these ways. Like, fill your life up with something other than, like, wondering and waiting, because that's just going to continuously happen over and over and over the longer you allow that dynamic to be there. Like, you gotta start making the changes energetically on your side, so he can mirror, if he's your twin flame, on his side. All right, Quinn asked, she had a $4.99 Can't be third party with another woman. So we're finding out if there's a third party with another woman. Could be. We got the Two of Pentacles again, which is about juggling and being like, It's that song I was just singing, the frickin' circus song, where I was like, I got too many bitches in my circus, and I'm like, doing some shit I shouldn't do. But the other cards didn't really indicate that, so I'm gonna tell you what I told the other girl, where it's like, if you do not have any reason to believe this, like if you just heard it in a general reading for twin flames and you're like, oh, I wonder if he has a girlfriend, or what if there's a third party, because you hear it, so many times in like a general reading, like, oh, the third party, like if you go to a reader that is in a situation like she has a twin flame that's in a third party situation, she's gonna see that in the cards a lot. She's gonna bring that through in her readings a lot, and you're gonna be like influenced by that. So always be mindful of who you're watching, like who's guiding you, because they can only guide you from their level of perception or perspective. And if they have the ability to change their perspectives up a little bit, they can only do it to the level that they can do it. And that's why I try really hard to come from all different angles and levels and stuff. And I'm now at a point where I don't care about getting a twin flame union. So I'm at the point where I'm empowering people to not be super focused on you gotta have it. I want you to be healthy for yourself first. But I feel like that may be something that influences that thought in you of hearing that. Because when I know for me, when I do readings, a lot of times I'll see the Three of Cups or the Three of Pentacles or the Three of whatever. And I'm like, there may be a third party, or there may be an addiction, or there may be a third element in this connection that is influencing it negatively or keeping this person from you. And if you hear that enough times, you're going to start thinking that, and you're going to start creating that energy existing within your energies when it wasn't there to begin with. So it's going to show up in the cards that show up for you, and you start attracting more of it because now you're focused on it, now you're thinking about it, now you're feeling that way, and now you're bringing it into your reality more and more and more. So if you don't have any reason to think that there's a third party, don't project that. Don't focus on it, especially if you don't want that, because if you don't want that and you project it hard enough, it will happen. It doesn't necessarily mean that it will happen for long periods of time, or that it will happen and they get married and all those things, but all of a sudden there may be some lady there and he posts a picture of her and you're gonna be like, who the hell is that? When all the time leading up to that, there was no lady. So don't create it. But I do feel like there is probably something around him, in his mind or in his emotion, his job, his family, his whatever, that may cause him to not have enough full focus for you. He may just be a little I'm distracted. I'm not constantly thinking about you. And that also shows up in these too, because the people who come to these are usually super focused on the person they're asking about. So if you're super focused on him, and he's just a little bit focused on you here and there, it's gonna show up as oh, he's he's not like you are. So you're gonna feel why not? It's a contrast. And those contrasts what are things that trigger us, so that we can heal those things and realize when we're maybe not making the best decisions, or our focus isn't in the right place, so we can shift those things. But the other cards that you have here are really good cards. You've got the Knight of Pentacles, which tells me that whatever he's doing it slowly. So if he were to meet somebody else, he ain't getting married tomorrow. He ain't gonna be rushing into anything with them. He's not yay, let me go get hitched up. He's moving very slowly. Also, you've got the Six of Cups and the Empress. So I feel you are likely the Divine Feminine, but you've got to embody the Divine Feminine energy 100%, and heal and rise and grow and do all of that, and not juggle your own value and worth, and not juggle what you put up with and don't put up with, and manifest and all of that, and get very clear with what you are doing for yourself and what you're creating for yourself, and then start nurturing yourself and nurturing your inner child. So when I see the Six of Cups to me is reconciliation first and foremost, but it's also inner child and past lives. So I feel this thing that's like on the outside of this connection that may be causing him to not like be able to show up fully or give you all of that investment right now, but maybe in some time would be able to, could be tied into inner child healing and past life healing, that you need to nurture that inner child. You need to embody divine feminine empress energy and nurture that little girl inside of you that maybe didn't get enough love as a child, maybe didn't get treated the way she was supposed to get treated, maybe went through bad relationships when she was still a little girl, maybe saw things between her parents, maybe saw stuff in another lifetime or went through things in another lifetime with this particular person that's slowing shit up in this lifetime. But when we're super focused on them and what they might be doing, what they might not be doing, and blah, 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 that doesn't get us anywhere. What we want to do is focus on the healing aspects of ourselves so that we can come from a place of clarity and understand ourselves fully and like heal ourselves so that we're not like, you know, projecting things we shouldn't be, or coming from wounded places, or thinking the worst of situations, or expecting the worst of situations, or just doing whatever we're doing in that circumstance that may come from a place that needs to be healed. So I would do some inner child healing, because that could even, like, that fear of there being another woman could tie back to childhood. Like, did your dad leave your mom for somebody? Like, did you see that in a movie when you were real little and very impressionable? Did you know that could happen, and all of a sudden, like, every relationship since then, or every person you've been interested in since then, you've always worried or created even them going off with someone else, or them, like, giving those indications that there might be somebody else, or that they might like somebody else, or do you have a tendency to get naturally jealous? Like, sometimes we get like really territorial about our boyfriends, and other women are like, he's just talking to her. Those are clear like signs and indicators that, like, hey, you're not confident 100% in yourself. You're not feeling good in who you are to trust this person. And if there's no trust, there's nothing. So working on those things, like building that trust inside of yourself, building that confidence inside of yourself to know that, like, if I've got a guy, I don't have to worry about him being with someone else. And if he does decide that, I don't want that guy. I don't want the guy that wants someone else. I want the guy who wants me. That's it. I don't want anything else. Like, and that was what helped me with the whole, like, ending of, like, trying to manifest a twin flame union, was like, I don't want somebody who doesn't want me. If they don't want to be there, I don't want them to be. I don't want to keep asking them to be. I don't want to keep bringing myself there when it's convenient for them to sleep with me. I don't want to keep bringing myself there when they just are bored. I don't want to be that convenient person that they can take advantage of. I want to be treated the way that I want to be, like, respected and loved and supported and given, good stuff. But as a child, those things didn't happen, and I didn't see that, like, with my mother's relationships, and I didn't have those in relationships growing up. So that's something I'm teaching myself, and that's something that a lot of us probably have to teach ourselves, because nobody knows what they're doing most of the time. All of our parents, they can only teach us what they've learned or show us what they did, and everybody makes mistakes. I feel like healing that inner child, healing from that nurturing place within yourself, for yourself, is going to help a lot. And then try to look at, like, is there reasons for me to believe this? Is it more so, am I triggering myself and showing myself what needs to be healed? Because most of our triggers are indicators of, like, this is a red flag. This is something you need to face and look at and ask yourself, why is this a problem? Because if you don't, you keep blocking yourself from the manifestation of what you want by focusing on what you don't want, and creating imbalances in what you're giving and receiving with people, and it just continuously happens. So focus on self-love, filling yourself up, make yourself happy, regardless of what's going on there. I'm not seeing, like, a third-party situation, like, energy here, but I feel like you've kind of, like, manifested it around, like, in the energy. I don't think it's there. I feel like, if anything, you have a potential emperor available to you. He may have that tendency to come and go, or be like the Knight of Wands right now, but I think if that's the case, it may be that there's some lessons that needed to be learned for how you show up, so that he can show up to meet you at the right place, so that you know how to verbalize to him what your boundaries are, what you need for respect, and how you deserve to be treated, so he treats you that way and doesn't do the in and out, back and forth bullshit, or he doesn't get to see you at all. That's how you rise up into that star energy in his eyes. That's how you get 10 of Cups. That's how you have your happy ending, and you end that cycle of getting hurt and blocking. All right, B hubby, is an energy check-in with Twin, and then I got 2 more people and we're done. Thank you guys very much. I've lost my comments, so I can't really see if anybody's talking or not, but hi. I don't know why I have that song in my head, but I do. Alright, B Hubby's energy check-in with the Twin Flame. Alright, it's weird. I stopped when we got the 4 of Wands at the bottom of the deck. So the 4 of Wands is Twin Flame 11-11 Union. So, I got the 3 of Swords, which is heartache and pain and like, I'm sad. So I feel like this may be kind of like where things are at this time, or have been. Like, you probably aren't like, yay! Everything's great. I'm happy and everything is exactly where I want it to be. Most of the people here are not. So, you may have like some residual pain or some stuff that's happened in the situation that's not been the best, you know, just in general. Like, it's been kind of difficult. But with the 7 of Pentacles, I feel like now is a time to be planting seeds of potential for growth, for, you know, healing, for moving forward, for things to like blossom into a better place, so that you can lead yourself to where you want to be. Your 4 of Wands, your Twin Flame 11-11 Union, your solid foundation beneath you. Everything that people want to manifest is out there, but we've got to create that foundation beneath us for that to manifest, and we've got to, you know, do what's right with like the harvesting and creating and planting of our little seeds. So like, think of every seed as like intention. Like, every little intention that you're putting out there, every little thought that you're putting out there, like the last reading where it was like, maybe we are creating some intentions that we don't want to create, where we're thinking maybe there's a possible third party, but we don't really have any reason to think that. Those are the seeds we don't want to plant, because those are the things that grow into shit we don't want to deal with. And we do it in many different ways. So if there's been anything like that that's coming from a place of pain or rejection or sadness or hurt or resentment or woundedness, whatever, from this person or another person or any person that you've dealt with along the way, we want to make sure that we're not continuously harvesting more of it, because that's just going to keep us from manifesting this lovely, you know, foundation and happiness and support with another person that can be good if we allow it to be. And with the King of Wands, I feel like there's somebody out there that, you know, obviously things probably haven't been the easiest always. I feel like they want to, like, they have what it takes, or they want to turn what's been bad into something good. Like, they want to take it, turn it into motivation to pursue something moving forward. Like, I'm going to take all this shit that I did that was wrong and, like, change it. I want to go after something better. I want to create, you know, my 4 of Wands. I want to plant the seeds of potential that are going to get me there. So I feel like if you've been feeling sad about, like, oh, they're not doing this, they don't care about me, they don't like me, blah, 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 like, what if they never come back? What if this never happens? What if that never happens? Stop doing that, because that's what you're planting and that's what you're creating. And I feel like they have it in them to create and to transform and to put a death to the old and to have a rebirth to something new that's positive and good. But the pain that you hold on to, or the sadness that you hold on to, may need to be, like, overcome. Then we have the Page of Pentacles, so I feel like this person does have a vulnerable, authentic, physical offer to give you too. Like, they may want to go on a date, or they may want to, like, you know, offer you something, like, be like this can be an engagement, like, hey, let's get married. I don't think that's necessarily, like, what they could be. You guys could be definitely, like, headed that way. Like, it may not be tomorrow, it may not be whatever, but if you plant in those seeds appropriately, that's probably where it would lead to. So start looking at it like that. Like, I'm planting the seeds for my potential future to be what I want it to be. But do it in a way that's not, like, limiting. Because a lot of people get really super focused on, it has to be this person at this time. If they don't talk to me by this day, I give up. And then they don't talk to you by that day and you don't give up. And you get sadder or get madder or get more frustrated and get more resentful and get more all these crazy energies. And it just messes up this creation of this happening, and it, like, pushes it out further. So try to be, like, clear on what you want with the universe. Understand that people have free will, so we can't manipulate them or make them do anything they're not ready to do. But if they're ready to do something, or if they want to do something, we can help them to do it by being in the right frequency and vibration for them to do it. It's like, we just gotta be in the right vibe. Like I used to do little things to get a particular person to call me, and it would always work within like 24 hours, but it was being in that right vibe of like, I know it's going to happen. I know they want to, and I'm just going to let it happen. And then within like 48 hours it would happen. But I would take action steps too, like I would take a shower and imagine like I was getting ready to go see them. Like everything that I would do if I was going to go see them. And then within 24 hours, 48 hours, I would get a call. And I even said it before. I was like, I thought you were going to call last night. And they're like, I thought about it. But like, it's just, it's, if you're in the right thing, you can create it. But you also have to be dealing with somebody that's ready to do that. And it looks like you have somebody that may be willing to do something here, to transform something here, but you may be too focused on like what's not happening right now, or too focused on like, I don't think it was gonna, or maybe it won't, or this happened and it wasn't good. You got to walk away from those feelings of sadness, walk away from that feeling of regret, walk away from that like and try to find that inner strength to overcome that, so better things can manifest, and you can have your Ace of Cups. You can have a new beginning of passion and love, and you know, just good things coming towards you that can lead to better days, which are 10 of Cups. Your happy ever after. So I feel like you can have a happy ever after in this situation. You may need to work on your value and worth, like a lot of the other people had come through tonight. Just like know your value, know what you deserve, know what you want. You know, reflect on that too, and reflect on like what it looks like, tastes like, smells like, feels like to be doing the things you want to do. All of the details surrounding it, like to get from where you are now to get to where you want to be. How is that all going to play out? Because sometimes people know that they want to be with somebody, but they don't know how they want to get there. And if you don't know how you want to get there, how is the universe going to deliver it to you if you don't know? Like, you got to like imagine in your mind and get very like clear of like, all right, like this is gonna happen and then this is gonna happen, and you don't have to hold on to it like that has to happen, but having like a plan in place allows like the creation of it to come towards you, and it may sway and it may move a little bit, and you know, things may shift a little tiny bit around the details, but you can literally create whatever you want. And even with people, if they have that desire to be there on any level, will usually show up, as long as you're creating it from that right vibe. So hopefully that made sense. And there's your Lovers. So I definitely feel like this person does feel that desire to be towards you. There's a higher level commitment. You will have a 10 of Cups with them. But just try to overcome the darkness, the shadow, the unknown parts, and make the unknown known. Make the stuff that you don't see seen. Make the things that you're not thinking about conscious, like the unconscious conscious. Like, what am I thinking subconsciously? What am I creating subconsciously? And how can I create better? You can reprogram your subconscious mind by listening to affirmations. You can record affirmations of yourself and sleep with those playing that are like, I'm in a healthy relationship with my twin flame. I'm in love. I'm supported. I'm healthy. I am wealthy. I am this. I am that. They work. And I've seen so many people you wouldn't even think would be doing affirmations that do them, and they come true. So do them and create the reality you would like to create. All right. So now we've got Maya just asking about how her twin flame's feeling, and is there another woman interfering with a love spell? Wants clarity. So again, we have another person asking about feelings, and then another particular asking about another woman. There is another woman with this person. She feels that they're interfering with a love spell. She wants clarity. So we got the Knight of Wands and the freaking Two of Pentacles. So I feel like he is a juggler, and he is a Knight of Wands, which is like, I'm a player. Like, that's like, these two cards together are like, I'm a player. Like, I'm gonna play the game, and I'm gonna play, and it sucks, and I don't like to say it. I don't want to hurt your feelings, because I know it's not like what you want to hear, but he is, I feel like he's doing it because he can, first of all. Like, if he knows that he can get away with it, he's going to get away with it. Like, he's like the type, they come and they go, they come and they go, they come and they ghost, and she may have a love spell, she may be using something on him to get him to show up there occasionally or whatever, but she's not getting any better version of him than you are. She's getting the same thing you get. She's getting a person that shows up when he wants to and leaves when he wants to. So don't give her power. Don't give her the power of thinking like she has a love spell. Don't give her the power of thinking she has like anything more than I do, because I feel like he's not giving anybody anything really good. He's just juggling. He's like, I'm busy over here and I'm busy over here and I'm going to taste the meat over here and I'm going to have some ice cream over here and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and I'm going to do what I want. And it's because he can. So somebody needs to be like, no, you can't do that no more. Like, if you want to taste that, you can't have this. If you want to be over there doing that, good luck. He will probably continue to diddle and dawdle in another area, but he's not going to stay committed to it, not in this energy. Not to say that he won't ever come out of this and be like a good guy for you, but right now he doesn't look like he's stepping up to the plate to be a good guy. He doesn't look like he's like willing to be like, hey, let me commit. Let me give to you what you deserve. He looks like he's in a karmic cycle right now, and it could be influenced by magic, but I honestly feel for the whole thing about magic is its intention. We all have intention. We all have thoughts. We all have beliefs. Like, magic is just intention. And I don't know why, but like in the twin flame community, I find that like this happens a lot where there's a dude and there's a girl and there's another girl, and it's like, for some reason, that other girl always ends up being black magic, or she's got a spell, or she's got this, or she's got that, she's got something. And I think that may be sometimes what we do because we're like, maybe we don't want to feel the feeling of accepting that he made the decision to talk to her too. You know, like, because it's rejection. We don't want to be rejected. We don't want to be hurt. We don't want to go through that. We would rather be like, nope, it's black magic. Nope, it's a spell. She's doing something to him. I don't want to admit the fact that he's just being a dick and doing what dudes do and playing around, because that hurts to take that on personally. And I know that's not going to be like, yay, but I feel like that's something I've seen happen a lot, where it's very unlikely the amount of people that come to me that say that are dealing with that, because there's not that many people running around practicing black magic. Like, and even if they are, they're probably not successful at it. Magic is intention. Like, people think the things that I do are magic. It's not magic. I just do intention work. I set my intention, I create a reality through vibration and frequency, and we are all magic in that way. We can all create whatever we want, just like you have the free will to set the intention to create a reality where she is magic and she's creating this spell on him. So now you're giving her power to create the spell on him through your intention of thinking that. So you're giving her that power over this, instead of just saying, you know what, like, maybe he's just kind of playing around right now and he's not ready to step up and be the man that I would like him to be. And not giving her that power, because now she's got like this magic thing that you've given to her. You've given her like this step up. You've given her this thing over you, and that puts you down below her. So you don't want to put yourself down there below her. You want to put yourself up here, where like put yourself in as you're the white magic. You know, you're the good magic. You're the divine against the devil. You're the divine against the dark. You're the light against the dark. See yourself as winning instead of losing, or see yourself as going to illuminate this situation with clarity so that you can see what's truly happening and free yourself from whatever it is that doesn't necessarily serve you. And if you find in the case that maybe it's him being kind of a douche and playing both fields and, you know, doing whatever, that's not going to feel good. It's not going to be great. But at least you're not giving her power to be like better than or stronger than or doing something, whatever. You're just creating more stuff that doesn't need to be created in those situations a lot of times. And then it blocks you, because then you start giving her that power. You think that she's magic. You think that she's got a love spell. You think she's doing this thing that you can't do anything about. Because now you're going to go out and hire some idiot out there that lies to you and is like, I'll break a voodoo spell for $900, and scams everybody and makes people think that this stuff exists when it doesn't. It's all intention. It's all consciousness. That's all we have is consciousness. We all create through our consciousness. We're all energy beings. We're all frequency and energy. That's what we are. We vibrate. We're a bunch of atoms. And when you understand that and you like get really powerful with that, it seems like magic, but it's not. It's just creating your reality, knowing that reality is mutable. It's not this physical 3D thing that everybody looks at and thinks that this is the only way it is, and nothing's ever. The only constant thing is that everything is changing constantly, and that's all that will continue to happen. So try not to give her that power, and try not to block yourself from manifesting what you want by thinking those things or giving her that control, or that, like, oh, she's got the magic, because she doesn't. And use your intuition, use your magic, use your intention, which is the key. Everything I teach, automatic writing, trance channeling, tarot, whatever you want to do, the main thing that I tell people, whether I'm teaching Moon Key, the Alcyon Light Healing Program, whatever it is intention. Nothing else it matters. You can have Palo Santo to clear the energy, or you can have the intention to clear the energy. The Palo Santo is just a tool. You don't need the tool. You just need the intention. That's all you need, is your power to create, and stop giving your power away to other people. And if you want to create this dude being your masculine emperor, you got to put some boundaries up and be like, I'm not going to be okay with you diddling and dawdling with her and me and this and that and all these other things. Try to look at things from a new perspective, and like, see things from his perspective, see things from your perspective, see things from her perspective. Because also know that, like, a lot of times we get mad at the other girl, but, like, she's just in the same boat you are. She likes him, and he's not giving to her what she probably wants, but she's probably giving to him what he wants because she likes him. So she's getting hurt too. So try to have empathy too, and realizing, like, she's probably hurt just as much as you are. And if she knows about you, she probably has her own insecurities, thinking that you're better than her. And it's when we take that down a little bit and we realize, like, everybody's just human and everybody's just existing, we can heal and we can grow and we can be the empress, and we can have that nurturing part of ourselves for other people. We can have that empathy for other people. We can stop giving power away to other people. We can stop defeating ourselves. And then we can become the version of ourselves that creates the reality that's going to create the place that allows for this masculine to rise into the emperor energy. And if he can't rise up to be there, then you get rid of him, because he's a peasant. You don't need that. You need somebody that's going to be there at the same level to give to you what you deserve. And a lot of times I find that when there is a third person, sometimes that fires us up even more, that jealousy inside of us, like, I want to win. He's not a prize to win if he's doing what he's doing, but we want him because somebody else wants him. If she doesn't want him anymore, and you get him, and you realize that he's kind of a dick, after a few months, you might be like, why did I want you? It's just human nature in us to sometimes want things that maybe we shouldn't want, or, see things that aren't necessarily so good as, like, great and amazing, or out of our reach, or just beyond us, when it's really beneath us. Start trying to look at it like, this is beneath me. This behavior's beneath me. This bitch doesn't have any magic over me. She doesn't have any magic over him. She's just another girl that, like, is being hurt. And try to come from that place and heal and see if you can, like, take your power back and be the empress that manifests the emperor showing up in her life by having healthy boundaries, not sleeping with him, not giving him what he wants when he wants it, and only taking what you deserve, so you don't get defeated anymore. Okay? And I'm sorry, I don't like to do those readings, like, or say those things, but I feel like you have everything you need to be that single, sexy, confident, independent, Nine of Pentacles, pre-Empress, who attracts the Emperor to make her the Empress, that gives her the Ten of Pentacles, which is ultimate fulfillment. But you gotta believe that, and you gotta see that, and not, let other little outside influences make you think otherwise, or take that from you. All right, and then we have one more from Cat Cat. She says, how does he feel about the connection? So again, guys, I know there's a lot of you still hanging out. Thank you very much. We've been on for over 3 hours. And I was like, I'll just take questions for 30 minutes, and then maybe I won't be on for 3 hours. I knew. I was like, I almost did 45 minutes of taking questions. It's a good thing I didn't. But I don't know. Maybe next time I'll have to do 20 minutes. I don't know. Well, I think 3 hours isn't too bad, but it's a lot. It's a lot to do. All right. So, How does he feel? I'm going to do that again just because that felt weird. How does he feel about the connection? All right, we got the Eight of Wands. Yeah, this is totally different. So you get the Eight of Wands and the Chariot. So this is about taking action, communicating, traveling the distance that's been created, whether it's physical or emotional distance. And then this is victory, success. Like, I'm taking action and I'm going to win against my, competition. I'm going to kick people's asses. I'm going to take names. I'm going to do all that I can do to win and succeed. So I feel like how he feels is that he wants to take action and he wants to succeed. He wants to win. Now, unfortunately, that could mean, like, I want to take action. I want to get a piece of ass, like, and win. And, like, yoo-hoo, my ego got stroked tonight. Or it could be that, like, I want to take action and I want to win you. I want to win all of you. I don't want anybody else to have you. I don't want anyone else to come near you. I want all of you for me. But you'll know better than I do where he might be coming from with that, because if he's got a big ego, or he's got like a big sex drive, he may be like, I want to take action and get lucky. That's the type of energy that can be here with the wands, because the wands are like penises, and it's like, I want a freaky deaky. But this is also about, taking action, communicating, and having success. So what does it feel like inside of you, when I say that? Do you think he really, is thinking one way or the other? Yeah, and now we've got the Eight of Swords and the Nine of Swords. So he's got a lot of fear and anxiety, and I feel like now what this is that he wants to be victorious, he wants to win, he wants to, like, come in and be like, yes, I won, like, I succeeded, she wants to date me, or she likes me, or she whatever. But he's got a lot of fear and anxiety, and I feel like it's surrounding, like, rejection, like, or he could be afraid of commitment, like he's either afraid of commitment or rejection. Like he's afraid of not winning. Like, so like that can be like, I want to get together with you and have a successful relationship, but I'm afraid that might not happen. I'm afraid that, like, it doesn't work out and then I get hurt and then bad. So I don't want to deal with that. I'm afraid of that. That hurts. Or I really like you and I want to take action towards you, but I'm not 100% sure you like me back. So if you know that he's 100% sure that you like him back, like he knows that he's not going to, like, fail with you, then it's probably more so commitment. But if he's not 100% sure that you're going to be like, yes, I love you too, let's get married and have babies and let's bang-a-dangy and whatever, he may be nervous to make that approach to you. And you may be holding back out of your own nerves too. Like, you may be like, I'm afraid to say anything because I don't know if he likes me. So you guys could both be like, I'm afraid to say anything, but we're both, soul partners. We're supposed to be together, but we're not going to say anything because we're afraid that maybe the other person doesn't think that. So, take it as it resonates. It may be that, or it may be just commitment fear. Or it could even be that they were hurt in a previous relationship with the Three of Swords. There could be some stuff that they haven't healed, or stuff that they did heal and they just don't want to go through it again. Like, I've already been there where I thought I had a successful relationship. I thought I had my Two of Cups, but it turned out that it was a Three of Swords, dagger to the heart, and now I'm afraid of doing that again. So I hold myself back. And there's the Three of Cups. So again, it could be, there may be another person in their life that they have around sometimes, or that, like, they are, unsure of. Like, they could be, like, trying to decide, like, it could even just be residue. Like, I'm feeling like they may have had their heart broken by another person, and because of that, they're now afraid of commitment. They're now afraid of taking action. They're now afraid of making that final judgment call and being like, I'm ready to commit, or I'm ready to be with you. I'm ready for a relationship. So I feel like there's something around this where he feels the connection, but, like, he's afraid of it. He's afraid to do anything about it. And I feel like you're probably waiting for him to do something, and you might end up waiting a while. But the best thing for you to do while you're waiting is to step into this energy, which is the Nine of Pentacles, single, sexy, confident, independent, pre-Empress energy. She knows what she wants. She's not afraid of it. She's an entrepreneur type of vibration. Like, she's not sitting at home like, I wonder if he's going to call. Like, she's doing her thing. She's making her life successful, regardless of where he is. She's going to get the dream house, whether or not he's there. She's going to get the dream destination, whether or not he's there. And she's going to open herself up so that dream dude can manifest into her life, whether or not it's him or not. So try to release the attachment to him. Especially because, like, if he's a fearful, like, afraid, and he doesn't ever heal this, You could wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. So instead of waiting, try to become your best version of you and know that, like, he may need to heal from some residual shit that he's been through in the past. He may need to get some confidence. Maybe you can boost him up a little bit, and make him feel more confident. But if he's afraid of commitment, you trying to, like, get him to be, like, not afraid of commitment probably won't work, because when women are like, oh, I'll be nice to you, they're like, oh, she's trying to commit to me, and they get weirder. So try not to do that. Try to be as independent as you can, as confident as you can. Don't let what his issues are make you feel like you have issues or make you feel badly about yourself, because there's so many people out there are like, they take this on personally, that, like, the dude isn't ready to commit, or the dude isn't showing up, or the dude ghosted. It's not your fault. Don't take it on, because it's them. Healthy people who are confident, who have self-respect, who have, decency, that have, like, normal shit going on inside of their brain and their emotions, don't ghost. They don't do shitty behavior to people. They don't treat people like they're disposable, or they don't just disappear because it's easier than confronting someone and saying, you know what, this just isn't working for me right now. I don't think I'm ready for commitment, or I want to be an adult and be mature enough to tell you that, like, hey, I'm just not feeling this right now. Instead of doing that, they ghost and then they disappear and they come back and do these dancing things. That's not a healthy person. So don't look at yourself and be like, what's wrong with me? It's not you, it's them. It's in by you allowing them to get into your head and make you feel all types of ways and be, like, sad about it, and, like, think about, like, how can I fix this? How can I make them like me? How can I, shift this? What should I do? What should I heal? How can I be the person that's going to be the person that they're going to want to be with? That's when our unhealthy self shows. That's when we're like, wait a minute, like, that's, like, I don't want that. I want somebody that wants to be here. And if they don't want to be here, I don't want them. I want somebody that's ready. So try to be in that vibration of wanting somebody who's ready for you, so that he can get out of his weird, shitty land and come, get that success, which I feel like he wants, but he needs to heal. He needs to be the one that confronts the pain that he's been through, or the fear that he has, the anxiety that he's got, and overcome whatever he's been through and show up and be the man, instead of being the, like, I'm gonna just run and hide. That shouldn't even be attracted to. Like, we shouldn't even be attracted to that. We should be like, like, get your shit together, dude. And that may help to inspire him to take everything he's been through, turn it into motivation to pursue you and to bring to you what you deserve, which is much more than, halfway or a little bit or whatever. You deserve an emperor. You deserve the divine masculine. And a divine masculine comes in divine masculine energy with clarity, illumination, pursuing, protecting, providing. They don't pussyfoot around. They're not feminine. They're not like, oh, let me hide and let me pretend that I don't care. And they play women games. They play mind games. Like, that's not masculine. We want masculine men. We want good men that are ready, that are healed, that have evolved, that aren't going to be fucking sleeping with everybody and giving you diseases and shit like that. We don't want the players. We don't want the bullshitters. We want a dude that's ready. So I do feel like your guy wants to succeed with you. I feel like he sees you as, like, a star or wish come true or whatever. But there's a part of him that needs to work together with you to build that. And I think that he needs to find that within himself. But you shouldn't be waiting for that. Like, don't actively wait if you're going to wait. And by that, I don't mean, like, just sit at home waiting for him and don't talk to anybody else and don't date or don't consider ever talking to another. Like, if you don't talk to the other sex and he's not talking to you, you're not flirting with anybody, and you're not in that vibe at all, like, you block yourself. You end up not getting, like, you cut yourself off from the sexual energy, so your magnetism starts to go away. So it's like nobody's, like, interested because you've turned it off. It's like, when we're, like, there's those times, and I know everybody must have had it, where it's like, all of a sudden, out of the woodworks, you got, like, 20 guys flocking at you at once, because you're in the right vibe. You're in that open place. Like, they're like, magnetically drawn to you. But then when you get super focused on one asshat that broke your heart or did something stupid, you, like, turn that off. And nobody shows up, so you get no attention. You get no healthy, like, stimulus from the outside. You get nothing coming at you other than them maybe every once in a while with their weird shit that they do. And it just sets up a dynamic where you're just slowly turning down your thing more and more and more instead of turning it up. And when you turn it up, you can sure as hell bet they're going to want to come in there too. So turn it up. Turn up your sexy energy by being open and receptive. It doesn't mean you got to date people. It doesn't mean you need to download Tinder and, go on 1,000 dates. Just be open to the idea of communicating with the other sex, flirting with the other sex, and being like, hey, like, this isn't so bad. Like, look, I'm just talking, and putting it out there and putting innuendos out there and using my feminine energy to be seductive and to be charismatic and to do the things that cause men to want to come toward, even just like the way you walk, like opening up your hips and like being aware of your vagina when you walk around, like the power that you have, because you've got the power. The men don't have it. They may think they do, and a lot of women have given it to them by putting them on a pedestal, but you've got the power between your legs. So hold that and know that, and don't give it away to anybody until you feel like they've earned it and that they're not banging 12 other people that are going to infect you with. And be careful and just know how powerful you are. And that's going to make a big difference for your manifestation of men, stepping up to want to be doing good things rather than dickhead things or half-ass things or slow things. All right, so that's it. Thank you, everybody. Ha! Thank you, Cat. Research your Akashic records and access them. Ask about this guy. Route him out. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you, Heather. Only been 3 hours and 35 minutes. I knew. I was like, I'm only taking 30 minutes of questions because if I do longer, I'll be on forever. What do you think that answer is? Yes, it's up to you when you walk. I always get lost in the comments afterwards because everybody's like talking about like 5 different things. There's like 5 conversations in there, and I'm like, huh? There's 29 of you guys, 28 of you guys. I can't believe there's so many. Sorry, Bridget. For what? I'm okay. It's a 22-year-old girl with a 40-year-old guy. 40-year-old guy that's hanging out with a 22-year-old girl is a guy that is insecure and probably tries to use money to like influence her and probably has, some stupid issues like mommy issues, could be a narcissist, could be like, messed up in the head and is like, let me influence this little girl to think I'm the best with my money or my car or my fancy whatever. And it's also like, let me boost my confidence because they think that like getting a 22-year-old girl is some magical feat that they've done. Like she's close to 18 or whatever. Like they get weird. They're so stupid. Like, let me get the girl that has no like experience in the bedroom. Let me do that one. Like, she's hasn't learned anything. He's trying really hard to be your friend. Well, just be careful. Just always use your intuition. I feel like if women just listen to their gut 99% of the time, they would be like, oh, I've saved myself from so much heartache and hassle. They all do that too. I'm married, but I don't like her. Then leave. You know what? I was with a guy when I was 24. I met him and he was like 34. So it wasn't like, now I think he was 13 years older than me. So I was 24 and he was 34, 35, he was 37 and I was 24. So it's kind of, not huge gap, but a big enough gap that he was closer in age to my mom than me. I ended up in a relationship with him for 10 years. He took away everything from me, like everything, slowly. And in the beginning, it felt great. It was awesome. It was love bombing and it was all this attention. And he did the same thing. The person he was with, when he met me, he couldn't stand that person, but she wouldn't let him leave. She wouldn't let him break up. Like, it was always so difficult. And there was this and that. And there was all these lies. And then he would use like money or like cars or, you know, try to like impress people, try to like get you to like want to be around him, or he would offer you things but then never follow through with those things. And so I ended up in a relationship with him, and I remember like in the beginning he was like, I'll pay your bills, you don't have to work, you do, and I stayed working, but then he slept with one of the girls I worked with. And I quit because I was embarrassed, and I was like, this is horrible. I was the manager at this place and he's sleeping with my employees. So I left, and then he didn't pay my bills anymore. He sold the car that I had, so I had no way to leave. He like took away everything slowly. Then we lost the house we had, so we ended up living in the basement of his mother's house for like 4 years. We were supposed to be there for a week, and he went to jail like 3 times for being a dickhead and lying so much and stealing shit that wasn't his so he could impress people. And he was like the worst news ever. So just be careful when you have that little inkling of like, maybe this isn't the one. There's something about him that's not like great. Because I kind of had those feelings more than once, and I was like, yeah, I'll ignore it. Because I was stupid and just didn't know any better. But I wish I didn't waste 10 years of my life there. That was horrible. And he, like, so now when I hear of, like, 40-year-old men that are like, oh, I'm with this girl that I don't like, and I'm attracted to this 20-year-old girl that's, you know, woohoo, she's easily influenced, and she's kind of, you know, I can impress her easily, and I can influence her. That's what they try to do. Hi, Divine Child Tarot, thank you. Whenever I ignore my intuition, yeah, it's not good. If I could hug you right now, I totally would. I'm giving you an awkward virtual hug. Thank you. My sister today, she was so messed up. Like, she was so upset because she wasn't getting the car. Like, everything was all set. She was supposed to get this car. Like, we did all the paperwork online. It was through CarMax. Like, it's supposed to be all set. She just brings the money in and gets the car and goes. Like, that's what we were under the influence of. She even got insurance for the car. And then we get there and we get like this 90-year-old dude that was like, he didn't know anything. He was like horrible at doing his job. It took forever. We were there for like 6 hours, and she was getting really upset about it. And like she even cried at one point. So I was like, I own a corporation. I pay her every week. Like, what can I do? Like, how can I fix this? Like, and the lady worked with me, and we ended up like getting, like, they found that I have an established business online, so they took like a screenshot of my business, of my website, of this, of that, and like, you know, I even had stuff with me from my accountant. I'm like, I can prove that I have an accountant. I'm not a made up thing. Just because I don't have a phone number, I don't want 50,000 people calling me. I just don't. So I don't put it out there. But it was just crazy, like all these little things. And then afterwards, she was so happy when she realized she was getting the car. She was like, hug to everybody in the place, but it's all 6 feet apart people, like you can't touch anybody. So she's like hugging everybody after being a bitch for like 4 hours. I'm like, you're such an ass. She completely turned into a different person. Yeah, Nay, sometimes older men are just a big red flag. Like, they might, like, you know, I think when you're in your 20s and you see an older man, you're like, ooh, because they're not like the dudes that are your age. 20s suck for men, because men are, like, in your 20s, they're, like, wanting to bang everything that walks. They're wanting to just keep themselves free and be like, yay, I have a dick and I'm going to use it everywhere I go. But then the older guys, they've already committed. They've already, like, had kids. They're slower. Like, they need pills to get it up. Like, they're a little bit more, like, you can handle them a little bit better than you can handle the younger guy. So I feel like that's where like women are like, ooh, like he's an older guy, he has a house, he has money, he has like stuff, like he's stable. Like he feels stable. He feels like I could have something stable there. He's already married to somebody, so if he gets rid of her, I can be her and I can be the housewife and do the housewife things I want to do. But then when you find this, like you either get into a dynamic where they stay with their housewife, keep you on the side, and maybe give you like a car to drive or put you in an apartment somewhere and string you along for a long time, or you freaking they get rid of that one and you move in, but you find out that like being there isn't all glorious. It's not like woohoo, this is great, because he does to you what he did to her. That's what they do. If they come at you when they're with somebody, they're probably narcissistic and like looking for their next supply, and they're gonna drain everything out of you until you have nothing left, and then they're gonna go on to the next bitch. And they always have a main bitch that they keep like in their territory, like you're in their web, and they just suck you dry and they like make your life a living hell. And then with you, they discard you and they bring another one in that's a little bit younger, a newer model, and they do the same thing to her. So don't even like that's the thing too, is they use that as a thing, like so that one that he's with will be jealous of the new one. And then and be like, I want him, even though I know he's a piece of shit and he treats me horrible and he's narcissistic and he drains me and everything's bad. I want to be here so that she can't. Like, it's territorial. It's animalistic when it all comes down to it. People are like animals, and they need to be able to control that part of themselves so they don't get screwed over or make decisions based out of like our hormones and our like, I just want him because you can't have him. Like, if we would stop doing that stuff and stop dealing with people that do those things, our lives would be much easier, and we would probably have healthier relationships with people that actually want to be like, you know, healthy and love you and support you and aren't going to go cheat on you 6 months down the road, or aren't going to drain you out of like the person I with had me brainwashed to think that like I couldn't leave because I had 5 dogs that he made happen. Like, he kept letting them, like, one would get in heat, and I would leave the house, I'd come back, all of a sudden all these doors that had been closed and locked would be open, and the dogs are together and we're having puppies again. And it was like another way to make me think that like I wasn't going to find anywhere to go with 3 dogs. I wasn't going to find anywhere to go with 4 dogs. Definitely wasn't. We had 7 at the end of it, living in a little 1-room apartment. I had 7 dogs because he would always want to keep one of the puppies, and he would sell the puppies and get his money to go use on other bitches that he would freaking do stuff with. He was horrible. He did a lot of bad things, but like I literally believe that I would not find another place to live. I believe that nobody else would want me. Like, I still struggle with that belief of like it's I know that other guys want me, but like valuable guys, like it's a hard thing. Like, I've got to like, you know, retrain my brain to know that like there are valuable men out there in the world that will treat me with respect and dignity and not look at me like I'm a piece of shit. And like, by building my business and doing the things I've been doing, that's been helping a lot to like build my confidence and realizing like I didn't need him. When I was with him, I had shit. I couldn't even eat some weeks. Like, we had no heat in that basement. We had nothing. And that was only 4 years ago that I left there. So to like turn it to this with that amount of time being away from him just shows like if you're not with a toxic, narcissistic, like bad person for you, or obsessed with one that's only going to drain you, your life gets a lot better really quickly. But when we give to these things that are not good for us or not conducive or don't give back to us in any way other than to make us jealous or make us feel all types of ways, we just lose everything so quickly. We lose our sense of self. We like, and women do it so quickly. We just want to be loved. We just want to be like accepted. We want to be pretty. We want to be like told that we're like nice. And a lot of these guys will show up in the beginning and they will act like that, and they will love bomb you and give you all this time and all this energy and attention, and then they take it away. So you constantly trying to rekindle that or refine that moving forward, you won't get it because they're not going to give it back to you unless you try to leave. when you try to leave, they love bomb you again and get you to say, I'll promise I'll change, everything will be good, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to fix it, and everything will be okay. And they maybe last a week and go right back to the old behaviors. Like the guy would have like 3 phones, and I would find like one phone and they'd be full of shit. Like he took another girl to Florida. He bought her a puppy. He bought her a car. He like did all of this shit while he was living with me. And I'm like, he had me convinced that it wasn't real. Like, even though I knew it was, he was so good at lying that I would doubt myself. I found the suitcase with the tickets for Florida. I saw pictures of her in my bed, and I still believed him. Like, they're really, really good at manipulating, so try not to get involved, especially if he's an older dude that's married or with somebody or whatever, and he's coming at you with that line. Try not to get involved with that type of stuff, because that's not ever going to go anywhere good. Try to find somebody that's like in his 30s, that's like, you know, in between the age of being an old washed up asshole that's trying to like feed off of young women, and one that's not like, you know, 20 and out there banging a bunch of hoes. Try to find something in between. And they exist. Everybody's like, no good guys exist. They do, but we don't ever want them because they're not toxic or narcissistic enough or crazy enough to make us be like, ooh, swoon, he's great. Chubby, healthy children. That's one thing I'm so happy. I never had kids. If I see my sister, she had a kid and she's stuck. Like she wants to not be where she is, but she can't because she's got a kid. Hi, Snuggle Bear. Yeah, I'm still here. We're done now, but I was just talking to the people, telling them don't be with a narcissistic 40-year-old crazy man ever. Just because all 40-year-old men. No, the ones that target women 20 years younger, we don't want them. Alexa, behind the emails, LOL. Snuggle Bear, I'm Alexa. Oh, I had somebody that was supposed to be an admin, Anace. I know did you tell me you were going to be adminning tonight on my Instagram? Somebody told me they were admin here on my Instagram. I'm really, really, really bad with names. Excited for your roll-ons. Woohoo! They might be on their way. Depends on when you ordered them. What's the difference between the different candles? 1111. So I have I have abundance candles which attract abundance, and they're like patchouli, myrrh, frankincense, cinnamon, and peppermint. Like that's the blend of essential oils that are in it, and I set the intention that whoever gets it, you know, creates abundance in their life. And when you get your candle, I have like when you go to the candle, there's a description, and it's like, when you get your candle, do this, this, and that. So basically, like when you get your candle, depending on which one you want, like this one's for protection. So like if you've been like under energetic attack, you've had psychic stuff hurting you, you've had whatever doing something to you that you don't like, you can get a protection candle to protect yourself from that. And I set the intention that whoever gets a candle will be protected. I do Nag Champa for this. Then like the twin flame is lavender and rose. Lavender relaxes the people who are all like anxious about twin flame union, and the rose engulfs them in love and makes them feel good. So it like calms them down, engulfs them in love, puts them in the right vibration to receive love. But when you get the candle, depending which one you get, because I have like those 3 are like the popular ones. Then there's love spell, which love spell like puts you into a place of like having a love spell, like where men are going to be looking at you, and you know, like you have this intoxicating vibe about you, so you don't have to just get one man. You can see what is out there and, you know, taste the treats. And then sex magic is all about sex. So like if you want to enhance your sexual time by yourself, or you want to enhance your sexual time with your twin flame, or you want to have sex with your twin flame, you would get sex magic and set the intention and use that. Now that one is a little bit different. Like most of them, when you get them, like all of them except for sex magic, I would just get it, put it in my hands, close my eyes, and then I set my intention in my mind of like what I'm wanting. So like if I want twin flame union, I'm like, okay, I want twin flame union. What does that look like? What does that taste like? What does that smell like? What does that feel like? All of the sensations, and I allow myself to really feel it. Like what does it feel like for them to call me right now? Like what? Because that's how like you're gonna get there, right? Like most people should be trying to like manifest communication. We don't want to go from like we're not talking ever to union. We want to go from we're not talking to we're talking to then we're walking, then we're banging, then we're doing whatever, right? Like you gotta go in a thing. Like it's just things like with money. Like when I was trying to manifest $10,000, like I didn't start there. I started off with like 500 a week, then I went to $1,000 a week, then to 10,000. Now I'm like, you know, going up to 20,000. Now I go up to like keep going and keep going. But you got to take the jumps. You can't go from like I make no money a month to I make 50,000 a month and expect that to be like here you go. So we want to like think, you know, rationally, expectations that are reasonable and feasible, and then we like imagine it, feel it, allow ourselves to really embody the feeling of it, of like all that stuff, and then we light the candle and we know that this is going to ignite this into our life and that's going to bring it into our life. And you only have to let the candle go until like it has a solid pool, so that you're not like making a hole in the center of your candle, because like sometimes people will like burn it for 5 seconds and be like and then like they have like a dip, so they're wasting a lot of wax. Just let it burn across the top, blow it out, and then the next time you want to do it, you do it again, and you can kind of like fine tune your intention of like, all right, like now I'm getting into that vibe again. The more that you visualize, affirm, and like feel what you are trying to create, the easier it is to create it. I've never not been able to get communication when I've tried. Like, even if it's just been something insignificant, it's happened. Even when I don't try, and I like light one of my twin flame candles or touch one of them or like just do something and I think about it, it's like bing, it happens. And I'm like I don't even try sometimes and it happens. And then I have people out there like that girl who was like, every time I light it, he calls. Is it okay if I get a new one? I don't want to mess up the old one. Like she was afraid to get a new candle because she didn't want that one to like take away the power of the old one. And I've had other people who like get one and they're like, the twin comes over, he's like, oh, I like the smell of that, and they start having sex and burning down the house, and you know, like just I've had a lot of different feedback from different people. Sex magic is different. Sex magic, when you get sex magic, you do the intention thing with your hands and all of that, but when you light it, you might want to go pleasure yourself and use that pleasure energy when you are orgasming to enhance the manifestation of your visualization. So when you're coming, like think of what you want to be creating in that moment, because you're giving 10 more times power to that with that feeling that you're having, because feeling is very important with manifesting. So many people are like, I know what I want, like I'm creating my reality, I affirm, like I'm attracting this, but they don't put anything into it, and then they don't take any action steps in the physical, and they just like think that, you know, universe knows. Well, yeah, the universe might know, but you've got to get off your ass and do something. You got to feel something. You got to like invoke something. And that's what the sex magic is like, about like intensifying that. And for most part, my intention is to like get you freaky deaky on with your person, but you can use that power of sex magic to do whatever you want, to create whatever you want. Abundance, you want money, you want a new man, you want whatever, you can create it, but you got to believe it. If you don't believe it, if you doubt it, if you think that that's not going to happen, that I'm not good enough at that, like I can't do it, then it's not going to happen. If you continuously think negatively or you continuously feel opposite of what you're trying to create, it doesn't happen. So try to not do that. Try to be in the right vibe and feeling it and like trusting it and knowing it, but don't go to the extreme of like, I got to think about it 24/7, because then you just block it with causing resistance by like being super focused on a specific outcome of like, I want it, I want it, I want it. And when you're doing that, you're telling the universe, I don't have it, I don't have it, I don't have it. So they like, here's more of it, I don't have it, here you go. Keep giving that, because that's what you are feeling and attracting and emanating out. So that's what you're going to receive. Whatever you put out is what you get. Oh my God, finally sex talk. I don't do the sex stuff anymore because like I got in trouble. I took all my videos that had like 100,000, 200,000 views. I deleted them because they were gonna like delete my channel. The 1111 candles. I don't have 1111 candles. I don't know what those are. I don't think I do anyway. Thank you, Viviana. Do you ever crave ladies? We are meant to be playful. Do not ever crave ladies. We are meant to be playful. As an empathy and healer, so many people who get in my vehicle spill all their worries, problems. Are you a Uber driver? I did Uber for like a short time before like my channel took off, and I had like I was gonna do psychic Uber. I was like, I should just do psychic Uber because this is ridiculous. Like I was doing readings for people without cards. Every person was like, oh my god, blah blah blah. Then they'd be like, thank you so much. That was the best ride ever. And I get all the drunk people because I did it at night too. I'd be like going out at like midnight. The price. Yeah, I think any of my candles you can use it for. Like I have, what is 1111? Oh, 1111 is just an astrological tin. So it's smaller than it's like 2.5 ounces. So it's not going to last as long as like a big candle. But you can get any one of my intentions in that. So like when you go there, you go and you look in the description box. It tells you all of the ones that I have. I got Divine Masculine, which attracts the Divine Masculine. I got the Twin Flame, which brings the union. I've got the Sex Magic. I've got Love Spell. I've got Abundance, and then I think then I've got Coffee Morning, which is about like attracting the morning after you have like a night with your Twin Flame. And I think that's it. But whatever one you want is like you write it in the description box when you order. It will tell you, like it will prompt you and be like, which one do you want? And you just let us know, like, I want Twin Flame Union with flowers or no flowers, with a pendulum or no pendulum. Like they prompt you for most of it, and you just pick whichever one you want. But those ones are just, they're a little bit smaller. And then I have like little tins that are like $7. Those are even smaller, but they're like to get people like to see if they like it, to get started with it. Like this is the big 9 ounce. This is the 6 ounce. This is an abundance one we do in gold, but like these ones would last a little bit longer. Like I started off with a 16 ounce and I still have some of it left because I'm not like all the time. Like I was like, I don't need this anymore. But like some people turn it on and they burn it down in one go. Like I'm like, just, you don't have to do that. Like just use it like here and there. And like some people overthink it. Like they send me 100 messages like, is it okay if I do this? Is it okay if I do that? And what about if I do, like, I got 2 candles, one for this and one for that. Can I light them at the same time? I'm like, you're overthinking it. Like you're messing it up already. You gotta not be like, just do whatever. Like don't be so crazy about it. Just do whatever feels right. Like even the way I give the directions with it, it's like, just kind of like think about it, you know, give it to the universe. Don't be like, because when you get you block and you do the opposite of what you want. That's like I can tell sometimes when people message me, I'm like, it's not gonna work for them. Like I can just tell by the way that they word stuff when they're like, I got this. How often should I be doing this and that? And they make like way too much of it, and it doesn't help. Where have I been? I've been on my Instagram. Like if you guys have Instagram, I'm on Instagram almost every single day. I post my 15-minute videos there. And then on here, Bridget Rao channel, I have the Divine Darlings, which is $1.99 a month. And I do like 40, 50-minute readings on there. And then I have the Divine Essentials YouTube channel, which is like 14,000 people. And I've been teaching Elsie on light healing, which has been taking up a lot of time and energy of mine. So I make videos for that, and then I sell some videos for that. Like most of the teachings are free. The activations are paid for. And then then my Etsy store has been like taking over my life. Like everybody wants a tantric twin crystal. Like they're crazy. They're like everybody. Like I can't even keep them on my store for more than 2 minutes. They go off instantly. And I'm stupid and decided to tell everybody that I would write like a little card for them. So when people buy a crystal from me, not every crystal, when people buy $10 worth of crystals specifically, has to be $10 worth, they get one postcard of messages. So what I do is I pull cards. I sit here on like Monday night or Tuesday or Sunday night, Monday night, and I pull a couple of cards and I get a postcard, which you gotta follow, buddy. And I give them messages. I fill out one of these with messages about their situation or whatever comes through in the cards. And then I give a printout of the activation. So I activate the crystal, I charge the crystal, I do a little mini reading and it's only one card, no matter how many crystals you get, but it has to be at least $10 worth of crystals or you don't get a card because I was writing cards for like $2 crystals, and then I was writing like another card for like a $3 crystal, and then another card for, and I was like, people were getting like 10 cards, and I was up all night long writing for like 2 days in a row, just for orders to go out one day a week, and then I'd do it again later that week, and I wasn't sleeping, and I was killing myself. So now it's changed to only, like, if you get a big crystal or you spend $10 in crystals, you get one postcard, that's it. And then I print out your activation so you know what I activated your crystal to do. And all of the tantric twins get activated for one thing. All of the selenite gets activated for one thing. But between the candles, the crystals, the cards, I've been very busy. I used to love older men. I did too. I loved my older man until I realized he was a piece of shit. Yeah, Lyra, that's the thing at that age. You're probably an old soul if you're here, because I noticed that most of the people who are spiritually like connected or whatever, they're star seeds. I don't know if Lyra is your real name, but if you're Lyran, you've probably got a very, very old soul, so you're not looking for what most people your age are looking for. I dated women for a while. That was when I was in my 20s. Women are completely different from men. Women will be like, let's get married tomorrow. And it's almost too much. Like, I'm like, oh, like, no. Like, I had a girl, I met her and her boyfriend, we were all hanging out. She kicked her like, they were engaged. She kicked him out after we all had like a drunken night and her and I had hooked up. And she was ready to like move me in. She kicked him out. It was like this, like, it only lasted like a week before I was like, I can't do this. Like, you're too much. So that didn't end well. And then there was another girl that, like, I met her through friends. And, you know, we kicked off the first night. We were, like, making out crazy. I was, like, just whatever. It just happened. And then, like, 2 weeks into it, I see a picture of her ex-girlfriend who she just broke up with. And it was, like, looking at me. It was like she took her ex-girlfriend and was like, I need Matt. I need a new one. Like, I need a brand new one. Here we go. And got me in place of the ex. And I was like, what the hell? Like, that kind of was like, all set. Like, I don't want to be your replacement, her. Because obviously she was still, like, it was weird. And she, like, lived in the house with that girl still. And I was, like, being used to, like, make the other girl jealous. And I was like, this isn't fun. Like, I don't know. But she was ready to be, like, serious right off the bat. But women are just, like, I don't know. There's a lot. You don't realize it because you are a woman, but when you, like, date a woman, you're like, holy shit, women suck. Like, there's a lot to handle. Yes, I'm going to do the lives every fourth Wednesday. I might, like, switch it up a little bit, like, earlier or later on the day. But for the most part, it's going to be 10 p.m. every fourth Wednesday. And then my Divine Darlings get one on the second Wednesday of every month. And those are free. Because they pay $1.99 for the month. So they get readings, they get a couple of readings a week at least, and they usually get long readings. They get like 40-minute long readings, 50-minute long readings, sometimes an hour long reading. And then I do the live stream with them, and we all just hang out because it's only like 10 or 12 of them that come on because there's a smaller amount of Divine Darlings. And that's what I do with them. So I'm going to be doing them on the 2nd and you guys on the 4th. Just because if I don't schedule something on this channel, I'm not going to do anything on this channel. Like, I've been losing subscribers like crazy because I haven't been uploading, but I don't have time. And everybody wants pick-a-card readings, and I can't, like, if people would be okay with a 15-minute, 20-minute, like, general reading, then I would be fine to give you guys readings, like, daily. But I don't have an hour and a half to do a pick-a-card reading every single day, and then it just keeps getting longer and longer and longer between times, and then it's like, oh, shit, I gotta pack, like, I'm constantly getting stuff ready to ship, or I'm making, like, cards for the things, for the crystals, or I'm posting crystals, or I'm buying crystals, or I'm I've got crystals up the ass right now. Like, there's boxes over there, there's boxes on this chair before I came on here. I just ordered a $60 shelf thing that, like, wheels around so I can put crystals places, because I'm buying tons of crystals, but they sell immediately. It's been crazy. Like, I just have no time anymore. So I'm going to do the lives and hopefully be able to keep up with them. And I don't know, I think the 30-minute mark got us here, so if it gets to be too much, I'll cut it down to like 15 minutes or something that I take the payments, and then people can just get there on time and put their payment in, and that'll be it. But like, I feel bad because I used to be here every day for you guys, and now I'm like, bye. But Etsy is a lot of work to keep up with. And my sister helps me. I pay her to put in all my deck orders. I pay her to come here twice a week to ship with me. I send her to the post office with the things we ship. I now pay her to go through my emails and to go through my messages so that, like, if she can answer a question, she can answer it. Because I've got so many things to bring out. Like, I have a Manifesting Union workshop, like, thing that I was going to print, like, have available for PDF download. And then I have, like, other book things that I've written. And I've got all this stuff that's handwritten because I can't type. Like, I don't like typing. It has to be handwritten or it doesn't come out of me. So I have all this stuff that I want to present to people and, like, make available. I have tons of people who want it, but I gotta, like, get it out of the paper into the computer so people can have it. And I can't do that and post crystals and sell stuff and answer messages and do readings and do Elsion light healing and have my 5 dogs and eat and sleep. Like, I think that's why I was having the hallucinations, because I don't sleep or eat. And the constant silence that I'm in, because I don't leave here, I'm always like, weird. I'm just a weirdo. All I do is work. Does manifesting from your own heart space works too right? I've been doing that for a bit because I like to personally keep them in my heart. Yeah, that's fine. I feel like manifesting is very easy once you get the concept of it. One of the biggest things that helped me, I'm always so confused as if I should use side rail or topic astrology. My signs change in both systems. I would just go with what makes sense. Like, which one makes sense the most, or do a combination. And, like, a lot of times I don't even, like, I'm all earth. Like, I have Capricorn rising, Capricorn moon, and Taurus sun. So, like, I a lot of times resonate more with Capricorn stuff than I do what do you call it, Taurus. And I'm supposed to be all Taurus. Sometimes I resonate with other people's readings. Like, I'll see, like, an air signs reading, and I'll resonate with that. Like, it's just, I think it's just whatever you're drawn to. Like, sometimes when I used to watch readings, I would go to, like, a reading because I saw the timestamp was like 13311, and I'd be like, ooh, doop. And then I'd pick the, like, if it was a pick a card, I'd pick the number that, like, resonated for me. I don't always necessarily go off of, like, it has to be this thing or it has to be that thing. I just go with what the universe presents to me when it presents it. And then, yeah, that last person, Monica, yeah, me too. I'm hallucinating regularly. Um, it's crazy. I mean, I had hallucination like a little bit when I first awoke. That was in 2011. This was so real. Like I was like, this is real. Like this is happening. And I'm like, then when I realized it wasn't happening, I was like, oh my god, I need help. Like somebody take me to the doctor, please. But I couldn't. Oh, Snuggle Bear. I was just gonna say that. That's the thing that made the biggest thing for me with manifesting is the circle. Everything I put in that frickin' circle has come true. I put that fucking old man, that douchebag, that narcissistic guy that I wanted to be with in the circle, and I got him. And I wish I never did, but it worked. Don't put people in the circle. The circle, you don't put people in the circle. It's not a good idea. But if you want to use the circle, it's very simple. You just draw a circle. A lot of times I'll take something like an actual item that's a circle, like a big circle, like a bowl, and then make a circle. And then inside of the circle, you just write the reality that you want to be living in. I learned this way before I had my awakening. I learned this in a book called The Circle when I was like, I don't know, in my teens. I was young. And I basically write what I want. So I'm like, I am making $10,000 a month. That was the one that I got. That one was like last year, and it happened very quickly. Like as soon as I went on freaking Etsy, that was like boom, done deal. And now it's like I had a $20,000 week, and I wasn't thinking like I didn't even try for that. I haven't even touched the circle because I'm like I don't need the circle anymore. Like it's beyond the circle. But if I try and go edit the circle, it'll probably keep going up. It's like whatever you want, you write like I am making X amount a month. I am in a healthy relationship. I already have whatever it is that you want, and you write it in the circle like you have it, and then like put it somewhere that's like, you know, your subconscious is going to keep seeing it, but you're not going to be like super focused on it. You're not going to be like, like I need to remember this every minute of the day, but you see it somewhere that's like, even if you just do it in your phone, like go onto your you know, one of your apps that you can do like design with, make a circle and then write in the circle and then save it as your back screen. So like when you're doing stuff on your phone, like that back screen's right there, and it's like I am making $10,000 a month. I am this. I am that. I'm in a healthy union with a divine counterpart. But don't try not to be like it has to be Joe Schmo, like it, because then you get into like free will and going against free will and things like that. Like if Joe Schmo doesn't want to be there, you're wasting all of that energy and that time and attention. So, you know, you can try to get communication from somebody. Another good way with that is like change your name in your phone, like save your phone as as the person that you want to receive communication from, right? So when you text yourself the message you want them to send to you. Like, hey baby, what's up? I haven't talked to you in a while. Boop. Send it. And when it pops up on the screen, it's going to look like Joe Schmo sent it. Screenshot it and then save that as your back screen so it always looks like they're texting you. And like your subconscious is being programmed to think that they're texting you. So if there's an inkling that they want to freaking text you, you've just created a much easier way for them to text you by doing that. Those are the little things that you can do, or like taking a picture of them and like having that as your back screen, like, and knowing that like they're coming to you soon, or putting it like a picture somewhere, like where like I'm always here at this desk doing stuff, so like if I had a picture over there to the side where like I see it but I'm not like super zoomed in on it, that's your subconscious mind seeing it and programming it. But it's like the circle does that. Affirmations do that. Like if you just recite affirmations every day. Like I don't know how many guys, Laura Cleary, she's like a comedian on Facebook a lot. She's got a YouTube channel, but I see her stuff occasionally. She does the boobs, and she's like got kids now, but she was like she was like Help Helen Smash weird stuff before. She's like crazy. Like she does weird random shit. She's kind of into spiritual stuff. She'll play her singing bowl here and there. She swears by it. Like I just heard this out of her not too long ago. She was like, I started when I wanted my channel to be successful. I started like doing affirmations every morning. What she said was like, I'm making millions of people laugh every day, or I'm making millions of people laugh. And what happened was she made millions of people laugh, but her video went viral, but nobody was sharing who she was, so nobody was attaching it to her, so she didn't get any credit for that viral video. It was just like a random video that nobody equated it to her. So she changed her affirmation to, I am a well-known comedian making millions of people laugh. And within a year, she's like well-known, and like tons of people know who she is. She's got millions of subscribers on YouTube. She's got tons of people on Facebook that follow her. She's got tons of like merchandise that she sells and does all this stuff. And it was her affirmations, and she just keeps changing her affirmations to reflect the reality that she wants to create. It's not hard to do. It's just consistency, believing and trusting in doing it and following through with it, and then editing it. Like, because if you're saying the wrong thing, you might not get what you want. You know, like you might, like her was like, I make millions of people laugh. She got that, but they didn't know it was her making them laugh. So you want to be careful how you word things so that you catch that loophole and you make sure that you're actually like doing something good. I'm still alive. I'm studying BPARM. Last year I was just depression, and I hadn't studied. Now I don't know what to do, how to cope, what to do now. I didn't know for a long time. I don't know how old you are, Monica, but when I was in my 20s, and like up until recently, I'm 30. How old am I? I'm 36. And only the past like 4 years have I been like really like kind of on the right path of like something. But before that, everything I did fits into what I do now. Like I was like, maybe I'll do copywriting because I like to write. I've always wrote stuff since I was a kid. I like poems. I can write a poem very quickly. I was like, maybe I'll do some writing. So I was like, maybe I'll build a website. So I built a website, my first website. I taught myself how to build it. I taught myself like search engine optimization. I taught myself, like, oh, if I want to do like affiliate marketing, I'm going to have like social media. So I got to figure out social media marketing. So I taught myself a lot of marketing stuff, and I taught myself a lot of like random shit, but none of it mattered because I was living with that guy that didn't want me to work. So, like, I could do whatever I really wanted to do as long as I was at home in the computer land and wasn't leaving the house and, seeing other human beings that might potentially get me out of there. He was okay with that. So I spent years teaching myself a lot of different things that I now use. Like, I built my own website for Divine Essentials. I maintain my own website. I do the search engine optimization on all of my stuff. I use, like, the stuff I've learned about social media marketing. I've like just anything to do with whatever, I've taught myself all of it. The only thing I didn't teach myself was like Reiki and aromatherapy and my Mune Key class. And I teach those things because I learned those things, but everything else was like, it just came together because I was like dibbling and dabbling and had no idea what I wanted to do or how I was going to make money or how to get out of here, how to get out of that situation I was in. And I finally figured it out, and now it's all like, here you go, all the abundance you could ever need. And I still live like I'm poor. Like, I was looking at cars today, and I was like, my sister just got a car, and she works for me under my business. And I'm like, if you can get a $10,000 car, I should be. And then I'm like, I just made a lot of money, and I have a lot. Like, I have money. Like, there's a disconnect in my brain because I'm like, I don't have money. Like, I act like I don't have it. Like, I don't spend it. The only thing I buy is for the business. My business account is crazy. Like, I just buy more stuff for the business. That's the only thing that moves. My personal account's like, I don't touch it. Thank you, Anais. Thank you, Gwen. I Ching or scrying. I haven't done much scrying, and I haven't done I Ching, but like the stuff that I've done, like I learned Mune Key, which is a shamanic path, and then I did a little bit of like my mesa work, which is like coming and like building a mesa, which is like a portable altar that the shaman carries. And in that, I think there was going to be more stuff that connects to like scrying and things like that, but I never continued on with it because the teacher was a little weird, and I always end up having problems with people, so I was like, I'm just going to leave. But I ended up I like the I Ching. I don't know what like that is specifically. I do Muneki, I do New Paradigm Multidimensional Transformation, which is a class that I took from John Armitage. Me teaching, yeah, I teach a lot. I teach the Muneki. I don't like teaching Reiki. I don't like Reiki at all. I'm teaching the Alcyon Light Healing. Yeah, I have a bunch of meditation. If you go to my Divine Essentials YouTube channel, I've been uploading there every week. And I've been doing like the Akashic Records, or I've been doing like past life, or connect with your spirit babies, or, you know, healing the divine masculine, or healing the womb of the divine feminine. Like all different types. I'm teaching Alcyon Light Healing right now, which is like a whole year-long class. And then you basically, like, you can choose what you want to take. Like, you don't have to take all of it. If you want a certificate, you got to take all of it. But every week I'm teaching there. The Lyran Akashic Records, yep. We do all types of stuff. We do like starseed stuff. We do like some just like normal stuff. Like I teach people how to do a healing session. So like if you want to do a healing session, you don't know how, you'll learn how. I activate you to be able to do healing sessions and like use the vortex. Like I use the vortex for everything. Like when I make a candle, I use the vortex. When I make a blend, like a roll-on, or I make, when I do my automatic writing, I use the vortex. And the vortex, the first thing I teach in Alcyon Light Healing, there's a whole playlist of Alcyon Light Healing you can watch from like the beginning to now. And then Mune Key is on there too. There's 9 rites of the Mune Key that I taught on there. I used to teach in person all the time. That's all I did, was I would go to centers around here and I would teach like a group of 20 people, or I would host a meditation for 20 people, and then that's it. And like I would like go home, and the next weekend I would be like, all right, I got another group of 10 people I'm teaching Mune Key to, or I'm teaching Alcyon Light Healing, or I'm teaching this, or I'm teaching that. So that's like, I've been teaching for a while. The next thing I'm going to teach is I have a couple of things I'm going to be teaching. I have a High Priestess like mini course. It's not going to be like a crazy long thing. It's going to be like how to tune into that High Priestess inside of yourself. Then I have the Essential Empress that's coming, but I feel like that's more a book. I feel like I'm writing a book, and then I'm going to be teaching some of the concepts in the book. And then I want to teach you guys, like, want to teach people how to become a spiritual entrepreneur so that they can be successful in doing what they want to do when they figure out what they like to do. And Alcyon Light Healing is like, hey, this is how we do this, this, and this. It gives you like a sampling. It's like, you want to try automatic writing? This is how you do automatic writing. If you like automatic writing, you can include that into your spiritual practice, and you can offer that to other people. But you've got to try it out and see if you like it and if you can do it. If you don't like it, maybe you're in for the Akashic Records. If you're not for the Akashic Records, maybe you're for your past life. If you're not for past life, maybe you're somebody that's connected to the starseed stuff and you want to do trance channeling. Like, I'm teaching all of that stuff, like how I do all of that stuff. And I taught myself all that stuff. The Pleiadians started talking to me 11 years ago, and I started listening and doing what they said. And ever since then, things have gotten, like, you know, progressively easier and better, and they bring me abundance and, like, ideas constantly. So I just keep doing what they, you know, direct me to do, and make the products that I get directed to make, and they continuously sell, and they continue, like, I channel my decks. Like, I have the Starseed deck, I got the Soul Purpose deck. Like, I'm always doing something. And I have multiple streams of income, so I know how to do multiple things and like how to make these things work, like how to make this work, how to make that work. So I want to teach people how to do that, but I think I'm going to break it up into like how to have a successful Etsy store, how to have a successful YouTube, how to have a successful Instagram. Like the things that I've succeeded at, I'll teach you how I did it. But that's what my next goal is to teach people that and do that like an actual course that you go to my website and you buy, and like get the videos to download, the PDFs to take, and like a workbook with it, and hopefully that will, because I get a lot of people that ask me about career stuff, but I don't know how to like I can't just be like blah, blah, blah. Like I gotta show you a lot of stuff and tell you a lot of stuff, because it's a lot of stuff that I do to make happen what I do. Now it's easier because I've established a lot of things and I have a following, but in the beginning it was like, you got to do this, and you got to do that. And even on my Etsy now, like I do the extra work that you're supposed to do to get your store to be successful. There's people out there that are like, I'm just gonna put it on there and hope for magic. Why doesn't my store work? It's like, educate yourself. It's not hard. I wonder if I'm a starseed, but I'm unsure. A lot of people get like that. You used to do automatic writing. I like to do everything I do is automatic writing. Everything I write is automatically written. Like, I don't write anymore. Like, I don't think I ever wrote. I think it was always them, like, writing through me, because it's always rhyming and shit. Like, sometimes I can't stop rhyming when I speak or when I write, and I'm like, stop! Like, I don't want to rhyme anymore. With the starseed, I get a lot of people like that. I miss you, my spirit sister. You were in my thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Tavi. I'm still here. I'm just on the Divine Darlings a lot, and I'm gonna be coming on the 4th Wednesday of the month every month now. But a lot of people get like that with the starseed stuff. Like, they don't know if they are or they aren't. If you watched all of those videos that I posted, like, are you Pleiadian? Are you Syrian? Are you Lyran? And you didn't feel a resonance to any of them, then you probably don't have one of those. But it doesn't mean you're not, because I didn't do the Avians, I didn't do the Orions, I haven't done a couple of them. You could be Pavilion. Look into Pavilion Starseed, which is Pvilian Starseed characteristics. I think there's like one video out there ever made, but you should be able to find it on YouTube. Pavilion, Pvilian Starseed characteristics. That's the one that came to mind for you, so it could be, it might not be, but that's what came up. You made a love letter for me last year. That's awesome sauce. I don't mind doing the love letters because I don't mind writing. Like, it doesn't take effort. Like cards takes a lot of effort. Doing the private readings was killing me because it was like, oh my god, like, I get, and you see how everybody tonight is like, how does my twin flame feel? How does my twin flame feel? Imagine that every day for 2 years, where it's like every day you get the same 5 questions over and over and over, and you gotta tell the fucking 500 people the same answers over and over and over. It's like, I don't want to tell you anymore. I need a break. So I took a break from the cards. But now I'm back doing, like, these, so I feel like that's going to help because so many people have, like, I only stopped private readings, like, 2 months ago, and everyone's like, when are you getting back? When are you going to do it? When are you going to do it? I'm like, I don't know, I don't want to, I can't do it anymore, I'm so busy, I don't even sleep sometimes, like, I can't, I don't want to. I spoke with my twin the day after, and everything you said in that letter, he told me himself. That's awesome. That's really cool. I like when I hear those things, because, like, occasionally I'll get, like, because when I send these out to people now, occasionally I'll get somebody that messages me on Etsy, and they're like, I just wanted to let you know that this was an amazing thing, like, everything you said was right, and blah, 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 blah. So it's nice to know that, like, my shit makes sense sometimes, because, like, I don't know. Every time I do a reading, I'm like, I hope this makes sense. I always am worried that it doesn't, or that people are mad, or upset, or triggered, or, like, gonna be hating me. Like, every time I've ever thought somebody was gonna be like, you're suck, I hate you, those are the ones that are like, thank you so much, that was the best one ever. And I'm like, okay. And then the people that I think that I was, like, over the top nice to, and, like, there's no way they could be mad, or like, ah! I'm like, ah. If there's any remote work, let me know. I would love to work for you. Yeah, I'm trying to, I need to get my stuff online from my papers, which sounds easy enough. Like, everybody's like, oh, I can do that. But the problem is, I want to make a workbook. So it's like, I need to design and like, make the template that the stuff gets typed into. So, like, the first one's a Manifesting Union with Self, and it's a Tarot Oracle workbook. So it's like, you pull 3 cards from your Tarot Oracle deck, whatever one you want for that day's activity. It's a 30-day activity book that I'm making. And there's going to be like 3 spots on the book. So it's like this card here, this card here, this card here. And then underneath that is like a description. And then underneath that is a description. So I got to make that template and then fill that template in with the information. And then I have a Manifesting Union with Your Twin Flame workbook, which is a collection of things. It's not all tarot oracle. It's basically like, do this day, talk about this that day, journal this. It's a whole thing. But I have both of them basically. The Manifesting Union with Self is done. You know how to do that? Well, then maybe I can have you do that, because I started it, but I haven't finished it. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, is get them onto like Canva. And my sister knows how to do stuff, but she doesn't know how to like design. So I'm like, it doesn't even have to be fancy. Like, just get it in there, and I'll make it fancy. You know. Thank you, Vaishnavi. Vaishnavi? Is Moldavite a good crystal to work with? I love Moldavite because Moldavite is connected to like the star energies, and it's like a, what do you call it, like a meteorite. I'm a big fan of it. I have Moldavite oil that I hoard. Like, you can't get this anymore. I don't know why or what happened. But I had a girl that used to get me these all the time, and like, this is all I have left. She broke up with me, and she's like, she left with her Moldavite oil, and I can't get it. They used to have it on Amazon, but now they don't. But there's a piece of Moldavite in there, and it's like, it just smells really. It probably doesn't even smell good anymore, because I'm like, I've had it for like 4 years now. I'm like, don't touch it. Yeah, I can't even open it. I can't get in. But I love it. It's very high vibrational. Some people hate it. Some people can't touch it. Some people get all weird about it. Where's Heather? I keep like missing a lot of people. Heather. Says Heather, it's normal to feel that way. Trust me, I'm always trying to cut him out of my life, but it's hard. I can't just walk away from it. Where is Heather? I don't even see her. I thought I was missing her messages. Oh, there's one. There's actually the next question I already know I want to ask for another live another time. Spirit babies. I just want to know more about mine in general, since I know I'll probably never meet them. Don't say that. When you say that, you create that, you know? So I try not to be like, I know. Like, I know where you're coming from, and I know you feel that way. But the more you think that and feel that and say that and give that power to your mother of creating that, the harder it's going to be to manifest the opposite of that. You're not dead. You're not dried up. There's no reason why you can't have babies. Ooh, it still smells good. Yeah, if you can get some Moldavite oil, it's like crack for me. I'll give you whatever you want. But Moldavite is very high vibrational. Some people react badly to it. And then with the spirit babies, basically, if I wanted to connect with the spirit babies, I did the spirit baby like meditation. That might be a good way to like connect to them, or just do your own. Like, I think automatic writing would be a very good way to connect with them, because you can like have them, you know, talk to you, you know, like talk to you about themselves. And like, I did a whole video about like how to talk to them, how to get messages from them, how to you know, like how to do the writing. So like, you could have like a list of questions like, you know, how old are you, what color hair do you have, and you just trust what comes. And you just had that message. You got to trust yourself more. So trust yourself, you know, like whatever comes up comes up. And it's your baby, so like, it's probably going to be blonde. Like, when I think of your spirit baby, like, I see a blonde off the top of my head immediately. But you can ask them questions, you can talk to them, and they can help you to heal what's gone on with you and your family already. They can, like, you know, they're from spirit level. Most of the babies that come in here are way more connected than any of us ever wanted to be. Like, my niece knows way more shit than I know. And she sees my aunt, my mother who passed. Like, she's like, she talks it to her. She had some song the other day. Like, she knew the song, the words to the song that we've never told her. And we were like, how do you know that? And she was like, Graham told me. And Graham's been dead for a long time. Like, she wasn't old enough to like remember songs when my mother died. So it's weird. Like, the stuff that she says and the stuff that happens to confirm what she says, I just know that she sees stuff, and I know she gets messages. But if you can tap into your spirit babies and talk to them specifically and ask them questions, you can get answers. You just got to trust. Like, the first, like with automatic writing, it's just automatically writing whatever comes. Like make a program for yourself, like this question, this question, this question, this question, this question. Meditate for a few minutes, set the intention of like, I want to talk to my spirit babies, and then drop into your heart center, into that unconditional love that you would feel for a child. And like, imagine like that connection that you would have with a child, like how much you would love that child. Like, try to really be there, because if you've never had a child, it's going to be hard to like fully embody that vibration, because you don't know until you do it, right? But you've already done it in another life, so you can tap back into it from that other life. You just got to remember cellular memory and get yourself into that like place. And then, you know, ask the question, like, when you feel that connection is there, when you feel that love, feel that presence, close your eyes, like, you know, imagine that person, that baby, and like see how the baby shows up. And even, you don't even have to ask questions. You could just have like things that you want to know about the baby, or that you're gonna like mark down about the baby. Like, okay, the baby's like 6 years old as it's manifesting right now, and the baby's a boy, and the baby's name is, what's the baby's name? Like, get the name, get the date, get like what message the baby has for you, or what lesson the baby's going to teach you, and just like evolve from there. But you can do it like that way with like having questions already, or you could just have it be like whatever you feel, whatever you see, whatever you know, whatever your predominant gift is. If you're clear knowing, that sometimes helps a lot, because then you just kind of know shit, and it's like, oh, this is what it is. I have clear knowing. I doubt it all the time, but I've gotten much better about just saying what I see or feel or know or hear or whatever, like, because I don't necessarily see it, but I know what they're showing me. So like, I do see it in a way. I don't know what they're saying, but I do hear it in a way. So it's like, whatever shows up, I just say it. If it's wrong, whatever, but it's never usually wrong, like, when I just do it. If I doubt and don't do it, then it's wrong. Feel like my grandmother's soul came into our family again with my niece. I felt like that too. Like, I feel like my mother is like passed, and that my like niece talks to her, but I also feel like she's like somewhat reincarnated in her, because she looks just like her sometimes, and she acts just like, she's such a bitch sometimes. I'm like, how are you this way at age 4? Like, some of the stuff she does. But like, my dog is definitely my ex. I had an ex when I was younger who died. He passed away, and I don't know, like, everything about my dog is just like him. And I swear to God, he came back as my dog. Maybe she saw that you are a twin. I know the boy's named Jack after my dad. Sometimes I question if it is my dad. It could be your dad. So you already know stuff about it. Like, that stuff, like, there's, like, you just know it. You don't know how you know it. You don't know where it came from. You don't know, like, there's no, like, solid evidence of it. But it's like, you just know it. That's the best stuff to go with. Because if you used that thing on another person and told another person all those things that you know about yourself, like, intuitively, how you pick up on them, they would confirm it for you and be like, oh my God, my dad's name was this, and my this is that, and I've always wanted a little boy called blah blah blah. So it would confirm it for you. So you just, I think the more you get confirmation from people outside of you for things that you do in regards to your intuition, the easier it becomes to trust your own shit. I don't usually do much for my own stuff. Like, I'm a much better, hey, you should do this and do that, blah blah blah. But I've gotten a lot better at trusting it over the years, just because of all the people that are like, oh my God, like, I'm like, I can't be right every time and then not be right with myself. Like, how is that even possible? Like, I have to be right sometimes for myself. Like, there's no way. Precognition. Sometimes, yeah. I get a lot of weird stuff. Last week I saw her name on a car license plate and there was a white crib on the curb next to it. See? You guys get all types of stuff. I have issues trusting myself, but apparently do great reading for others. Well, that's what I do for me. Like, I'm like, blah, 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 blah. And then for myself, I'm like, that must be wrong. Let me check 500 times. That's why I don't even, like, pull cards for myself anymore. I must snuggle up. Thank you for all the lovely chats. Oh, it's 44309. Thank you very much. And nobody feel like you have to be here. I gotta get going too. What time is it? It's been 4 hours, man. 4 hours. 3 a.m. I've been doing really good with sleeping, like, because I don't usually sleep. But the problem with this, I've been sleeping. I have not posted any crystals on my Etsy. I have not, like, I only shipped out once this week instead of twice this week. Like if I want to have a healthy, normal, like, sleeping and eating schedule, I gotta, like, not work as much as I do. So it's all finding a balance and getting help too. Like, I need more help. My sister's like, I'll do it. But, like, she's like, you're one person and you're already working, like, a lot, and she's got another job that she keeps picking up extra hours for. I'm like, stop taking extra hours over there and I'll give you more hours here. But, like, I don't want to keep piling shit onto you because then it doesn't happen. Like, she's like, yeah, I'll do it. But then she can't do it because she's doing 100 other things. So it doesn't get done. So it doesn't help. It's just like this wheel of circle that's craziness. I need to, like, I gotta come up with, like, a list for her too, though. Like, okay, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you do this. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you do this. And blah, 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 blah. I gotta get better at, like, scheduling for myself too. I just bought a brand new planner for that. I actually bought 3 of them and I gave one to her because I'm like, I don't like this one. Like, I knew I wasn't gonna want that one. I got one for me, and for whatever reason I was like, oh, it's on sale, let me buy another one. So I bought one for her too, and I knew I wasn't gonna want that one, so I gave her that one, and then I bought another one on Amazon that won't be here in a few days. I just wanted to say thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you, Angel. External confirmation is definitely helpful, but I guess we all have to learn to trust ourselves eventually too, which is exactly what I was told by a reading I got last week in person. Yeah, we all need to trust ourselves. But it's easier said than done, for sure. Because we are human, and we have doubts and fears and insecurities. But it's like, it's easier for us to be the high priestess for somebody else and, like, you know, give our answers to them. But it does make a big, I think it makes a big difference. I've gotten much more confident, like, over the years. When I first started doing readings, I was like, I did a reading for somebody, like, years ago. It was, like, one of the first readings I ever did. And the Twin Flame card came out. And I told her how she was going to meet this guy. Like, how it was all going to go down. Because she's a realtor. I was like, he's going to be a realtor too. Like, you're going to walk in there. He's already going to be there showing the place or something. And, like, he's going to turn around and you're going to turn. And you guys are just going to know at that. Like, everything I said happened. Like, dead on. And she called me, like, a year later and was like, do you remember telling me blah, 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 blah? And I was like, no. Like, I kind of did, but not all of it. And she was like, it all happened. I was like, oh, okay. But then I felt bad because she went through a twin flame shit show with this guy. But she's still kind of, like, he's still kind of around. He's like, she had another guy that was really bad that she thought was her twin flame after him. I don't think the other guy was. I think the first one is still something there, but we'll see what happens. He's just not ready. They're never ready. None of the divine masculines are fucking ready. We need older ones. We need, like, the ones that come from heaven. My heart gets so twisted. I don't want to give up on him, but he's such a loser. LOL. Yeah. And that's... You don't have to give up on him, but, like, just try to be more so in that respect of, like, why am I so like gung-ho about this? You know, like he's not offering anything great right now. Like I want to offer myself something great, and I want greatness for myself, and I want somebody who wants greatness in their life and wants to like add value to mine. And the more that you do that, the more you might find you're less attracted to him. And then you might open the doorway for somebody that's ready for all of that other stuff. Or you open the doorway for him to get his shit together and step into that place. But right now he's like, he's just not stepping into anything. I know. Believe me, I know that whole spiel. Mine was like, we were 14, then we were 24, then we were 34, and there was all, like, I got the same shit, but if I let that run my world, I won't get very far. Like, I'll stay stuck and not evolve. And this whole thing is supposed to be about us growing and healing and evolving and becoming better versions of ourselves and stepping into our power and, you know, like, and them too. And if they're not doing their side of it, we can't stay stuck and let them hold us back from becoming who we need to become. And if they don't meet us there, well, that's on them. They lose out on something great. And you can maybe do it again next time. But they're not the only catch. They're not the end all be all, you know? Like, there's other dudes out there that could probably deliver way more very easily, want all the same things, like, right out the gate. You can meet somebody tomorrow that's like the image of everything you've wanted and ready to give you everything you need, and just like boom, and it could all just like come together so quickly. But we don't let that happen because we're like, I like him, but he doesn't talk to me, he doesn't even come near me, he doesn't want to like do anything, he's just weird and thinks that he can't get a girlfriend even though I'm readily available for him. They've got the issue, not like, you know what I mean? They in that sense, they have an issue. Like, for him to be projecting that stuff out there, he's obviously got some issues. He's not ready for a relationship, and you are. That's a problem. That doesn't mean he's not ever going to be ready, but I think, like, accepting that he's not ready for a relationship would probably be a good thing to do for now, and just see what that does. Just accepting the fact that he's not ready right now, so I'm not going to, like, there's nothing I can do about that. Like, I can't force it, I can't affirm it, I can't do anything until he's ready. And once he's ready, maybe he's gonna choose to come to you and tell you that, but there's like, you know, you gotta see when that's gonna be, and you don't want to put your life on hold for that for too long, because if you want kids and stuff like that, you gotta do something. Can't force yourself to be available either. He's obviously not available, but neither am I, because I feel apathetic about it outside of him. And that's how, like, I felt too, was, thank you, Anase. I think you said my hair's long. I gotta do something to it. That's how I felt for a long time. I was like, I can't sleep with anybody. I can't touch anybody. But then, like, once I, like, saw other dudes, because, like, I don't go anywhere. I don't talk to people. I don't, like, you know, like, I don't interact with them that much. So it's not very difficult for me to be, like, a one-track mind. But, like, when the cops were coming here and stuff, I was like, he's attractive. Like, I was like, and then the same cop came back a couple times, and I was like, I wouldn't mind talking to him. Like, I wouldn't mind going on a date with him. I wouldn't mind, like, it's almost like we're just not putting ourselves out there at all. We're not even, like, looking at people. We're not giving anybody an inch to get close to us because we've had our mindset on one person. So it's that belief that, like, I can't like anybody but him that's going to keep us thinking that and feeling that and creating that. I mean, there was 20 years that he was gone that you were attracted to other dudes, you slept with other dudes, you had other dudes. And then once you got rid of it, he came. So I know your situation is different and weird. But if you weren't interested before him, what do you want? Like, yeah, I don't know. It sucks. It's not fun to be wanting somebody that's not showing up. Is not fun, no matter what we want, no matter how we feel, no matter like what advice we get, no matter what we try to do, it's not fun. The only thing that helped me to like get over that hump was to realize that last time I was with that person was like, he's not ready. He's not gonna be ready anytime soon. And if he is, like, he's not showing me that, so why keep hurting myself? Like, that's all I'm doing, was hurting myself over and over and over again for somebody that's not ready to be with me and may never be ready to be with me. Like, he may decide when he's ready to, like, settle down with somebody to do that with a whole other girl. And if I spend these 10 years waiting for that to happen and he, like, does that, that would be really fucked up and hard to deal with. So I'm like, I'm not setting myself up for that because I don't want that to happen. I was getting my freak on with a cop. It ended quickly though. What, the freak? And I'm not even like attracted to cops. I think that just showed me though that like my lack of interaction with men was part of the problem of why I don't want, like why I felt like I don't want anybody else but him. I came out of a 10-year relationship and went directly to him, was like, alright, how are you? I'm emotionally messed up and drained and damaged because I've been in a narcissistic abusive relationship for 10 years, but let's give this a go right out the gate. And that was the biggest mistake. I know I messed up a lot of that situation. Like, if I had just been normal, things probably wouldn't have been as bad as they were. But that's what I did. I went, like, and I waited the whole time I was with that person. Like, the 10 years I was with that person, like, 8 of them, I was like, I knew that I didn't want to be with them. And I was like, I want to get back to my person. And I knew he was my twin flame for a majority of that time. Like, I was like, this is my twin flame. And I know that. He's with somebody, I'm with somebody. But when we're not, we're going to be together. And, like, that was what I believed. And as soon as Ass went to jail, I was like, hi, how are you? And he was all for it until I was weird. He even asked me the first night that I saw him in person, he was like, why are you being weird? I was like, I don't know. I had him on a pedestal because I spent 8 years being like, when am I going to see him? Oh my God. Like meditating and like wanting to see him and just stupid. It was horrible. I just feel like I'll wind up going back to LA and back to my life before all this happened, which isn't terrible, but also makes this whole thing feel pointless. I know. I don't know what to tell you. I feel like he's so fucking weird because when you told him that you were going there, that's the one time he's like, hey, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as you're like there, he's like gone again. So I don't know what, like, I don't know what to say. Everything that I've thought that might help or everything I thought that would like lead to something, like he's not, I feel like it's depression to be the big part of it, which you can't pull somebody out of that until they're ready. And also fear because of his last relationship. So he's going to assume that every relationship going forward is going to be like a reflection of that. You know, like I get that way. Like I like assume the worst of things. Like I'm like, I don't want a guy because guys do this and this and this. But I'm projecting and saying all of the bad things I went through in bad relationships when not every guy is going to be. I've had good relationships, but I never stayed in them because they weren't toxic enough. I was like, oh, this is not fun. Like, I need to be fucking abused. I need to be told I'm a piece of shit. I need to have craziness because I grew up hearing that from my mom. So I attracted that as relationships. So we all have like these complex things going on behind the scenes. Maybe healing the stuff with your mom, like this, like the beliefs and stuff that are surrounding, like, you know, she wants me to be alone, blah 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 blah. If that's the case, like, how can I like overcome those beliefs that she's instilled into me, or that feeling that like I should be alone, or that I need to do this myself, or that I shouldn't have this, because that's probably a big part of why you're still in the situation you're in at this point. For somebody that wants kids and a marriage and all of those things, usually like that those things aren't that, like, it's not a big thing like that's hard, you know, like people don't usually, unless there's something in there that's like, no, you can't have that, like you're not that person, you can't have that, which is what she's instilled into you. So you've got to get that out and you've got to get that gone. And I think instead of focusing all your focus and attention on him and what's he doing and when we're gonna like move forward with him, that needs to heal first. Like whatever she's done needs to be like acknowledged and looked at and healed, so that when you come out of that healing, you can have like a healthy perspective of like, should I be bothering with him or should I be bothering with a new person? That, and it doesn't have to take 10 years to heal that. It can be like 6 months in therapy, you're done, you know. And maybe getting like therapy with somebody like a life coach or like an actual therapist or whatever, or even just like a group support online. It doesn't have to be paid, it doesn't have to be anything. Just acknowledging what you've been through with other people that have been through it can help you to get a new perspective on it, and then come from a healthier perspective in regards to love in general and what you want for your life moving forward, what's reasonable for you moving forward, where you want to live, all of those things. Like, I feel like you just need to figure it out. And once you know for sure, because that's a big problem when you want to manifest something in your life, but you don't know where you want to live, and you don't know if like he's coming or going, and you don't know this, and you don't know that. You can't manifest anything happening because you don't know. So you've got to get clear first in knowing, and then the rest of it would be a lot easier to handle. Of like, all right, this is where I want to live. This is what I want to have. This is what I want to manifest. I'm giving myself 10-year window for XYZ, or 5-year window for this and that, 2-year window, it doesn't matter, whatever you want, but you gotta know. And that's, you can't know basing off of him because he's not giving any answers or clarity, and she's not gonna help you to make any freaking good decisions because she doesn't want you to make any for yourself. She wants you to be miserable, and that's because she's miserable. She probably also doesn't want you to go get somebody now because she's older now. So it's like she's probably nervous too. Like, oh, like I don't want to lose you because like I need you to help me when I can't do stuff. Like that's kind of like just my mom did that to me. Like at the end of her life, I had no life. I couldn't work. Even like I had my narcissistic partner and I had my narcissistic mother. Between the two of them, all I did was take care of her and like listen to him bitch at me for taking care of her. It was horrible. I would go to the hospital every day for 12 hours a day. I would just be there getting yelled at and told I'm a piece of shit, but then like wipe my ass at the same time. It was really not healthy. So I know like when it's parents, it's a lot deeper ingrained. It's harder. I still got a lot of shit to heal from that. So I don't know. I feel like that might help, just knowing, like making decisions. Like I don't want her influence making my decisions anymore, or her influence in my not making this, because you don't make decisions a lot of time. You just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth on what you might want to do. You got to start making decisions like, this is what I want, this is what I'm gonna do it. Yeah, and I feel like that she doesn't like that. I think you moved 2,000 miles away because of her. Like, you might not have, like, consciously been like, I gotta get away from my mom. But, like, there's probably a part of you that was like, you gotta get away from your mom. I had to mother myself. Me too. I had to mother my mother. I had to mother... My dad lives with me right now. My dad's, like, my child. He's like, I want a job, too. Well, if you feel that way, then just hold on to that and do what you feel guided to do for you, though. You know, like if you feel that, like, get out of your mom's place and find a place. It would make more sense for you to live there, like, financially, and because of COVID and shit like that. Like, I feel like you living in that area would be, like, smart. Not to be near mom, now that we know, like, before I was like, well, maybe your mom's older, you might want to be closer to her, which you might want to, because I still feel guilty about the way, like, my mom's end of life was, and I shouldn't, because I did everything I possibly could to extend it and make it better and healthy, but I couldn't. But I know, as an empath, if you're not near her at her end of her life, you might internalize that and be like, I'm a bad daughter, and just make yourself feel worse for no reason. So I don't know, like, being nearby but not under her control and not under her, like, nah, would be a better option. And then not, like, you know, dealing with that. Just, like, find a place that's affordable. You can do your work that you want to do. You can, you know, make work whatever you're trying to do, you know, and just stick to something. Like, make a decision and stick to it and see how that goes. And, like, look for support in regards to the things that you know now about these things. And then just take baby steps. And if he pulls himself out of his mess, maybe, like, that's the key, you know, like, you coming out of the underneath the guise of, like, that oppression and that bullshit is what needs to be triggered so he can free himself from his bullshit. They say you guys are twins, you know, like, if one person heals, the other person heals. I don't know how well that they mirror up or how well it happens, but I feel like if we want somebody, like, if we want better, we need to get better first off. And then our whole energy changes, how we approach things changes, and that may make somebody notice that we've changed. And they may be like, huh, let me go see them, because they're not in the same vibration that they were in that time that I was, like, not, you know, going towards them. You know what I mean? Whatever frequency we're in at this time is not the right frequency for union with a twin flame. Or we'd be in it. We wouldn't be sitting here wondering all these questions. God, I could get a 2-bedroom townhouse here for what I pay in LA. Yeah, that's why I feel like, I think it's smart financially for you to go there, but I don't know if it's smart for you to go there because of your mom. Like, I don't know if she's, but he's there. So it's like, he's there, she's there. 50-50. Money is much better there. 100. Like, that's much better. For me, I'm a cheapskate. I'm like, if I can live somewhere that's cheaper, let me go there. But that's just how I am. Yeah, you need to make a decision because you're wasting a lot of money just doing this. You gotta decide, like, all right, where am I going? Because, like, I can be saving a lot of money right now if I just decide where I'm going and get there and set myself up. And, like, don't even say anything to him about what you're doing. Just do what you're doing. And he's gonna know what you're doing because you're connected on social media. Like, I'm sure he's got some inkling out there about you because you, like, the stuff that you guys have had, the stuff that you've sent to him, the things, like, there's no freaking way any normal human being on this planet has not at least, like, looked or had some sort of, like, huh, I wonder. Like, he may not have watched the full thing, but he's got to have looked into something. He's, like, there's got to be something there. There's got to be a reason why he hasn't looked at the full thing. Like, he's just weird. I don't understand him, but, like, any normal person on this planet, even myself, like, I just know, I'm basing off myself, I guess, but most, like, anybody that I think I would even ask would be like, yeah, like, I would check, I would look, I would want to see, like, what that connects to, why that's there, like, what else is going on, like, what's being said, like, is this about me, like, just normal stuff. And that may be part of the thing too he's afraid of. Maybe he already knew some of that and was like, I don't want to hear it. All scared and pussyfooting. I would have my own space though. If I wanted to distance myself from her, I could just go home. But if my mom needed me, yeah. See, and that's what I think being there is a good thing. I know she's your mom, so you're not going to be like, I'm done with my mom forever. Like, I couldn't do that even though I knew my mom was really bad, but I just kept doing what I needed to do. Hi, Buddha, Turin Buddha's door. I have no question, just let you know, thank you for your teachings, Moon Key and Elsie on light healing. Thank you so much, Anna. I'm glad you like it. I'm all done with I've been on for 5 hours. I gotta get off, but we were just finishing up. Still haven't looked to see if he finished watching it. There's something wrong with you two. like how does that? I'd be like, I honestly don't even want to know anymore. I figure I'll know he's watched it in full when I hear from him. Yeah, maybe just leave it. Just freaking delete it. Like, get it out. I would drive myself crazy. Thank you for your gifts and talents. Oh my god, you're still here. Yeah, see, this is what happens. 5 hours later, I'm still here. And I didn't even take payments after 30 minutes. But yeah, I'm gonna go because it's been 5 hours and it's now 3:30 in the morning and I've got other things to do. I've got some special stuff to do for somebody, and then I don't know, I gotta post some stuff on Etsy because everybody's waiting for Tantric Twins and other stuff. LOLs. Yeah. But I'll be back in a month to do this again, and I'm gonna try. I don't even care anymore. Like, if people, like, I can't do the pick a card. I'm just gonna upload something when I can, and if they don't like it, they don't like it. They can unsubscribe and leave. But you're right about me needing to make a choice. Lots of people have told me that lately. I guess nothing can happen until I happen. Yeah, you gotta make some sort of decision. Totally unrelated topic. You don't have celebrities reading, huh? You don't celebrities reading. I don't know what you mean. Like reading about the celebrities. I've seen people do that where they're like, let's look into blah blah blah's energies, and like read about them. I haven't done that, if that's what you mean. I could probably do something like that. I missed your reading. I know. I think I need to do like either shorter pick-a-cards or just not pick-a-cards, because the pick-a-cards take over an hour. I've got to upload them. I got to do the tags. I got to do this. I got to do that. I got to make the freaking picture. Like, it's hard enough for me to just get the Divine Darlings videos up, and I don't like. I try to give them a good amount of time because they pay the dollar. It's only $1.99 a month, and I'm like, if they pay, I gotta give them free readings. I gotta do this. I gotta like. It's $1.99. Like, it's not even a coffee. It's like, I gotta not freak out so much about it. Choice comes from within, not without. Lots of readers are exhausted with pick-a-cards. Something in the energy, I guess. I can't keep doing like the same thing over and over and over. And like, nobody wants to watch anything else. They're like, if you put up like a, hey, this might help you to get to union, they're like, fuck that. I want to pick a card of how he feels right now. It's like, you just want smoke blown up your ass, basically, is what you want. It's like, if you say something that they don't like, they're like, unsubscribe, bye-bye. Like, I can't, and that's the thing, too. I had this, like, whole thing happen where, like, the stalker came, and I was like, I can't help other stalkers stalk. Like, I don't want that on me. Like, if there's people out there that are just, because there's people out there that twist whatever I say to be like, blah, blah, blah. Like, they just, like Kim Kardashian and Kanye West divorce, like, do an energy reading on that, like, if it's like what's going on or what's gonna happen. My sister should do that because she knows everything about celebrities. I'm not into the celebrity scene. I don't know like any of the gist of anything, but my sister knows everything. I was like, she just tells me stuff randomly. I'm like, I don't know who that is. Like, but great for them. I don't remember what I was saying, but yeah. Basically, the readings, like, I can't, I don't know, like, I feel like there's people out there, like, I'll be like, this person, no good, they're toxic, you need to get away from this person, and then, like, in the comment, they'll be like, I had number 2, and he's gonna be back soon, yay! Like, where did you hear that? Where did that come from? Like, what are you talking, like, they just get crazy, like, the stuff that they say does not match up to anything I said, and I'm like, I don't want to, like, perpetuate people, like, craziness or like staying stuck or doing something that's not healthy. Like, I want people to get better and like do something good for them. One of my neighbors had a conversation with Kristen Stewart about blue buffalo dog food at the pet store in that area. I don't know. My sister would be good at that, or somebody do it. I don't think I would be good at it. Alright guys, I'm tired. I got a little bit of a headache, and it's been 5 hours, but thank you very much for sticking out with me, and for talking to me, and for the $284.88, which is very unexpected, and I will see you guys at least in 4 weeks from now for this again, and I'm going to try to do something in between You know, just like a little like something here and there. Maybe a pick a card, because I always feel bad giving people what they don't want. I'm like, they don't want it. Why should I give it to them? But we'll see what happens. Thank you guys very much. Thank you, Heather. Yes, hearts entwined there are. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Quinn. Thank you, Tylee. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Good night.